4th, 2024. The time is 9:01 a.m. This meeting is being live streamed on YouTube. At this time, I'll introduce our commissioners. We'll start with Vice Chair Luis Daniele III,
Good morning.
Commissioner Wayne DeLuz,
Morning.
Commissioner Matthias Cush,
Good morning.
Commissioner Chantel Perrin.
Good morning.
Commissioner Lauren Baylog is absent and excused, and I am Chairperson Dennis Lin. We have quorum to hold this meeting. We are confirming that the commissioners have had an opportunity to review the materials related to the applications being reviewed today. Commissioners, have you had a chance to review?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Yes, okay. I note that each commissioner has verbally confirmed review of application materials and submitted testimony. I'll now introduce the Office of the Corporation Counsel. We have Deputy Corporation Counsel Susanna Tiapula, attorney for the commission, who is present to advise the commission.
Aloha.
Deputy Corporation Counsel Jean Campbell, attorney for the Planning Department, absent today. Representing the Planning Department, we have Planning Director Zendo Kern.
Aloha, good morning.
Who is present to advise the commission. We also have staff, planning staff. We have Planning Program Manager Maya Jackson, Planner Alex Roy, Planner Jessica Andrews, Planner Tracy Lee Camero, Planner Alu Kala, Commission Secretary Melissa Dakayanan Salvador, and we have Christian K as the Zoom host. As a reminder, please turn off or silence your cell phones. Public restrooms are located outside in the middle of the building on the Mackay side. If there is anyone here in person who would like to testify, please fill out the yellow sign-up form at the staff table up in front here. Also, if you have any written testimony that has not been sent in earlier, you may submit it to staff now. Okay, we'll move on to approval of minutes. The March 7th, 2024 minutes were circulated. May I ask for a motion on the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Perrin. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Vice Chair Daniele. Any discussions or corrections on the minutes? Okay, if not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Minutes approved. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to statements from the public on the agenda items. As stated in the published agenda, members of the public may provide public testimony regarding any agenda item now or at the time the agenda item is called to order. I will be limiting testimony this morning at the beginning of the hearing to 1 hour in order to have time for all the agenda items to be heard on today's agenda. Those who are not able to testify within this hour will have an opportunity to testify when the agenda item is called. So I will do 30 minutes of online testimony, 30 minutes of in-person testimony to be fair for everybody. Testifiers on Zoom, please keep your video camera off and audio muted until you are called by the Zoom host to speak. Please note that this is an in-person meeting and the Zoom platform and YouTube live stream are provided as a courtesy. Therefore, our meeting will proceed even if the Zoom or YouTube connections fail. Before we start to receive public testimony pursuant to Rule 1-5 of the Planning Commission's Rules of Practice and Procedure, I would like to remind everyone to be courteous and respectful of all testifiers, staff members, and commissioners. Please direct all testimony to me as the chair. Testimony will be limited to 3 minutes per testifier for each agenda item. I would also like to remind everyone of the following pursuant to Rule 1-5 of the Planning Commission's Rules of Practice and Procedure. The chairperson or vice chairperson may limit testimony which is irrelevant, abusive, disruptive, or unduly repetitious. The person testifying shall direct his or her remarks to the chairperson and not to any individual commission member, staff member, or person in the audience. All members of this public shall extend proper courtesy and respect to one another, commission members, and staff. Anyone who does not abide by these rules may be ruled out of order by the chairperson, who has authority to maintain order and decorum. I further ask that commissioners take an active role in assisting me with maintaining order. If any commissioner objects to any behavior that is undiplomatic or improper, please interrupt by stating point of order and your concerns will be addressed. Finally, in the event that there are any behaviors displayed by applicants, members of the public, or by commissioners that are disruptive to the order of today's meeting, I will not hesitate to exercise authority as chairperson pursuant to Rule 1-5, Section J, to address these behaviors and, if necessary, to remove the disruptive party from this meeting. I will provide one verbal warning. If the warning is not heeded, I will call a recess and give a second verbal warning. If there is any further disruptive, disrespectful, or discourteous behavior following the recess, the party will be removed from the meeting. It is important that we all understand the procedures that will be put in place to maintain decorum. I also want to notate that all the commissioners here were volunteers. We all have day jobs. We're all members of this community, and we're not paid by the county to do any of this. We're here to represent our communities that we live in. So I respectfully ask that everybody treat each other with respect. And please don't attack one another. With that, like I said, we will start with 1 hour of general testimony on any agenda item right now. We'll start with Zoom testifiers. So Christian, do we have any Zoom testifiers who would wish to test? Oh, sorry, I have to note one more thing. As stated on the agenda, there is multiple county initiated bills according to based off of the agenda item regarding the ADUs. I am recusing myself on that agenda item because of my employer, which is HPM Building Supply, builds homes that could be used as an ADU. So during that time, Vice Chair Daniele will be taking the reins as chairperson at that time. That will also apply to any testimony related to ADUs during general testimony. That will be handled by Vice Chair Daniele. Okay, so Christian, if there are any Zoom testifiers.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. We've got 20 people, now 21, ready to testify. According to our list here, 16 of which would like to testify at the beginning of the meeting, the remainder to testify at the time the agenda item is called. All of them are for one of the three county council initiated bills.
Okay, so we'll start with the first testifier then.
Okay. Mr. Chair, did you want to swear them all in at once?
Yeah, we'll swear them all in at once to make this efficient.
Okay, so people on Zoom, if you can turn on your cameras and turn on your microphones to be ready to be sworn in, please.
We can't turn our videos on.
Okay, if that's okay, I'll take a verbal as well. Okay, is that everybody?
Hello.
Hello?
Everybody who is in the joined is on and ready to swear in.
Okay. If you're able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
When you are
I do.
called upon to speak, please state your name, the town you reside in, and please summarize your testimony within 3 minutes. Christian, please start with the first testifier.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we've got a Chris Adair.
You can't.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Somebody is sharing their screen. Gordon Lindquist, can you please stop sharing your screen?
I'll try.
I've stopped it. Okay, everybody else who's not testifying right now, will you please mute and turn off your videos? Thank you.
Excuse me, we can't turn our videos on anyway, just so you know. Sorry.
Okay, I will make that work for you. All right, I've got Chris Adair. Okay, not seeing Chris. Christy Malakote.
I'm here, but I'm unable to start the video because the host has stopped it.
Okay,
Let me try again.
you should be able to now. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Shall I begin?
Yes, please.
Aloha and good morning, Windward Planning Commissioners. My name is Christy Malakote, Realtor, broker, owner of Relife Realty and president of Hawaii Island Realtors 2024. Collectively, the Realtors of Hawaii Island oppose TAR Ordinance Bill 121 for the following concerns: erosion of private property rights. The county should not dictate to private property owners which parts of their home they may occupy or rent, or how many visitors they may allow. County regulations directly conflicts with state law. For example, increasing the minimum duration for short-term rentals from 30 to 180 days poses legal complexities. This change unfairly strips many homeowners of their current usage rights, impacting the value and utility of their properties. Endangers housing security. No evidence has been presented by the county to demonstrate that property currently used for transient accommodations will convert to long-term or affordable housing. Additionally, regulations in lieu of full enforcement of Ordinance 2018-114, the lack of proactive enforcement measures by the county failed to adequately address the underlying issues that Ordinance 2018-114 sought to solve. The county has an obligation to actively pursue and terminate illegal transient rental operations, as well as equally enforce existing regulations to protect all residents. Hawaii Island Realtors are committed to working with the county and all interested parties to help create sensible solutions to the issues inherent in the housing sector. Any restrictions placed on a property owner from realizing the highest and best use of that property hinders economic growth and development and reduces freedoms inherent in our society. Thank you, Windward Planning Commissioners, for your time in hearing my testimony today. Aloha.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next testifier, please. Oh, Christian, next testifier, please.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. The next testifier I have on my list is Daniela D.
And could you state which agenda item that they're going to be testifying
Sure,
on?
this will be on Bill 121.
Thank you.
Daniela, are you with us? Okay, hearing nothing. Next is Zoe Zhu on Bill 121. Zoe, are you here with us? Okay, hearing none. The next is Jack Young on 121.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay, thank you, planning commissioners. I've written down a few things because I'm not used to talking in front of a large group, but basically I've had it with short-term rentals in my neighborhood. There have been 2 times in the past year that someone rented the house down the street and my peace was disturbed. Imagine this, I'm cozied up, watching my favorite TV show, and what happens? A lost visitor knocks on my door. It was afternoon, but that's my quiet time. And that's not the only time that's happened. And the parking situation is horrible. One day, someone had the nerve to park on the street in front of my house with their new fancy car. So that's how come I know that they're tourists. And they sat there for multiple hours. So when the people that have the short-term vacation rental next door, those people come in and they love just sitting out on the lanai and chatting and breaking my quiet hours. I know that maybe it's earlier than the 9 o'clock window, but I like to go to bed earlier. I need my sleep. It's like they don't even care that some of us like to nap in the afternoon. Sure, it's not as bad as my neighbors that blast music at all hours, but at least they're local people and I can handle that much easier. So I feel short-term rentals have to go. I don't care that these people are making money. I don't care about the tourism sector and what my neighbor is doing with that money that they're making. Maybe they're paying for food, maybe they're paying for college. I don't care. I don't care that they pay millions in TA and GE taxes. They're ruining my quiet, clean neighborhood. We need to shut them down. Then maybe we can have the island to ourselves again like we did during COVID. I enjoyed having the shorter lines for gas and household goods at Costco. I want my private island back. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next testifier is Trey Livingston.
Aloha, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Aloha, members of the Windward Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Trey Livingston, and I'm the 2024 president-elect of the West Hawaii Association of Realtors. And I speak on behalf of our 950 realtor members and industry partners. The West Hawaii Association of Realtors strongly opposes Bill 121 as it's currently written. We did submit a testimony which further explains our opposition and some of the points I'll touch on in the testimony, but I'll keep it short because of the overwhelming amount of testimony you have today. We oppose this legislation as it's written because it is eroding private property rights, increasing the minimum duration of short-term rentals from 30 to 180 days, unfairly strips many homeowners of their current usage rights, impacting the value and, importantly, the utility of their properties. The promise to address hosted rentals through regulation is extended far past a simple registration process. Bill 121's intended purpose remains unproven, with no evidence demonstrating its ability to address long-term rental availability. We have bigger issues with the state landlord-tenant code to address before homeowners are willing to make the change and convert their units to long-term rentals. We oppose this legislation as written because additional regulations are not necessary in lieu of full enforcement of Ordinance 2018-114, also known as Bill 108. Until that existing regulation is fully enforced and proven unsuccessful, further regulatory changes should not be considered. We're committed to continuing collaboration with the county and stakeholders for sensible housing solutions. We recognize the complexity of achieving attainable housing and emphasize the need for the county to address the zoning barriers, infrastructure issues, and unreasonable building codes. However, we oppose punitive measures against residents who are part of and contributing to the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, we have Dan Lace testifying on Bill 121.
Aloha, Chair and Windward Planning Commission members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Dan Lace, and our family operates a hosted Airbnb rental near Pahoa. We've owned property on the Big Island since approximately 2017, and we've acclimated well within the local community. And we call Hawaii home. Even though we don't currently live there, we're in the process of transitioning our family. We do currently operate a family-run short-term rental business that provides us the flexibility to live on site and make enough extra income to offset the cost of living and the ever-increasing costs of insurance in lava zones 1 and 2. As such, our family is opposed to Bill 121, and it's entirely related to transient accommodation rentals. I do want to acknowledge the previous efforts by Councilwoman Kirkowitz and others to host several outreach events back in 2022 related to the proposed TARs. From my perspective, attending those forums and both hearing oral and observing written testimony, the overwhelming outcomes of those sessions were people greatly opposed to the proposed legislation then. Since that time, there's been no new outreach efforts to engage with affected interests with the changes that have been made to the draft bill that's before us. And so I encourage the county, before they take up further action on these new rules, that you consider hosting additional forums and collecting input on the new draft rules that have been put forth. Specifically, sections 25-4-16.1, point 2, point 25, and point 4 are areas that I encourage you to take a deeper look at. So I won't go into those specifics here in the interest of time, but those summarize some of our specific concerns and just overall opposition to the proposed draft rules. Thank you for your time today and taking testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've got Janice Palma Glenny testifying on the all three county council initiated bills.
Aloha, commissioners. I'm speaking to all 3 bills at once because they are connected. Everyone here probably knows, likes, and is maybe even related to a realtor. My father was an honest, community dedicated, old school realtor all his life, but he'd roll over in his grave if he saw what the National Association of Realtors, ACA, NAR, and their affiliates are up to these days. The propaganda being circulated on this issue of short-term rentals throughout Hawaii and the rest of the county is breathtaking, and the rest of the country. And no wonder they can spread their bent messages, whether it's stealthily as offshoot affiliated group names or done honestly in their own or local name, like the West Hawaii Realtors Association. In fact, in 2021 alone, the NAR was responsible for $43.7 million of the $44 million total dollars spent on lobbying US politicians. That's 99.5%. I bet you thought it would be the oil industry, a tech giant, or some other corporate behemoth. And most of their lobbying cash then and now is focused on swaying state and local officials, not in the interest of the American public, but in the interest of the real estate industry. So no wonder this nation's most powerful lobby is running the show from top to bottom, including our little Big Island. An email and testimony is being circulated by one of the several local real estate groups pushing no holds barred short-term renting. A born and raised island resident complains that they'll be unable to stay in their home if they're not allowed to continue their STVR on ag land. In the professionally written sob story, they don't bother to mention that their home is worth upwards of $1.5 million. They don't mention that they've already been able to, it's been legal for them to rent their place because they live on site. So while pulling at heartstrings about the cruelty of regulation, they had scare tactic misinformation written into their testimony by professional real estate PR professionals, which was then circulated as a letter written in that person's name. And in fact, the group circulating the letter said they'd be happy to write anyone else's testimony if the homeowner just gave them their story. Instead, residents should be asking, what do I want my neighborhood to look like? Do I want to be subjected to a revolving door of strangers next door who, in many cases, party, go to residents' doors asking annoying questions tourists ask, Do I want tourists sitting in my driveway or in the middle of my little street, lost, talking loudly on their phones, waltzing up to my property, like the other guy said, taking photos of my flowers and the view? It's happened to me too. And by the way, what do people like me who aren't living in their homes to make money get out of this rental game other than headaches and higher taxes? To that, I say nada, zip. We all know that the cost of buying and renting homes is related to the value of a property. We all know that the value of a property is increased if it receives income, and that the higher the income, the more value of the property and more expensive it is to buy or rent it. So what's the charade of the NAR and cohorts claiming that there's no connection between the increasingly high cost and lack of housing and the use of what used to be homes for local residents that are now being used as mini hotels? My list of bottom line demands for residents whose skin is in living in their lives, not in the house's income game, includes: 1, no unhosted STVRs on ag and rural lands. Since the general plan is opening up more ag lands to potential resort use, this body must retain the same restrictions on rural lands as are currently required on ag lands.
Please
2,
shift to the next agenda item.
I'm doing them all in one
Okay.
because they all overlap for me. I had trouble separating them out. Is that okay? I'm going through all of them in one, so I'm not going to ask for 6 more minutes. Is that all right? Okay. 2, phase out unhosted TARs in residential neighborhoods. Unhosted vacation rentals belong in resort areas, nowhere else. 3, I'm okay with hosted rentals, but hosted means hosted by owner, not by manager. A critical point the new legislation seems to undermine. Owner and manager are 2 different animals. From the horror stories of friends and a slew of testifiers during Bill 108 hearings, it's clear who managers work for, and it's not the neighbors. My friends had an illegal rental on a next door ag lot with a paid on-site manager who let the renters party every day and night, jumping in and out of the pool all night long. And when they asked them to keep it down, the manager yelled at them, and this went on for years, which leads to number 4, enforcement. There are illegal rentals all over this island, yet it seems that no one has ever shut down, including a classic case where a lawsuit went through the courts who agreed that a rental off of Leahy Drive needed to be shut down immediately. It never was. That was about 15 years ago. 5, the NAR says that there have only been 60 complaints about short-term rentals. I really have to laugh at that one. I have neighbors who are illegally renting on ag land. If we turn them in, what retribution will we face? My husband and I have already had our tires flattened and truck keyed because we dared suggest that surf school owners get together to figure out a system that was win-win for everyone. The moral of all those stories that pit neighbor against neighbor is that the county needs to enforce laws, not the public. If there's no money, staff, or will to enforce these new bills, please spare us this waste of time and money and drop the whole thing till there is. To be honest, I wish there was no vacation rentals other than those old-timey one-guest room homeowner tourist-like gigs that I stayed in the 70s, or bed and breakfast where, ditto, the owners help make or serve breakfast and give directions to the beach. But I realize that democracy is about compromise, and there are good, honest people renting the home down the street in Volcano Village or Puna where they look after the place and the renters as if it was their home. Those owners are more likely to care about the neighborhood, their neighbors, and having a balanced, healthy community where they can bring up their keiki. I don't know the statistics of how many rentals are owned by off-island investors, but I know that few, if any, of the more than 10 rentals within 3-block radius of my home are owned by people who live here. The rest see my neighborhood and this island as their cash cow. So I ask our leaders in the public to look into their hearts, not toward real estate or hotel PR, to come up with legislation that lifts all boats by using the give and take understanding and compromise that real democratic process demands. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please, and we'll take 2 more testifiers before moving to in-person.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next testifier is David Hall, testifying on Bill 121.
Good morning, members of the committee. I am opposed to this proposed TR Bill 121, which threatens to impose exorbitant fines of thousands up to $10,000 upon TAR property owners for minor infractions. And these fines are not only unjustifiable, but also blatantly unconstitutional, posing a severe threat to the livelihoods of TAR owners and their families. These proposed fines outlined in Bill 121 for violations such as improper parking, accidentally exceeding occupancy limits, noise disturbance during, designated quiet hours, or mid-sized signage are undeniably disproportionate and punitive. These punitive nature is exacerbated by fact that TAR owners would face recurring $10,000 per day fines for each reported infraction, reminiscent of oppressive overregulation rather than just governance. Just one of these fines could cost a property owner $300,000 per month. Just imagine if they had an egregious parking violation and a mid-sized sign placement violations in the same month. That would be a fine of over $600,000 for just 2 violations in a single month. This is exactly why the U.S. Constitution and the Hawaiian Constitution that will protect the rights of citizens when their local government fails to do so. Now, both state and federal constitutions unequivocally prohibit the imposition of excessive fines as reaffirmed by the Supreme Court's decision in Timms v. Indiana by subjecting tar owners to crippling fines without due process or consideration for the severity of the alleged violations. So Bill 121 stands in direct contradiction to fundamental principles of justice. Now, of equal concern is the calculated deception in the wording of this bill. It is unethical and deceptively non-transparent that under section 25-4-16.10 of Bill 121 that STVR licenses and businesses could be revoked or not renewed upon mere receipt of a verified complaint. Now, given the stakes involved, including the draconian repercussions of losing business licenses and potentially facing displacement,
30
operators
seconds
are,
remaining.
pardon me?
30 seconds remaining.
All right, thank you. Again, bottom line, I do oppose this bill and ask the members to vote against it or reestablish it or redo the bill. So it doesn't deprive our operators of our basic rights. Thank you for your time. You folks have a good week. Aloha.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next Zoom testifier, and then we'll move on to in-person.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Next testifier is Kaeo Keeling on 121.
May I testify? This is Jeffrey Kimms. My testimony was intended to be presented when the bill comes up, but since this is the bill I want to testify about, I would appreciate it if I could go ahead and do so.
This is Robert Henry. Also, I'd appreciate the time to testify. They noticed that they said there's only 2 more outside testifiers. We've been preparing for this for a week. It's very important that you take us seriously.
Yeah,
Again,
yes,
Robert Henry. Thank you.
Just to clarify, I'm only taking general testimony, and you still have the opportunity to testify when the agenda item is called. So you have ample time to testify at that time. But right now, because we have multiple agenda items before the county initiated bills, we'd like to allow for those applicants who did apply for their hearing today to also have their time. So you still have opportunity to testify, but I'm trying to limit it to 1 hour for general testimony at this time so that we have time to hear the other agenda items.
I have a medical issue that I have to address and will not be able to be here beyond 10 o'clock. So do you think I'll have a chance to testify before then?
Christian, is the person that you called on the Zoom call right now?
They are Kaeo Keeling.
He has his audio turned off. Kaeo is muted. You can't hear him.
Okay, I have asked him to unmute.
Okay, how about that?
Gotcha.
Okay, after you, sir, I'll allow for Mr. Sorry, I can't see your name, but I'll allow you to testify, and then we'll move into in person.
Okay.
Go ahead.
May I start?
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I oppose Bill 121, seeking to subject our hardworking families to 5 years in prison, committing a third-degree felony for perjury just for running their legally operated short-term vacation rental. Is against everything that this island as community stands for. In my neighborhood, there are several Hawaiian families that rent out half their homes. Everything from half burnt down house with more cars than the Toyota dealership. And nothing's happened with them. Going after the legally operated TARs, exposing them to thousands and thousands of dollars of fines for the slightest thing. It's ridiculous. This bill is not only excessive, but absurd, as it would subject homeowners to potential felony charges for testing compliance with complex, extensive building codes that are beyond average homeowners' expertise and comprehension. It's awful. And that needs to go back. It needs to be rethought. And there needs to be proof that this is going to help, which it's really not. All right, that's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. And then, Christian, I'll allow that one gentleman to testify, and then we'll move on to in person.
Okay, Jeffrey Coombs.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
121. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My wife and I are 80 and 81 years old, owners of a cabin on our property in Captain Cook that we've been using both to accommodate our family from the mainland and as a short-term rental through Airbnb and VRBO. We have had this cabin and used it since 2007. It is a small but beautiful 750 square foot structure situated at the bottom of our property, abetting a natural forest. Over the years, we've had hundreds of guests, mostly from the US mainland, but also international visitors attracted to its private rural features. We have wonderful reviews on the websites to attest to the pleasure that they have had staying here. Now we discover that the state might prevent us from using our cabin this way because of new regulations regarding transient accommodations that are being considered. We cannot speak for others, but the possibility of losing our short-term option has been devastating for us. Reasons for our distress include the impact both on us, the guests that visit and want an authentic Hawaiian experience, and the people who depend on cleaning and landscaping the property. I'm sure that some of the factors presented below apply extensively across the Big Island's transient accommodations property owners. One, loss of income. We'll lose the income we have been if we are forced to terminate our rental. We can't rent out long-term because we have commitments to our ohana, who will find it very difficult to visit Hawaii without a place to stay. Additionally, if they cannot stay with us, they are likely to be less motivated to come. Like us, they're not hotel people and will lose their sense of home here. We have made this a special place and spent 30 years developing the natural features of our environment. Our families come for the Hawaiian dream. Our daughters went to school in Hawaii and have deep roots here. Now our grandchildren are the next generation to appreciate this beautiful place. Second, loss of employment. The woman who has been our cleaner and has been a part of our family has supported her family for many years, largely by the income she has received from working for us. She has some other cleaning jobs, but ours has been the bedrock of her income.
30
The
seconds remaining.
landscapes for us. Sorry?
30 seconds remaining.
Okay. The man who landscapes our property for the last 17 years will likely lose his job as well. So we're concerned not only about ourselves and our income and our families, but also those people who are dependent upon the earnings that they get from the transient accommodation rentals. There are many other things that I would have liked to say if I'd have had more time, but I wanted to present a personal point of view that reflects what I think might be the experience of other property owners like ourselves. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, at this time, I will call up in-person testifiers. So if you could come up as I call your name. Right now for agenda item number 1, we have no testifiers at the beginning of the hearing. Agenda item number 2, just to let everyone know that agenda item number 2, there was a request to be deferred, but I will still take testimony if this testifier is here. Mamalani King. Other person here for agenda night, sorry. Oh. Mr. Kim. If,
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard Kim.
okay, King, yeah. King,
no.
sorry, sorry, Mayor. If you could let her go first, because you are next on the list, so. Okay. Ms. King, if I could swear you in, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission? Okay, and then you have, please state your, oh, you can please turn on the mic, please. There's a little button in front of you that has like a face on it. Yeah, and then press it. Yeah, and then the mic will turn red. There you go. Okay, if you could please state your name, the town you reside in, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Mamalani King. I'm a dirt
Still have to
farmer.
talk directly into the, yeah.
I'm a dirt farmer in the Honomu Quadrant and rancher. Mainly kalo, bananas, sheep, chickens, pigs. I raise heifers for Jason Matos, who's a breeder. I came upon this issue of number 2, special permit application number 2, because neighbors were complaining about it. They're really upset. And I had asked them, in the interest of peace, perhaps I would look into this. I had also been up to the falls and was absolutely horrified when I saw it a while ago. There's this, everybody should go there sometime soon to see that there is a eyesore of a cement pad with all sorts of porta potties and everything up there. And this special permit application, which is being brought to the Windward Planning Commission by Land Planning Hawaii LLC, I understand is the company that Mr. Kern works for when he's not Department of Director. Okay, so anyway, let me say that I'm going to skip some of the beginning. It does explain how I came to what I feel is the most important point here, is that, first of all, the application states that they're doing great service to the community by allowing private commercial parking for all those cars that park along the road, most of whom belong to locals, because as you know, we don't want to pay for parking. And that I was told by Diamond Parking attendants that this new commercial lot on private property is actually going to be for vans and buses. Now, perhaps they are misinformed, but I'm just telling you what led me to want to do this. Anyway, getting to the very point of it, after everything that I've looked at, and there is another written testimony that's been previously submitted to you point by point. I just got tired, didn't finish it, but it is there. That the whole manner in which everything is happening here to people like us, is that I think there is not an understanding of what pono means. And that's not your fault, I don't
You
think.
have 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, so I do have a written testimony for people who want to see what I have to say. It is our fault for not explaining clearly what Aina means, because Aina does not mean simply land. Aina, the root word, is to eat. In other words, ancestors did not drive a $35,000 va'a down to another ahupua'a to trade bananas for a Happy Meal.
Please
You ate
summarize.
where you were. Okay, it is our fault, but we invite you to become Hawaiiho, new Hawaiians, so that we can all live in peace with the understanding of being pono. Is that it? My 3 minutes?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you,
Mahalo.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yes, Director Kern.
point of clarification.
So I'm Zendo Curran, Plan Director. I have no affiliation, no ownership with Land Planning Hawaii. I do not work on any of the applications that come in.
Oh, I
I-
understand that.
But what was stated was I work with them when I'm not Planning Director, and that's not the case. I have no
Oh,
affiliation.
I'm
I
sorry.
have no ownership. I don't even look at the applications. Deputy Director handles all of those to even avoid the appearance of impropriety. It's very important to me to just, I want to state that to the public. I have no association with Land Planning
I
Hawaii.
was told
Thank you.
that you were not going.
Ma'am, is that,
Oh, okay.
yeah, it was just a statement for clarification. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. And next we have Mr. Harry Kim testifying on item number 7, Bill 123. Go ahead. Please state your name. Actually, I have to swear you in first. Sorry. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter, not before the Windward Planning Commission.
I will.
Okay, and then please state your name, the town you reside in, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Harry Kim, and I apologize. We're not related. Members of the Windward, Planning Commission, I got a rough throat and a plugged ear, so excuse me for that. This is about testifying on 121, 122, and 123. These bills address some of the shortcomings of the existing vacation rentals passed in 2018. At that time, the primary focus was on where this new business would be permitted. It was initially proposed to be in resort and business zones only. What was passed was the protection of agricultural and residential lands that you could not have vacation rentals. The demand and growth of the vacation rentals has changed dramatically since the involvement of the Airbnb in 2008. It has made it so much easier, more popular, and more profitable to rent spare rooms in entire homes. These bills, I clearly want to state that, is not against short-term vacation rentals. This is about a new business being regulated like all businesses in Hawaii. The proposed bills improve upon the existing ordinance and also addresses the housing shortage. These bills improve the standards by which the transit accommodations operate to minimize impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. I think all of us in this room must have seen several news articles on conflicts between residents and vacationers throughout the mainland and also here in Hawaii, and especially Maui because of the tragic fire. These bills prohibit the use of ohana dwellings as vacation rentals and also encourages homeowners to build ohana dwellings by removing regulatory barriers and increasing long-term rental supply. As stated, these bills address some of the shortcomings of the existing ordinance passed in 2008. These are good changes and should be surrounded by everyone. On conclusion, members of the council and members in this room and those testifying, we have a serious housing crisis in the state of Hawaii. It is very sad that on all surveys taken, and I stress the word all surveys taken, by students in the high school, seniors going to college in the mainland, 100% of them told them they were going to reconsider ever coming back to Hawaii because of extreme housing shortage. I asked all of us in this room to know what we're trying to do here in regards to vacation rentals. I close it. This is not against vacation rentals. This is trying to place it in a proper place. It is trying to minimize conflicts between residents and vacationers. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Joshua Mihalnik testifying on agenda item number 7, and you also are testifying on number 6 and number 5. So you can do it all at one time. Okay, so please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter, not before the Windward Planning Commission. Okay, please state your name, the town you reside in, and you have 3 minutes per item.
Okay. My name is Joshua Mahalik, and I'm speaking on bills 121, 122, and 123. The main issue with bill 121 for me as a non-occupied STR is that the registration renewal fees have been increased 3 times what they've already been. So originally they were $250 a year, and they're in one shot being increased to $750 a year. I've been running my STR for nearly 6 years. Until now, I've not complained about the fees or high taxes, but it seems that nearly every year the fees increase while the amount that I can charge for the home does not. The biggest argument that I hear against STRs is that it's taking away homes for long-term rental opportunities. This is not true. The high value attached to the mortgage of these homes makes them only viable as owner occupied. If you take away the STR and want to try and make it into a long-term rental, that the money that can be made off of that won't cover the mortgage. And so what's going to end up happening is these would be purchased by somebody who can afford the home. Most likely in the Puna district where we have a median income, much like myself, that's probably going to end up being somebody off island who purchases that home. So it's not helping in any way with the housing crisis in the area. Having these vacation rentals has allowed local people to afford living here. We are not getting rich or even making a living from most of these homes, but it does help supplement the day job. And if the state or county of Hawaii are serious about wanting to make housing available for renters, there are better ways to go about this. Tax incentives for developers willing to build multi-unit housing, low interest government-backed loans for people interested in putting a second unit on their existing land, which is now being addressed at least partially in Bill 123. The one problem with 123 is, that I noticed for me, is that due to the fact that my home is a non-occupied vacation rental, I'm being denied the opportunity to build a second home on that lot. That second home could easily be a long-term rental for somebody else or a home for myself, and changing me to a owner-occupied and owner-hosted STR. They could open up additional existing rentals by focusing on the many illegal vacation rentals that are not permitted and are doing business, and making it so that it's the way for them to make a living is to put those into long-term rentals legally. Tourism is one of the main sources of income for Hawaii. If we want those tourist dollars boosting our local economy, we need to have places for these people to stay. The east side of the island is seriously lacking in hotels and lodging for tourists. People who stay in Puna, STRs, their dollars go directly into the local economy by spending money at local restaurants, farmers markets, small shops, and even the national park. Not to mention that the tax dollars from these rentals are going into our local economy. An average STR will add thousands of tax dollars to our county. By continuing to move toward the removal of STRs, which these bills seem to be trying to do, as well as the new HB 1383, I think it is, where they're going to slowly phase out unoccupied STRs. You are pulling that money away from Puna residents' pockets. Visitors will be forced to make day trips to the national park from the west side of the island, then head back to there and stay in a hotel and spend their money. The goal is for the people of the Big Island, including the Puna district and the county of Hawaii, to thrive. STRs are just one of the many ways that allow that to happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Joy. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna go in order here. I have Mary Begier on agenda item number 5, followed by Joy Dillon. And I'll swear you both in at the same time so that you don't have to go through that. Okay. If you please raise your right hand. And please press the button on your mic there. Yep. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do. I do.
Okay. Before you start, please state your name, the town you reside in, and then you have 3 minutes. So whoever wants to go first.
Thank you. My name is Mary Begier. I reside in the town of Hilo, Hawaii. Thank you all for your time here. I know that you're here as volunteers. You stated that earlier, Dennis, Mr. Commissioner. The council gets paid to listen to us talk about these things, but you don't. So I appreciate your attention. You're going to hear a lot of statistics today. There's going to be people that are going to tell you all about how the big bad boy of vacation rentals hurts affordable housing. You're going to hear lots of different definitions of affordable housing. What I'd like to talk about today is a real incident that might put this into a different perspective for you. I recently sold a home for a local family. They had purchased it as an investment, so hoping that one of their 3 children might move home and would need a place to live. None of those 3 children have moved home, so they made that property a long-term rental. The mister in the family did all of the maintenance and care for the home while it was rented and between tenants. They recently sold it, however, because he's just worn out from all the repairs and all the work and money he had to put into that rental. He said, I wish I could have done that, spent that same amount of money upgrading our own home, but they had to keep the rental viable, or livable. Well, when I sold the property, and this home was near to where these people live, one of the neighbors came over and said, hey, you went and sold that house to some good people that like the same kind of people, girls liking girls. And the client said, I don't care. They can swing from the chandelier so long as it's their own chandelier. That really sums it up. Hawaii Island has been a very accepting place. We are a big island. We have a little more space to do things in. It's important that even the most conservative people live and let live. In many ways, we are a model to private property rights across the board. Please don't recommend passage of this Measure 121 or anything like it. Let Hawaii remain Hawaii Island, not a stiffly overregulated environment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Dillon.
Aloha, Chairman Lynn and members of the Windward Planning Commission. My name is Joy Dillon and I'm a Hilo resident. I'm testifying today as a private citizen. Thank you for the opportunities to submit opinions. Oh, I'm also testifying against Bill 122. Thank you for the opportunity to submit opinions regarding Bill 121. I'm submitting a testimony in opposition to Bill 121. There are many reasons to oppose this legislation, but I will focus on a few. Number one, property rights will be violated. The county has no right to mandate which rooms or buildings a private property owner may live in or rent out. The many requirements just to register for a hosted rental are not required of long-term rental owners. Why not? Number two, no enforcement of current regulation. The county is not enforcing Ordinance 2018-114, also known as Bill 108, re-STVRs now. Why should more regulations be imposed on short-term rentals? A quick look online at vacation rental sites will come up with multiple examples of illegal short-term rentals. It's been 5 years since that bill passed, and yet county enforcement is lax or non-existent. Number three, egregious registration fees, fines, and reporting procedures. The county is totally out of line trying to force private property owners and business owners to submit onerous monthly reports. Initial and yearly registration fees and fines that have heretofore been unheard of, even for criminal activity, are burdensome and should not be imposed. Number four, not a solution for long-term housing. The county has no statistics, studies, or proof that further legislating short-term rentals will result in more long-term housing. If the county is truly interested in providing much-needed housing, they should be focused on solving our wastewater problem, finding ways to increase infrastructure, and changing outdated zoning codes and land use regulations. Number five, lost income for our county and state. Visitors want a choice in where they stay when they come here. The short-term rental industry contributes $4.8 billion in visitor spending and $720 million in tax revenues. That money stays here on our island and in our state. Money spent on hotels goes to large international corporations or to the mainland. We need this revenue here. In addition, the short-term rental industry provides many jobs for local residents, which they depend on. Don't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. May I have additional time for Bill 122?
Yes, you've signed up for two agenda items.
I am testifying in opposition to Bill 122. Thank you for the opportunity. The question I must ask about Bill 122 is why? Why is this unneeded legislation being proposed? And it's ironic that there's somebody on the agenda today that is applying for their permit for a B&B, and Bill 122 is proposed to eliminate all B&Bs. So the question I must ask is why? Why is this unneeded legislation being proposed? What positive outcome is expected by repealing bed and breakfast as a permitted use? 6 pages of legislation to repeal a B&B is superfluous and unnecessary. Bed and breakfast venues are the cherished and preferred lodging for many visitors. Why is this option being proposed? It makes no sense. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. The next two testifiers I have is Chuck Barker and Elizabeth DeYoung. Is there a Chuck Barker here? Chuck Barker? Chuck Barker. No Chuck Barker? Okay. The next person I have on the list is Connie Goff. I'll swear you both in at the same time. And then please press the mic in front of you. Yours is on, ma'am. Okay, just this one. Yeah, just press the face. Yep, there you go. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter, not before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Okay, before you start, please state your name, the town you reside in, and you have 3 minutes. Whoever wants to go first, Ms. DeYoung. You can go first.
All right. Elizabeth DeYoung, Hilo, Hawaii, and Bill 121. I want to acknowledge the hard work of Ashley and Heather Kimball and Zendo Kern and all the rest of the staff on all the work they've done on this bill, because what was originally proposed and where it is now is a big difference. But from a planning department or planning commission perspective, I wanted to bring up a couple things for you to keep in mind as we move forward. You know, of course, on the east side, we have very limited options in terms of hotels, and hotels are not appropriate for everybody. But, you know, Banyan Drive at best, 25 to 30-year lease is not a huge incentive for investors to continue to invest in our hotels. So that's another challenge. I have a owner managed vacation rental, and I have 2 dear friends that do as well. All of us were born and raised in Hawaii. We all help with our kapuna being here. And it is an important part of being part of the community. Thanks for letting us testify early, because this is very Monarch Week and everybody's really busy with that. So the timing was unfortunate. But I want to talk a little bit about the owners, the visitors, and the businesses. And I know I only have 3 minutes. So in terms of the owners, we are of Hawaii and we care deeply about this place, and it allows us to be here. In terms of the visitors, it's really interesting. I have a couple of bedroom home, and I live in the Ohana, and my father lives down the street, and I take care of him. And our visitors that are coming from either Hawaii, other islands, or the mainland are mostly multi-generational for my home, because, you know, the kapuna and the family and the kids all can stay together. And they're usually very interested in our island, and they don't go far. They spend a lot of money on the east side, and they're very welcome and interested, and mostly Pono. Also, we get a lot of contractors coming over from either Maui or Oahu that have specialized services here that they're performing, that, you know, hotel is an appropriate couple of workers. They'd like to have a kitchen and that kind of thing. We also have people that train people here, either medical training. And so it's a wide range of people that maybe hotels don't fit. But probably most importantly is the businesses. And of course, it's obvious that restaurants and farmers markets and shops benefit. But the other beneficiaries are the housekeepers, the carpenters, the painters, because, you know, we have many unoccupied homes that money doesn't go into. The house next door to me, in the neighborhood, a lot of people inherit homes and don't take care of them. And we've got to find a way at the Planning Commission to address, unfortunately, the state legislation on ADUs and smaller size lots, empty homes, those kinds of things. And short-term vacation rentals have been vilified to some extent. But you know, keep it in mind as you move forward that it does serve a role in our community. And certainly it has to be done responsibly. And thank you.
Thank you. And just to confirm, your position is oppose or support Bill 121?
I guess support with keeping in mind that the penalties and the burdens are still quite heavy. And of course, the county council can take that into consideration in the final legislation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mel,
Thank
maybe
you.
can- 3 minutes.
Excuse me. My name's Connie Goff and I live in Pahoa and I'm a little nervous, so sorry about that. But I just want to thank you for letting me come and testify today. I am opposed to Bill 121. I am owner occupied and I rent a portion of my home. So I have a big family on the mainland who comes and visits, and it is our way of letting them stay. And then I just rent, like I said, a portion of my home. It helps me pay the high taxes. It helps me be able to own a home here in Hawaii. And, you know, I have no problem paying all the taxes that I think are extremely high, but I follow the laws, I follow the rules, I make nice with all my neighbors. I make sure my residents and the people I host are following the rules. And I don't think I should be penalized because you lump me in with everyone else. I think people who are residents and are doing a legal Airbnb or short-term rental should have accommodations that maybe people who just have a house here that live on the mainland or own various properties or other corporations. But I think residents should be able to have these things to help them pay for living here. And, you know, we are contributing factor to our community. And I think that this bill not only takes away my property rights of letting me do what I want with my property, but I think the fees that they cost are just exorbitant on top of all the taxes that I already pay. I mean, by the time you figure it out, you pay 25% of what you make in taxes, and I don't have a problem doing that because that's the law. I think increasing that is prohibitive and it's detrimental to me. So I adamantly oppose 121. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, I only have 3 more testifiers. Anthony Wright. Joe, I'm gonna butcher your last name, but Joe Schneckenberger. And then I have Audrey Wang. Is there Anthony Wright, Joe Schneckenberger, and Audrey Wang? Sorry, you are.
You pronounce my name right.
Okay,
Good job.
Schneckenberger. Okay, Joe. Okay, and then you are Audrey, ma'am. Ma'am, are you Audrey Wong? Okay. So is there Anthony Wright in the room? Anthony Wright? No, nobody outside. Okay, we'll just take these 2 for now, and then we'll come back to Anthony. So if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter, now before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do.
Okay, before you start, please state your name, the town you reside in, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Joe Schneckenberger from Kailua Kona. Aloha. Aloha, and thank you for your service. I think that this bill does not go near far enough. I think it is great that the transient accommodation owners must register like sex offenders and post their scarlet letter for neighbors and inspectors to see. Maybe they should even have to post billboard size notices on their property to enhance neighborhood beauty. But really, the next door house rented to long-term neighbors is much worse. Once last year, the vacation rental baby was crying for over 10 minutes, kind of annoying. But the regular long-term tenants have wild parties that go on at all hours. They play loud music much of the time. They need to register also. And then there's the mother across the street who owns her own home but travels, leaving her crazy loud teenagers behind. They need to register too. And don't get me started about our barking dog. I think that everyone should have to register and everyone should have to be back to their house within 3 hours of my phone call. So what if she's in Honolulu for a medical appointment? She can just tell her doctor she needs to run and sprint to the airport and be back here whenever I demand, according to this bill. Which could be whenever I am annoyed at her or want to toy with her. And if the last flight has already left, she can pay the county $10,000 fine for not being nicer to me. None of my neighbors should be able to make noise that I can hear on my property, not just vacation renters. I assume, to go along with this bill's requirements, that there is some new technology that will stop the sound at the border, the property line. Actually, I say, why wait till eight for quiet hours? Why not all day? I think all the neighbors, especially, make noise with blowers and trimmers all day. All that noise should be required to stop at the property line. While you're at it, please add to this bill that all cars and motorcycle noise should stop at the property line also. All motor vehicles should have to register and have a placard on them so we could call in if, say, they're playing their bass too loud in their car, that we could call in and the driver would be required to report to the police station within 1 hour and get a ticket. Another thing, my Kapuna neighbor often has visitors that park in front of my home. They need to be banned from parking on my side of the public street.
Seconds.
With all his homeowner exemptions and Kapuna exemptions, he doesn't even pay nearly as much taxes as the tourists that stay for a week that wouldn't be allowed to park there. On a positive note, I think that the aloha to mainland and foreign international corporations in Bill 121 is very thoughtful. I appreciate that they only have to pay $100 once and they're registered as TAR participants for life, whereas the Hawaiians have to pay fees of over $1,000 a year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, Audrey, go ahead.
Aloha, thank you for your service. I'm Audrey from Kainoa Kona. I invest all my money to be able to have my vacation rental. I'm a single mom. Please take away. Please don't take away my means of my education for my child, pay for my medical issue and my retirement plan. Living in Hawaii is expensive. Taxes on basics like food and medical makes it difficult. On top of that, with property tax and income tax are so high in Hawaii. Not mean to mention the mortgage, it is impossible to make it with just one job. With Bill 121, I likely have to sell my home to avoid lose my home to foreclosures. And the sales price maybe even not cover the mortgage. Without vacation rentals, my house value will be going down. Who I can sell to? Maybe luckily, possibly only I can sell to rich mainlander could afford it without vacation rental income. I would like to have to have a second job because there would not be any, because not so many vacation rentals, there's not so many tours, and with that, so many, not these tours, there's no many business open need employees. I would be able to, with Bill 121, I wouldn't be able to go to Honolulu for my medical treatment because I couldn't go back in 3 hours. And I think I will never be able to retire. I would probably have to move to Las Vegas with all the other Hawaiians. Please don't take away the source of my life. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, the last person I have here is Anthony Wright. Is Anthony Wright here? Anthony? No, okay. Okay, that ends our hour of general testimony. As I said earlier, you still have an opportunity to testify when the agenda item is called. So right now we'll move into our new business here. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I've received a request for agenda item number 3 to be pushed forward before agenda item number 1. And has that been agreed upon between the two applicants? Yes, okay. So at this time, I will ask for agenda item number 3, applicants Stephen and Cheryl Winter, PL-SMA-2023-000043, application for a special management area use permit to develop a farm consisting of a single-family residence, caretaker's cottage, greenhouse, barn, pasture, and related improvements on 2 shoreline parcels totaling 30.16 acres, all within the special management area. The subject parcels are located at Pa'ahau Road, approximately 1,200 feet north of its intersection with Naina Kai Road, Haina portion of Pa'alea to Lauka Hamakua, Hawaii, TMK 4-5-002. Parcels number 16 and 80. Well, you guys make it hard for me with all these Hawaiian words. Okay, at this time, we'll call up a staff presentation, Alex Roy.
Hi. Well, they took a bunch of people to talk and then they ran out of time and so they
Sorry, whoever's on Zoom, you still have an opportunity to testify. But at this time, if you could please mute your microphone. Thank you.
Also, Chair, ready? Okay. All right, today I'm presenting a SMA Special Management Area Use Permit Application 2023 000043 for Stephen and Cheryl Winter. The location of the project you can see here on the screen. It's on the north side of the island near Honoka'a and just north of Haina. It's actually encompasses 2 parcels, but the outline is both parcels. I just wanted to clarify that the parcels in question, so the project area, a portion of it, so a good portion of it is in the SMA, but there are portions of the properties that are outside of the SMA. So not really. While we're covering the whole project, that includes the development of all the parcels. I just wanted you to be aware that technically the SMA covers only those activities within the SMA area, which on this screen is outlined in the red dash. At this time, the applicant is requesting to construct a farm dwelling on parcel 16. It's a single story, 6,200 square foot structure, 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, kitchen, pool, and related development. This also includes a 900 square foot carport. They plan on constructing a caretaker's cottage on parcel 80, which is a single story, 760 square feet, 1 bedroom cottage. They plan on constructing a greenhouse, approximately 450 square feet, a barn and workshop, 2,100 square feet. Additional work includes, of course, landscaping, the establishment of grazing areas for animal husbandry, field crops, fruit orchards, nursery, farming, and related development, and that includes fencing. There'll be a number of fences surrounding the property, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. Water will be via the county for the dwellings only. A private well or other source for irrigation will be necessary for the agricultural portion of the project. And septic will be via on-site individual wastewater systems, one for each of the dwellings. So one for the farm dwelling and one for the caretaker's cottage. County zoning, the entire area, as we can see, is agricultural 40 acres. Hyena is, you can see there's a little bit of industrial and residential that encompasses that kind of town area off to the southwest. State land use, take note of the conservation district portion along the coastal area and along the kind of coastal portion of the project site. The applicant will be required to obtain approval for some portions of the project that occur in the conservation district. DLNR has authority in that, and so while the SMA does cover this, they still will be required to get permits or approvals through DLNR once the SMA it gets resolved. The whole area pretty much is within agriculture, and again, the town Hyena is encompasses the urban state land use. So we have all three, conservation, agriculture, and urban in this area. Lupang, so the general plan map shows the coastal portion typical open. The project area is majority within the intensive agriculture or important ag lands. And that's the activity that the applicants are wishing to pursue. And then we have some industrial and medium density urban that kind of surround the town to the south of the project area. You can see that the industrial does kind of creep into the project area, but this is a broad brush. And so, you know, for all intents and purposes, the small portion of the coastal area is open and the rest of the property is within IAL, so the important ag lands. Here's an aerial photograph of the site. The boundaries are a little wonky when in the GIS, so I kind of outlined them, the property in red. The lines could be shifted slightly, you know, but we see the two parcels. On the left is parcel 16, on the right is parcel 80. So on the right-hand side will be the main farm dwelling, and then on the left-hand parcel will be the caretaker's cottage. And then, of course, agricultural uses will be spread throughout. I do have a site plan. Also take note, there is a coastal trail, kind of a Jeep trail that, sorry, computer's trying to restart. Oh, let's cancel. Uh-oh. The computer might try to restart here. There's a coastal Jeep trail that you know, is established and was shown in an archaeological survey. It's not heavily used, but it is used by fishermen along that area. The applicant's not going to block access along that shoreline. So there still will be plenty of access along the shoreline for fishermen to, you know, to get to those fishing areas that are located along the coast. Here's an aerial view kind of from the ocean looking Malca. You can see it's pretty overgrown, lots of ironwood trees, grasses, invasive species that the applicant's going to work to remove, and of course to help to establish their agricultural use and utility on the properties. You can see the shoreline is very cliffy, high cliffs, very limited access to the actual ocean boundary because of those high cliffs. There is Honoka'a Landing, which is just to the north and much easier access in that area. I threw this in. This is the inventory survey map showing a few of the sites. Most of them are industrial sites of ranching and things like that. The features are being avoided, and SHPD has reviewed and commented, as you saw in the report. The hail, there's no evidence of that any longer. Here's the site plan. So the fencing along the shoreline will be set back 40 feet. The applicant's currently pursuing a shoreline certification. And so once the certification is complete and approved by DLNR, then they can actually set that 40-foot setback. But if you noted, we added a condition that if that shoreline erodes, which is, it's eroded pretty significantly over time, there used to be a state parcel, Mackay of that, a lot of that's eroded. If that shoreline erodes, the fence will move back and maintain that 40-foot corridor. And so you can see the house on the right, I'm sorry, on parcel 16, and then the caretaker's cottage is on parcel 80 on the left. And the pastures, they have, the orchards, growing areas, the barn, things like that. So the site plans really shows the agricultural nature of this project. And being on 2 parcels, this is good for the SMA because really only 1 home is going on each parcel instead of 2 homes onto 1 parcel. This is access. I kind of threw this in there to show just a couple of the boundaries and setbacks. Access will be via these road and utility easements, again, outside the SMA, but just to kind of show you. So they're going to have 2 separate accesses to each side, to each parcel. And then they're going to build a road, as we saw previously. There'll be an access kind of path to get to between the structures, but they can separately be accessed from the road. And then we have the SMA boundary. We show the conservation district and of course the building setbacks due to zoning code. This is just an access. It's a pretty unimproved road, gravel, some pave. RU6A will head to the caretaker's cottage, and RUG will take the applicant's right to the main farm dwelling. And those are easements that the applicants have rights to use and utilize. So based on the SMA review and our review of the project details, the director is recommending approval of PL SMA 2023-000043 with stated conditions.
Thank you. At this time, commissioners, do you have any questions for staff?
I do.
Commissioner Perrin.
Could you go back to the slide where it shows where the units will be built on the property in reference to the setback? The shoreline setback? Alex, did the computer restart?
No, it's going to. It won't let me snooze it again.
Okay, we somehow lost the image, so just give me a minute to
Okay.
fix that, Chair.
Sorry, commissioners. Technical difficulties.
We'll take a 5-minute recess for now.
Christian, are you able to view the recess slide?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And is Zoom working on your end? Christian, can you verify that you can still hear us?
Yes, I'm sorry, Maya. I've got you.
Okay, thank you. Christian, on our end, we see a screen with stars and a rock structure. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, Christian, can you hear me?
Yes, I've got you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're gonna resume the meeting.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
so Windward Planning Commission will now come back to order. It is now 10:37. So we resume with Commissioner Perrin's question.
Sorry, yes, no, I just wanted to clarify with where they were going to be building their units in reference to the shoreline setback. And I apologize because I actually thought it was a lot closer. I guess the way that it was portioned on the original one. So it's actually centered to the property and it's way more than 40 feet from the shoreline setback.
Yeah, actually, that blue line that you see along the shoreline, that would be the fence line, which would be the 40-foot setback.
Alex, if you could show, I think where their confusion is you have the line for the conservation line, which is the house is pushed right up to. And then you have the
Yeah.
shoreline, that's actually the blue line along there. So if you could just maybe with your cursor show the difference between those two.
Yeah, the shoreline is actually this dotted line here, approximately, because the applicant is working through their shoreline certification. So right along here, this is the approximate shoreline.
Okay.
Setback 40 feet would be the fencing.
Got you.
And that's where the applicant will maintain that 40-foot width, even if erosion occurs along the shoreline.
Got you. But
And
none of the
then,
units that they plan to live in are anywhere near that. They're actually.
in fact, yeah, like,
I just wanted to
like the
confirm
director
that.
pointed out, it's 200 feet then into the conservation district. And then you can see that they're set back from that. But here, the closest development is about 200 feet. And so the rest, the pastures will be the primary use of that shoreline area.
Got it. Thank you very much.
No, of course.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant and applicant's representative to come up. Okay, if you could please raise your right hand and turn on your microphone there, please, for me. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter, now before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do.
Okay, before you start, please state your name, area, town you reside in, and then you have, you can go ahead with your presentation.
My name is Stephen Winter. This is my wife Cheryl, and we live in Honokaa.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sidney Fouque. I'm a planning consultant. I'm assisting the Winters. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge our appreciation to both the chair as well as the creators for allowing us to kind of like leapfrog over the other application. We've had a chance to discuss the staff's report and the recommendation, and we found them to be acceptable. There are just kind of like a few points I'd like to just kind of amplify for the sake of the applicant as well as the commission. Just to give you some background as far as who the Winters are. Mr. Winter actually started off as a farmer, and like how people say, like, you got to get off the farm, you got to go to school, and he did that. Had a very successful professional career. Now he wants to kind of segue and go back to being so-called his roots. So they purchased the property a number of years ago with the idea of like converting this 30-acre area into a pretty active farm area. He grew up in the Midwest. So like they had some cattle. So the proposal is to have like about 18, 20 acres of like a cattle grazing area, as well as some area for sheep and a goat, especially in the gully areas. And then of course, some typical, fruit trees, lychee, so on and so forth. So that's their goal. That's their objective. Their timetable is as soon as they can get this approval, they can secure necessary approvals from the state conservation office, because the land board rules require like you need an SMA permit before you can apply for any subsequent permits. So this is kind of like the first permit that needs to be considered. If all things goes well, in about 2 years, they hope to have like a very thriving farm in that area. The staff's report, they're just like kind of one point I'd like to just kind of further emphasize that There is this coastal condition, and that's found in condition number 4. And there was a historical lateral access along that area, so that's going to be continued. And we all know that the shoreline shifts over time, but probably less so in this area because it's all poly. You know, unlikely you have a sandy shoreline, but in the unlikely event that there's a need for a new certified shoreline survey, and then the determination is made that the line moved further Malca, well, so will the lateral access as well be. The condition also required that the fencing does not occur from Malca Mackay all the way down to the end of the property. This is to enable the unfettered use of the coastal area for Jeep trail and so on and so forth. But aside from that, I think, you know, we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fouquet. Mr. Winch, did you have any comments to make?
I just wanted to thank Sid for his assistance in putting together our application and the many public agencies who commented on it. We appreciate the thoughtful and I thought thorough and fair review by the planning department. And of course, their recommendation. And we are comfortable with the proposed conditions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion for action on this issue and on this agenda item?
Chair, I'd like to motion to approve the application for the special management area use permit docket number PL SMA 2023-4043. Be approved based on the planning director's recommendation and the conditions imposed by the DLNR further downstream from us.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Kush
Second.
for approval and then seconded by Commissioner Deleuze. Is there any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, staff, roll call vote.
Commissioner Kush,
Aye.
Commissioner Deleuze,
Aye.
Commissioner Perrin,
Aye.
Vice Chair Denali,
Aye.
and Chair Lynn.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 with 1 excused.
Thank you very much. And then you'll be notified in writing of our decision. Thank you. Okay, we are now moved to agenda item number 1. And that, are you switching out with? Okay. Okay, at this time, Director Kern will be subbed out with Deputy Planning Director Jeffrey Darrow. Okay, so applicant number 1, agenda item number 1, sorry, is Axel and Michelle Cradle, PL-SPP-2024-000061, application for a special permit to allow for the establishment of a 4-bedroom bed and breakfast operation within an existing dwelling and guest house on a 0.5 acre portion of an approximately 13.61 acre parcel of land in the state land use agricultural district. The subject property is located at 2893 Kaiviki Road, approximately 0.3 miles west of its intersection with Maile Kea Road, Pauka'a Farm Lots, Pauka'a, South Hilo, Hawaii, TMK 32-6-01, parcel number 1. At this time, I don't see any other testifiers for this agenda item, so we will go straight into the staff presentation. Okay, Jessica, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lynn. Okay, as stated, this is a special permit application for Axel Cartel and Michelle Cartel. And the subject property is located on Kaiviki Road, just Malka up Kaiviki Road, which is north of Hilo. And the applicant's request is a special permit to allow the establishment of a 4-bedroom bed and breakfast operation to host a maximum of 10 guests within an existing 1,700 square foot 3-bedroom farm dwelling and a 442 square foot, one-bedroom guest house. The applicants reside in an existing 3,148 square foot, four-bedroom farm dwelling and will act as on-site operators of the bed and breakfast. The applicants have obtained approval for an additional farm dwelling or an AFD and propose to change the designations of the existing dwellings so that the applicant's residence will be classified as the AFD, while the primary farm dwelling will operate as the bed and breakfast. 6 on-site parking stalls will be provided for guests. Quiet hours will be established from 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. And a 500 square foot open air pavilion near the B&B will be used by the applicants and guests for viewing the garden. The purpose of the request stated by the applicant is that the proposed B&B will generate supplemental income by offering rooms that have been used to house farm workers to short-term guests during times when less farm labor is needed. Additionally, since the applicants maintain a farm on the property that focuses on forestry, native plant conservation, soil regeneration, Christmas tree propagation, ornamental conifers, coffee and tea cultivation, carbon farming, and timber production, the B&B will allow guests to learn about agricultural practices in Hawaii. This shows you the zoning, and the subject property is outlined in red. You can see the property is zoned agricultural 10 acres, as is much of the property surrounding it. There is some agricultural 20 acres to the south, and Mauka of the property, there is forest reserve. The property is designated agricultural by the state land use boundary map, and most of the properties are around it. There is some conservation land, just Mauka, and also to the north of the property. The general plan designates this property as important agricultural land, and most of the area around is also IAL. And there is conservation designation, Mauka, and also to the north of the property. Here, you see the larger plan on the left shows you the entire property, and this is the applicant's proposed site plan showing existing and proposed areas to be used by the bed and breakfast. On the right, we've shown a zoomed in version of the site plan to show you the existing farm dwelling. You can see on the upper portion, which is the applicant's residence. And then the bed and breakfast portions of the property are on the lower portion of that zoomed in map. You can see the as-built guest house kind of in the center there. And then, let's see if I can show you with the cursor. The guest house is located here. And then over here, the applicant shows the as-built farm dwelling to be used for the bed and breakfast. This portion would be the main dwelling, and then it has 3 detached bedrooms here. And then just below that is the proposed open air pavilion. So this portion of the site plan is where the proposed bed and breakfast will be located. The access comes off of Kaiviki Road, and I'll point that out here. There is an existing easement that's used to access this bed and breakfast area. Next, we have a series of plans of floor plans and elevations. This shows you the guest house. These plans show the primary structure and the 3 detached bedrooms, which will comprise the bed and breakfast. And this is a view of the aerial. This is the aerial photograph of the property showing you I'll kind of point out again, this is the zone where the bed and breakfast will be located. This is the applicant's existing residence, and Kaiviki Road provides the access at about this location. These are views of Kaiviki Road looking west or Mauka with the access to the subject property right here. And then on the right, we've got a view looking east or Makai. And then this is another view showing the access from Kaiviki Road, showing this slide or photo on the left shows kind of a view across the entire property. And then on the right, you see the driveway and the entry gate into the bed and breakfast main dwelling. And then some existing views of the structures that are proposed to be used for the bed and breakfast, with the detached bedrooms on the left here, the guest house on the upper right, and the main farm dwelling structure on the lower right. And these structures would be required to go through building permitting and obtain permits for the proposed use. The director's recommendation is approval with conditions. And I will note that since we finalized the conditions, the director opted to add an additional condition. And this was in response to testimony raising concerns with disturbances to neighboring properties. And the recommendation is to add the following condition requiring signage for the proposed use. And I think you all received a copy of this already, but essentially the intention is that the applicant shall install signage to direct guests to access the bed and breakfast. We noted that the sign dimensions would be 18 inches by 24 inches with 3 inches for a border on all sides. And the sign shall be located just inside the subject property's boundary, visible from Kaiviki Road, not within the county right of way. And this was intended to help alleviate some of the disturbances that were raised by public testimony. And with that, I'll hand it back to the chair.
Thank you, Jessica. Questions for staff, commissioners?
Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Kush, go ahead.
So what are I see there's at least 2, 4, 5 buildings on there, and I noticed there's one or permit that's been applied for. But all of those dwellings didn't seem to be accounted for in here. What are the ramifications of granting the special management area use without
permit.
those building permits?
So we included conditions that require completion of the building permits before the structures can be used for the proposed use. Does that address your question?
Yeah, I guess, but some of them, what if they can't be, due to code not violations, but the current code, they can't be met? Do they have the option to rebuild, or what are you can see how this could get murky.
I understand your question. The applicant might be able to explain more about their proposal to get those permitted, but our condition requires that they complete permit process, that they obtain final inspection before use. However that happens.
Thank you, Jessica.
Sure.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, I have a question. So in the testimony that was provided to us, some of the individuals said that this has been operating illegally since 2019. Does the planning department have record of any complaints from that time?
I believe it was in the background that there was a complaint, and part of the applicant's stated reason for coming in for a special permit is to legitimize the operation.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? If not, thank you, staff, and then I'll bring up the applicant and the applicant's representative. And I would leave that up. Yeah. I think we'll just do a continued practice of leaving the presentation up just in case any commissioners want to reference it.
Did you want the site plan slide or any other?
I would
particular
just
slide?
leave it up for now, and then if
Okay.
any commissioners want to reference a specific slide.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. If I could swear you both in, please. Just press the button with the face there. Right on the bottom. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter and not before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do. I do.
Okay. And have you received the planning department's recommendations and background reports, and do you agree with those conditions?
Yes, we have, and we do, including the proposed new condition 4 and renumbering of subsequent conditions to address the signage.
Okay. Okay, before you start, please state your name, area you reside in, and you can do your presentation.
Aloha kako, John Pippin of Land Planning Hawaii, here assisting Axel and Michelle Kratel. I live in Honoka'a. Thank you very much for your service, and especially for managing the testimony today to allow applicants and other agenda items to actually have their time in front of you. Much appreciated. We also received the testimony from surrounding property owners, and we addressed it to the commission in writing. We believe the conditions that are proposed address any of those potential ongoing concerns. The heart of the matter is this is a reasonable and unusual use. It's for a half acre of this nearly or over 13 acre subject property. It will allow the applicants to continue to farm this as they have been for quite some time. This isn't the time to discuss Bill 121, 122, right? This is being evaluated under the current rules that would allow a special permit to be granted consistent with county and state laws. And the applicants chose this potentially much harder route because it is tied to their farm and it is separate from this larger TAR question and controversy that's coming before you today. So I'd like to respectfully request that not undue scrutiny be put on this application because of this coincidence in timing on this agenda. This is a working farm, and it's no secret how hard it is for farmers to make it, to make ends meet. And this is a way that the applicants have found to make ends meet and not be disruptive to their community. You know, these disruptions have been very, very few and far between, and it's like folks turning down the wrong driveway. And like we said, the proposed condition 4 should address that completely. So with that, we respectfully request your favorable consideration to approve this application. Much appreciated. Axel.
Yeah,
Hi, I'm Axel Kratel. I live up at Kaiviki, Hilo. I wanted to highlight a couple of things. By the way, thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this to you today. There's a bit of history behind the farm. Wanted to share a little bit of that so you can understand it. And I'm very active in the farming community and in farm activism on Hawaii Island. I'm a member of the Hawaii Farmers Union. I'm their legislative liaison for the East Hawaii chapter. Also in 2018, maybe some of you remember, I was involved with organizing the cattle rescue via helicopter in collaboration with civil defense. For a time, we also tried to establish a dairy up on our farm, but found that the grade D and F soils made for 6 to 8 acres per cow grazing, which we just couldn't sustain. So we've been very focused on the regenerative agriculture part on the farm. So we actually have 2 active NRCS grants, one for native plant pollinator habitat, another one for rotational grazing we have goats on the farm as well. So we're not just, that wasn't mentioned, so I thought at least I'd bring that up. So we do have livestock up there. We have 9 acres of koa and hapu'u and Saddleria fern forest that we're also trying to preserve. And we have a small area that we're dedicating to Christmas tree cultivation, and we have a nursery. I'm an avid plantsman as well, and I love growing things. So we got a lot of stuff going on the farm. Going to the previous hosted rental activities, we've been operating under Bill 108. In the light of everything that's going on, we felt that it was really important for us to make sure that everything on the farm was properly permitted. So we approached county planning. By the way, thank you, Jeff Darrell, and the rest of the folks in planning that really have been working with us to figure this out. The best solution here was to then go to a bed and breakfast model. The usage we're proposing isn't anything beyond what we were doing under Bill 108. We understand the structures all need to be properly permitted. There's not, in fact, we're below what's even would be potential out under 121. And since we're sticking to just 4 bedrooms, we're very conscious in wanting to keep the footprint light. It's a very, very light footprint that we're proposing, mostly because what we're really interested in is a lot of the agriculture on the property. The other thing I wanted to mention is that our farm is a bit unusual in the sense that the riparian corridor for the Kikala stream runs right through the middle of the property. It is not a boundary as it is in most plots. And so the conservation practices on the riparian corridor are super important. We've already replaced the cesspool on the farm, put in a septic tank instead. We have another septic tank that services so both farm dwellings all have their own septic tank. And we really are trying to go down the right path and with collaboration with planning, try to come up with the best solution. This is why we're in front of you today. And I really hope that you will support us in continuing our agriculture activities up there. So thank you for your time.
And if I could just briefly
Go ahead.
add a little bit more to Commissioner Cush's question about what if building permits are very difficult with the existing structures. So this is really, I'm not an architect or an engineer, I'm not a design professional, but the applicants have engaged with design professionals, and it is their opinion that they can work with what they've got there. It's not to say no improvements would be necessary. Yes, improvements may be necessary to these structures, but whatever is required will be accomplished to get them permitted. Thank you.
Maybe I should make a quick comment about that because I've been working with Bill, who's working on all of these plans for us, and he has already run through the structures through their structural engineer, and they believe that there's a way for us to get it all properly permitted. We have plans. We're very close to submitting those plans. I was hoping to get it done before this hearing, but it's just always, a lot of going back and forth and making sure that we've got everything covered. So it does take time.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions?
Yeah, I just want, I have a
Vice Chair
question.
Daniele. Go ahead.
Can you explain what carbon fiber farming is? Carbon farming.
Carbon farming, yeah. So the idea is to try to capture as much carbon as possible in the soil and in trees. So effectively, one of the things that we're doing is we're planting redwoods and cryptomeria along with the koa trees, because the Hakalau Wildlife Refuge folks have found that there's an incredible synergy between the conifers and the koa trees. And one individual redwood can sequester up to 250 tons of carbon in its lifetime. The koa trees are a bit less, but there are some pretty large koa trees up in the mountains. So I know that they're quite, they can sequester quite a lot. So that's one of the things that we're doing on the forestry side. It's also been shown that the rotational grazing increases the carbon that gets pushed into the soil because the livestock layers the grass on top of each other, and it builds more and more soil, which absorbs more and more carbon. The best way maybe to illustrate it is if you take the soils up Kaiviki, you put your shovel in into most of the degraded soil, you'll have 2 or 3 inches of of black soil or, you know, dark brown soil. And as you go down, it turns bright red. The idea with the regenerative agriculture and the carbon sequestration is that you push that amount of carbon, that line much further down into the ground. You know, you can reach, I've seen reports for rotational grazing, pushing it down as far as a foot. So, and with the trees, of course, they're also capturing carbon above ground as well as into the soil.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? If not, my question would be, based on your current operation, how much of your income is from rentals versus the farming?
I don't have those numbers here, but I can tell you that farming, the rental income will always be more than the farming. There's just no way around that, and it's just getting worse. You know, yeah, I've spoken to Heather, Councilwoman Heather Kimball about some of these things. She's working on trying to figure out how to change that law within Hawaii County so that you can flip the equation so that it's understood that the tourism is going to bring in more money than the farming, but the tourism can still support the farming, and the farming can outstrip the tourism from the volume of activity. On our farm, we're literally talking about possibly 2 to 3 parties max at a time coming to our farm versus the agricultural side, which takes up most of the 14 acres. So there's so in terms of activity volume, we're way higher on the agriculture than we are on the tourism. It's not going to be reflected on the monetary side though. And you got to take into consideration, you know, the property tax and the mortgages on Hawaii properties are astronomical. And that money's got to come from somewhere. Farmers, there's no way farmers are going to be able to make it. Small farms can't make ends meet based on those incomes. Michelle works for HPD, and she's a county worker, and the county salaries are also not commensurate with what they should be to offset the expenses of living in Hawaii. So I hope you guys take all of that into consideration. So you want to...
If I may.
Yeah, if you speak into the mic, please. Yeah, she's.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Craytel and I live in Hilo on the subject property. And as Axel mentioned, I do work for Hawaii Police Department. I'm the section leader of the information technology section. When we moved to Hawaii, our goal was to build out this farm and also host visitors on our farm as supplemental income. We never imagined back then how difficult it would be to actually have any actual revenue from the farm. It took Axel many years of countless hours of labor and experimentation to determine what is actually viable to grow on this property and what actually could earn income. In that time, our only source of income has been these rental units until the coronavirus pandemic started, in which case we had to shut down those operations. That is when I took the job at Hawaii Police Department. Now, as a supervisory level employee, I do not earn enough money to support our family of 4 or pay for the mortgage on the farm. So the rental income has been, and I'm the one who does the books every year for taxes, the rental income has been well over 50% of our family income. And we are not rich. We are not, you know, living in the lap of luxury. It is hard work. Axel is literally out on the farm every day for 12 to 16 hours every day, farming and doing everything that he can to improve the quality of the soil and to improve the forest and to promote the conservation of native species and develop synergies between native species and species that are also beneficial to the ecosystem. He's not a gentleman farmer or a vanity farmer. He actually does this. It is in his blood. It's in his bones. It was, as most people who live in Hawaii understand how expensive it is to live here. And many people say, oh, yes, you have to have a side hustle. We came here, this was meant to be our only hustle, for lack of a better term. It was our primary our primary objective. My job at the police department was meant to be a side hustle. I didn't realize that once I started working there that I would actually love working there so much that I continue to work there even after our business has recovered. But even with that salary and the income from the guest units, we are, making ends meet. And that's, we're not rolling in it by any stretch.
Excellent. Thanks.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Any other questions, commissioners? Any other comments from the applicants?
I just really appreciate your service. Thank you.
Okay, if not, is there a motion for action on this agenda item?
I move that the application for special permit docket number PL-SPP-2024-000061 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
I second.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Daniele and seconded by Commissioner Perrin. And oh, yes, and for clarification, Vice Chair Daniele, are you including the additional condition that was proposed by the planning director?
Yes, I do approve the additional recommendation by the planning director.
Okay, and that's regarding the signage.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's been moved by Vice Chair Daniele and seconded by Commissioner Perrin. Any discussion on this motion for approval? Any comments? No, I would just say I appreciate that you guys are trying to do the right thing. I think that the neighbors, it comes down to just creating the relationships with your neighbors and making them understand what you're doing. I think a lot of the times people move into a neighborhood and they don't know who their next door neighbor is, and maybe creating that relationship, just saying, hey, would you like to come over and see what we're doing, right? I think a lot of the times it's that. But yeah, I appreciate what you guys are doing and doing it properly, especially with the building permits and getting those properly permitted. So yeah, Commissioner, Planning Director, sorry.
Thank you. I also second what you're saying and really appreciate the Createls coming in and working with us to resolve this issue. But more than that, they're highlighting an issue that is affecting many farmers across the islands. And that is, it is very difficult to be able to make ends meet by just farming. There's more and more requirements placed on them. There's more and more restrictions. There's all of these diseases and things that happen that are out of their control, and sometimes even to the point that it wipes out their operation. So we do have to consider other alternatives to help farmers to be able to make ends meet and succeed in farming. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. With that, I don't see any other lights on, so
Okay,
call for the
we'll
vote.
take a roll call. Commissioner Daniele,
Aye.
Commissioner Perrin,
I
Commissioner Deleuze,
Aye.
Commissioner Kush,
Aye.
and Chair Lynn.
Aye.
The motion passes with 5 votes.
You'll be notified via writing of our decision. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, switching off. Okay, at this time, Director Darrell will be switched out with Director Kern. The next agenda item. I do want to note that agenda item number 2, applicant Tirtha Luitel, PL-SPP 2024-00062. There has been a request to defer this application until the next planning commission hearing. So I do have one testifier though on this agenda. I know. No. So may I ask for Megan Isaac to come up? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm on. Okay, now we're on agenda item number 4. And just to check, Christian, is there anybody on Zoom that would like to testify on the agenda item number 2 that hasn't testified so far?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll move on to agenda item number 4. Applicant Jeremy Graham, PL-SMA-2024-000047. Application for a special management area use permit to construct a 2-story, 6,404 square foot single family residence and related improvements on a 23,958 square foot shoreline parcel within the special management area. The subject property is located on Paradise Alakai Road, approximately 200 feet north of the intersection of Paradise Alakai Road and Kilika Street, Hawaiian Paradise Park Subdivision, Puna, Hawaii, TMK 31-5-059, parcel number 49. And then we'll go into staff presentation. Alex.
Okay, this is a special management area use permit application 24-47. I won't reiterate all the numbers you just kind of went through. For Jeremy Graham. Here's a location map. So you can see a map of Hawaiian Paradise Park. The project area is located along the coast. Paradise Alakai is the kind of coastal, the road closest to the coast in that area. Orchid Lands Estates, KL are also on this map, just showing reference. This is the tax map, kind of showing the development. And the project area is kind of near the intersection of Kilika Road and Paradise Alakai Road. Again, the coastal road. All the parcels are predominantly the same size and shape. So just kind of give you some reference. But take note of the larger parcel, just a couple parcels to the right of the subject parcel outlined in red. That's a county-owned parcel. The applicant is requesting to construct a single-family dwelling, a 2-story residence with about 3,300 square feet of interior space and about 3,000 square feet of exterior space. The residence will include 5 bedrooms, 3.5 baths, garage, and a covered lanai. Additional work includes an in-ground swimming pool, will be on the Mackay side of the development, a private well for potable water use, an individual wastewater system approved by DOH, driveway, landscaping, and other related improvements to a residential development. The reason this is here today is because of valuation. The law requires that when a property hits a certain valuation, it ends up becoming an SMA major. And that valuation is greater than 500,000. So that's really the only reason. I mean, it is a coastal parcel, but the main reason is because of valuation that's slightly higher. So county zoning, A1A for the whole area, as you can see, except for the county parcel, which is zoned open. State land use, all agriculture, again, except for the county parcel, which is zoned conservation. LUPEG, or the general plan map, shows the coastal area as typical as in open, and the majority or rest of the subdivision within the rural designation. This is an aerial photograph of the site. So you can see this it's typical for this area where you have very overgrown. The property's never been developed, so it's significantly overgrown. to the point where I stood on the road, taking a picture was just a wall of vegetation. So it wasn't, so this is overgrown with ironwoods, which will be cleared out. So landscaping will be brought in. And there's a large bench you can see there. The applicant did obtain a shoreline certification. So we kind of asked that to set the 40-foot setback. This is just kind of a broader overview. The property is outlined in red, kind of to show you the character of the subdivision, which is predominantly single-family residences. A good majority of the shoreline is developed, but there are still a few open parcels, this being one of them. You can see now the county parcel here. There's another small rectangular parcel between the applicant and the county parcel, which is right about here. I keep mentioning that because that is the access, that is shoreline access. People utilize that predominantly to get to the shoreline along this area, walking along the shoreline for fishing and shoreline access. So that is really the access in this area. And so it's, close to the property, but it is separated by another parcel, which would be right about here. So the county parcel is heavily used as shoreline access for visitors, for locals, for residents, for fishermen. And that will remain unimpeded by this project. Here's a site plan showing the simple development. You have the home here, set back in the center of the property. The pool will be, again, mackay of that, wastewater septic system, kind of north of that. And then the blue dashed line is the 40-foot setback, which was off of the certified shoreline. So again, that's the actual 40-foot setback. And so you can see the property development, I think it starts about 47 feet from the certified shoreline. And then there'll be a driveway coming straight off of Paradise Alakai Road. So these are very, the width of the parcel is only about 80 something feet. So they're not very wide. So the development is kind of elongated in that sense. This is the site plan of or the plans for the home. You have the first floor on the left, the garage, family rooms, and then of course the second floor here, showing the other bedrooms, living room, covered deck. Just to kind of give, the plans of course were in your report. I'd like to show this. This is kind of the view from, this will be the view from the street and then the view from the ocean on the bottom. So to kind of give you an idea of the height and what the property's going to look like from the ocean and from the street. This is a shot of Paradise Alakai in Kilikau Road intersection. A couple things to note. There's a siren right there, right at the edge of the county parcel. And then there's another undeveloped parcel. And then the blue arrow shows the location of the proposed driveway. And then the overgrown parcel, you can see the ironwoods and such. That's the parcel there. So I kind of just want to show just the state of that road. I know a lot of us have been down there, but Paradise Alakai is kind of a 2-lane road. Same with Kilikau Road. So evacuation would be through Kilikau Road and out of the subdivision. And the siren would be very noticeable for these applicants. Based on that, the director's recommendation is approval of PL SMA 2024-000047 with the stated conditions.
Thank you, Alex. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay. Seeing none, I will take this a little out of order, but I do see that there is a testifier here, Val Coulter.
She's the applicant's.
Oh, applicants are, okay,
yeah.
okay. I wasn't sure. 'Cause it said testify here, so, okay, so we'll bring up the applicant's representative.
Thank you for your recommendation and your time and efforts and appreciate you all. And I would also like to testify about the vacation rentals after we finish this.
Okay, sorry, I do have to swear you in just for the record. So if you could please raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant or applicant's representative? None? Okay, then staff, roll call vote, please. Oh, sorry, sorry.
I need a motion.
Motion.
Chair. I would like to motion for the favorable recommendation, application for SMA use permit docket PLSMA 2024 4047 be approved based on the planning director's recommendations and conditions,
which shall be adopted.
which shall be adopted.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's been moved by Commissioner Kush. Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Deleuze. Is there any discussion or comments on this motion? Okay, sorry, now roll call. Vote.
Okay. Commissioner Gooch,
Aye.
Commissioner Deleuze,
Aye.
Commissioner Perrin,
Aye.
Vice Chair Denley. Aye. And Chair Lynn.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-1 with one excuse.
Okay, thank you. You'll be notified via writing of our decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Coulter, you did sign up for the testimony for
Yeah.
later? Okay.
Can I testify now?
No, we'll call it when the agenda item is called. Right now, yeah, I think we can take testimony on. I have too many papers up here, sorry. Okay, let's resume testimony on Bill 121. So we'll move to agenda item number 5. So Christian, I'll do the same. We'll start with Zoom testifiers, then we'll be in person.
Okay, thank you,
So,
Mr. Chair.
We'll call agenda item number 5, initiator County Council PL-CCI-2024-000003. Bill 121, an ordinance amending Chapter 25, Articles 1, 4, and 5 of the Hawaii County Code 1983, 2016 edition as amended, relating to transient accommodation rentals and hosting platforms, repeal Section 25-4-16 through Section 25-4-16.3 relating to short-term vacation rentals, and establishes new provisions for transient accommodation rentals and hosting platforms for transient accommodation rentals. So let's see. Do I have new sign-up forms here? Okay. Just want to make sure. But Christian, we'll start with whoever's on the Zoom. Is there anybody new that I need to swear in?
I don't believe so. Actually, yes, there's a Don Rehard, I believe, came in after he swore in the larger group.
I came in.
Oh,
And I came in after as well.
and there's a few more that came in after.
Okay, for those of you who just signed on to testify, if you turn on your cameras, unmute your microphones.
I'm on audio only. For some reason, I wasn't admitted into the Zoom.
Okay, that's fine. We'll take verbal. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes.
You can say aye or
I
nod your
do.
head.
Yeah,
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Christian, we'll start with the first testifier.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. The first testifier on the list is Patty Tews, and she's testifying on Bill 121.
Okay. and
I'm
then-
here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state
This
your
is
name.
Patty Tooze.
Please state your name, the area you reside in, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, first of all, for letting us speak today. I am writing to, or I'm saying, to add it, to absolutely oppose proposed TAR Bill 121, which introduces unreasonable and unconstitutional fees, fines, and processes that unjustly burden local TAR homeowners. The excessive application fees, renewal fees, and fines stipulated in this bill create a severe financial strain, particularly for lower income residents, and are very disproportionate to the minor violations, which are in direct violation of both our Hawaii Constitution and the United States Constitution. My particular concern are the fines outlined in Bill 121, daily $10,000 fines, in addition to the director imposed fines at twice the highest advertised daily rate. Such penalties are not only unjust, but are also unconstitutional under the 8th Amendment, prohibition against excessive fines, and illegal under Section 12 of the Hawaiian Constitution. The imposition of fines of this magnitude, especially for very minor infractions, violates the principles of fairness and due process enshrined in both constitutions. And the process for imposing fines based on neighbor complaints is deeply flawed and susceptible to rampant abuse. This proposed bill provides disgruntled neighbors with a free way to make false claims against homeowners, thereby penalizing homeowners with unjust penalties and diverting valuable county resources from genuine concerns. There was a guy on before us, way before us, who complained about he wanted his privacy. He didn't want the neighbors out there doing anything. This is unjust. The proposed TAR bill 121 unfairly penalizes law-abiding homeowners and violates their constitutional rights. The fines and fees outlined in the bill are unreasonable and unconstitutional. And I urge you to consider the provisions of this bill and ensure that any penalties imposed are proportionate, fair, and in accordance with constitutional principles. We have known that there have
30
been
seconds.
people out there who have done things wrong and literally only have a $5,000 bail, whatever you want to call it. But $10,000 a day, way off the walls, way off. I absolutely, please do not pass this bill. All you're doing is taking people who are just trying to make a living on the island, loving the island, and throwing them off by these bills. There's too much money involved here that no one can really afford it. Thank you. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got Jennifer Weinert.
Aloha, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Aloha, members of the Windward Planning Commission and others present. I strongly oppose Bill 121. Bill 121 is an ordinance that violates our constitutional property rights. For property owners, TAR has become a means for many residents to afford the high cost of living here. Many operators of TAR have invested their own hard-earned money to provide housing for our visitors who do not want a hotel experience. Many visitors cannot afford the $300 to $400 a day per night for a hotel room. Those same visitors spend money in our restaurants and shops. They keep our small businesses open. If you are truly concerned about affordable housing, deal with that issue directly. I heard testimony from a Hotel Lobby Association member in support of banning TARs on the grounds that the hotels can't pay for housing for their employees. Why do you think it's up to the residents to provide that? Do you think in your good conscience that it's fair to eliminate our residents' income for their TAR for the hotels? How is that the government can require someone to close down their TAR, to tell them what they can and can't do with their own property? That decree rings of socialism. It nullifies the Aloha spirit. I urge you to look into your heart and feel what Bill 121 will do to the people of our island of Hawaii, the people that live here and work hard to pay their bills. Bill 121 is a sword to cut off survival for many of us. Mahalo with the light of Aloha.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please, Christian.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Casey D, testifying on Bill 121.
Okay, yes, all right, thank you, for listening to me today. I am here to oppose Bill 121, being that for several reasons. There's no direct evidence that such regulation will increase long-term rental supply. Shortage of housing is a complex issue, and this seems to be a naive way to try and resolve it. This bill should also implement several more exemptions. For example, occasional mom and pop hostings who do not do it on a full-time basis, and to potentially include some seasonal exemptions. For example, during the winter, we have a huge influx of tourists. There's always flight disruptions. We had the cracked runway in Kona earlier this year. There's natural disasters on other islands or on this island that, you know, to account for these unseen circumstances, we should have exemptions to have leeway to allow people to find cheap housing, temporary housing. This bill also makes a threshold very much higher for individual operators. The fees are just exorbitant and too high on top of the taxes we already pay. The current regulatory system from the Hawaii Planning Department is very inefficient, and I don't think we should be giving them more power to be regulating. From my personal experience, the Planning Department conducts no active but only passive enforcement. Per the words of the Planning Department staff, their so-called enforcement is complaint-driven only. They will not do anything unless someone files a complaint. Compare this to a police department that does not patrol the street, but only have officers who sit in the office and only responds if there's a call. Even when they do conduct enforcement, the rules are very vague and confusing for anybody who's trying to remain compliant. There's not very much publicly listed FAQs, not publicly available bulletins that provide explanations and updates. The department issues certain memos, but that is only internal. In my personal case, there's no information on hosting involving secondary farm dwellings and detached bedrooms until I had to reach out and ask and schedule a meeting. The planning department is also very slow in doing something that they actually have authority to regulate now, which is the information regarding the NUC and a grandfathered STVR permit. For example, in my case, we submitted a STVR permit in October of 2023. Status as of
30 seconds.
End of January was 0. Their guideline says 45 days, and it took almost 90 days to get the permit transferred from the previous owner to us. The department should internally focus on streamlining their current operations, improve efficiency, rather be handed a fresh set of law that will both confuse the property owners and the department itself. That's all I have to say. I do wish the committee takes serious consideration in opposing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next testifier is Abram Sandoval, testifying on Bill 121.
Hey, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hello? Can you?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is and I own hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Sir, you're kind of cutting off, but try again now. Can you hear me?
Let me get the video back up. I just had it going. Sorry, guys. Okay, there we go.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that working now? Can you hear me?
Abram, if you have a fan on,
Hello?
that might be what's causing the interference.
What is that?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. My name is Abram Sandoval. I've been a resident of Hawaii for 10 years. I had Pure Life Mamaki Farms here in Ocean View. I live in Ocean View, very poverty-stricken where we are all struggling here to survive. I work multiple jobs and out here. I have a single father of a little girl born and raised Hawaii. Fortunately, my situation put me where I have to raise her. I'm doing everything I can so I don't lose money, and then I have to be out looking for a place to live. But me, sustain the lifestyle that I live. I am a farm stay. People come here farming. You can read all of my reviews, almost a 5-star review. We teach people about sustainability. I tried renting long term about 5 years ago, and it was a complete failure. For a few months, paying me out of the house. I tried farming. You can look up the Pure Life Mamaki Farm. Just Airbnb has been a blessing in my life. It's been extra income to help me pay the bills. It's expensive. I'm lower class in Hawaii, living way out here, doing what I can to survive, to raise a little girl. I pay for her private tuition with the money I earn from Airbnb. I just ask and beg to not take this from us who are barely getting by as it is. And there's many people in this community who are barely working multiple jobs, who own other businesses, where we're just extra income. And I live here on the property. And I built both homes, and I'm just trying to do what I can to maintain my life. I just want to is that and I don't have any issues with my neighbors. Everything is, but I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you much.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Next testifier is Cynthia Rubenstein, testifying on Bill 121.
Okay, here we are. Interesting to see you pass that special management application for the people to start a bed and breakfast on their ag land. Makes me think that maybe you are actually favorable to this issue. So I'm not quite sure why this is being heard, because why would you accept that and then turn around and heavily fine them or shut them down if the state bills all go through? None of it makes sense. Anyway, the real problem is, from my view, and I've been involved in this field on a broad basis since 1989. But the real problem is enforcement of illegals. Years ago, the city and county of Honolulu responded to a vacation rental task force when they were asked, how many complaints do you get from people that are licensed, as opposed to how many complaints do you get about people who end up not having a license? And the response was that all the complaints are about those who are not licensed. People that you license and give an honor to do a service like this take that seriously. And it appears that they're a little more careful about vetting who they bring in. And so that is something that I think is really important. And it doesn't make sense to create more rules and more laws that then again can't be enforced, because you can't even enforce what you have already. The whole idea of 180 days is something that legally, and you know this is true if you look at what happened in Honolulu when they tried to go from 30 days to 90 days, is that you have something called vested property rights. And vested property rights mean that someone who purchased, let's say somebody purchased their property in 1980. When they purchased that property, the zoning was 30-day minimum. And that is the zoning for them for the life of their property as long as they own it. So if you make a change in the zoning to be longer, you by law have to offer all of those people non-conforming use certificates because now the use that they bought it with is non-conforming. So that's something to consider. Otherwise, this will end up in a lawsuit just the way that did. And some of the bills going through the state legislature right now will more than likely also end up in a lawsuit for the same reasons. So my suggestion would be enforcement.
30 seconds.
Try to do away with the illegals so that you can have a valuable source of income. Because if you cut off all this income that stays here in the state, all you're going to get is taxes from the hotels, who their money all goes offshore. I'll be well. Aloha.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please, Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next testifier is Rochelle Jensen, testifying on Bill 121.
Okay, I think I'm up now. Thank you, Chairman Lynn, for taking my testimony. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I would like to give testimony in opposition of Bill 121 in two venues or two roles. First, as a visitor to Hawaii. I am presently coming to you through Zoom from the state of Michigan. So I am an off-island visitor to Hawaii. And since 2006, I've had the privilege of visiting the Big Island 8 times. Each visit, I stayed at someone's short-term vacation rental, or TAR. These accommodations not only allowed me to explore the various areas of the island where there are no hotels or resorts, but to also enable me to contribute significantly to the local economy by spending hundreds of dollars at local businesses each visit, mostly in souvenirs to take back home to my grandkids. But I did spend money at restaurants, local grocery stores, so I could prepare my own meals at the STVRs that I stayed at, and so forth. In fact, I personally would probably have vacationed in another area of our world if staying at a hotel or a resort were my only choice. These proposed regulations under Bill 121 threaten to limit the availability of such vacation rentals, which could drastically reduce the ability of visitors to experience the diverse beauty and culture of Hawaii. This in turn could have the detrimental effect on the local economy, particularly small businesses that rely heavily on tourist spending. In light of these concerns, I humbly request the Planning Commission to consider conducting an economic impact study to fully understand the implications of Bill 121 on both the local economy and tourism. The goal would be to preserve the livelihoods of those who depend on the tourism industry. Now, I would also like to express my concerns regarding proposed changes under Bill 121, which directly impact my vacation rental home in Hawaii. It's located in Hawaiian Shores near the village of Pahoa. In 2016, I acquired my home in anticipation of spending my Michigan winters in your beautiful warm climate. It has always been my desire that my home in Hawaii is my secondary residence, as I have family and grandchildren on the mainland. I am a fully licensed operator under the current directives. I have always ensured compliance with the local regulations, acquiring my SUP and my STVR permits, and paying all my taxes. I also contribute to the local economy and currently employ 3 individuals to manage and maintain my property.
Please summarize.
I am very friendly with my neighbors and also provide homes for their friends and relatives when they come to visit. I've also provided the local residents that needed a place to stay on over 30 days. So it appears to me that the bill as is written now may not.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
Thank
Sorry,
you for
we have to allow for everybody at the same time. Thank you.
That's okay. I understand. Thank you.
Next testifier, please, Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next testifier is Kalia Naia, testifying on Bill 121.
Yes, thank you, Planning Commission, for hearing me. I'm opposed to Bill 121. I have a hosted vacation rental on the west side in Camwella since 2006. I sold a small business at that time when 57 years old, and I started my vacation rental at that time as my future income and proceeded to plant a botanical garden for myself and my guests. This has been my full-time job to host my guests and my full income and provide a very special experience. I have many repeat guests who have said there is no way they will come to Hawaii and stay in a condo or a resort. That's partly for financial reasons and partly because they want the special experience of being at a hosted type of rental. It appears to me there's a push to make Hawaii unaffordable to many people. I do not believe stopping people like myself from having a vacation rental on our property is going to provide affordable long-term housing. If you end my business that I love for multiple reasons, my home and all that I have, let me see. I just don't think it's going to result in long-term housing. The other houses that stopped doing vacation rentals in my neighborhood with Bill 108 have never, not one of them have turned into a long-term house. I believe there's options to create affordable long-term housing. I'm happy to share my ideas to whoever is interested. I do feel there's a need for regulation so that people cannot have multiple rentals that are run strictly as a business from other states. I also feel there needs to be regulations so there are not too many in dense neighborhoods. I would also like it to be considered, hosted rentals to be considered grandfathered in for those of us who have been doing this for many years and set our livelihood up around it many years ago. Those of us who live on the property and manage the house and property ourselves. I have cleaners who have worked for me for many years, along with help with the landscaping, handymen, plumbers, etc. It appears to me that hosts who do not pay taxes or do not manage their property well are easy to identify and remove from being able to continue renting the property. It just doesn't seem like it's that difficult, but to just swipe us all off the map just seems like a very bizarre
30
thing
seconds.
to me. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next testifier is Daniela D, testifying on Bill 121. Okay. Daniela, are you with us?
Hi.
Hi, go ahead.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
sorry. She needs to swear in.
Oh, okay, she's new. Okay, if you would please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission.
Yeah.
Okay, before you start, please state your name, the area you reside in, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Committee members and the chair, I'm here to voice my stronger position to Bill 121. Firstly, I firmly oppose any erosion of private property rights. Homeowners should have the autonomy to use their properties for residential purposes without undue interference. Bill 121 infringes upon these rights, creating legal complexities and potentially impacting lower socioeconomic individuals disproportionately. The proposed fines, fees, and processes outlined in the bill place an undue financial burden on lower income residents, diverging from existing fines in Hawaii County. Furthermore, the regulations lack justification in the absence of effective enforcement of Bill 108. I want to express my unwavering support for the continued operation of short-term rentals in Hawaii. As an avid host, I personally experienced the transformative effects of home sharing on my life, my family, and the local economy. Home sharing plays a crucial role in fostering community growth and cultural exchange. Hosting guests in our home has proven to be immensely rewarding, both personally and financially. It's allowed us to share the unique beauty of our community with people from around the world and provided us with supplemental income, instrumental in covering expenses and making necessary improvements to our property. Short-term rentals have also allowed me to contribute meaningfully to the local economy. I take pride in creating job opportunities, offering flexible work hours to minorities and women, and providing employer-paid health insurance to cleaners, adhering to the Hawaii Prepaid Health Care Act. And furthermore, short-term rentals have enabled me to prosper in agricultural activities on my property, generating additional GET and TAT for the state. Home sharing serves a vital role in providing housing for essential service providers on the island. We've hosted various professionals offering the alternative to expensive hotels and fostering a sense of community and support for those contributing to essential services and projects. Moreover, short-term rentals play a pivotal role in diversifying tourism in Hawaii, attracting a diverse range of visitors who contribute to the local economy in different ways. In conclusion, I strongly oppose Bill 121 and urge reconsideration. Collaborative efforts rather than punitive measures are essential. Short-term rentals have a positive impact on hosts and the local community, supporting families, fostering cultural exchange, and contributing to the economic vitality of Hawaii. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Next testifier is Lisa Hall on Bill 121.
Aloha, distinguished members of this committee, and especially aloha to Chairman Lynn. Mahalo for explaining that this is a volunteer position. Until you said that, all these years, I never knew that. So I'd like to first say mahalo for all of your time for this, I'm sure, overwhelming position. And as a volunteer, you may not have had the opportunity to read the hundreds of pages that have been submitted in opposition to Bills 121, 122, and 123. It's truly shocking that these bills have been allowed to move forward this far, considering the catastrophic and devastating results the aftermath of passing these bills are going to have on our Hawaiian families and our Ohana's businesses. I am absolutely categorically against Bill 121 and 2 and 3. Did you know that Bill 121 mandates homeowners to submit a notarized affidavit under penalty of perjury? And did you know that the penalty for perjury in the state of Hawaii is 5 years in prison and a $10,000 fine? Section 25-416.7 states that a notarized affidavit is required under penalty of perjury to that it meets code requirements. Did you also know that code requirements in Hawaii that you're swearing to under penalty of perjury, 5 years in jail and $10,000, is comprised of the Hawaii building codes, which have been compiled over 30 years, are hundreds of pages of technical building codes, includes 3 separate and distinct volumes, 37 chapters, 14 supplements, and additional supplements are updated biannually, twice a year, every year in February and August. It's just shocking that this bill will seek to put our Hawaiian Ohana in prison for this bill. Did you know that Bill 121 allows $10,000 per day in fines and $10,000 and in addition to any director fines imposed at twice the daily advertised rate for minor infractions, and these infractions could include parking, unknowingly exceeding occupancy limits, noise disturbances, all for these punitive crimes. The last thing I want to say is that you need to look at the verified complaint and how it's verified. It's only verified that the person that did the complaint actually filled out the proper paperwork. So basically they checked 2 boxes, and if both boxes, 1 is on the proper form and 2 was it a zoning complaint. If so, it then is a verified complaint, and the county is
Please
seeking to
summarize.
have the ability to shut our businesses down and fine us $10,000 per day without any investigation whatsoever as to whether or not the crime was committed of having something as simple as a parking infraction. Thank you for your time and thank you for your volunteerism. We do appreciate you listening to us today. Aloha and mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next testifier, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Next testifier is Heather Koroti, testifying on both bills 121 and 122.
Right now, we're only taking 121.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, so we'll take the 122 when the agenda item is called.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, I'm Heather Karate. I live in Captain Cook, and thank you for hearing my testimony today. I'm just raising a concern about Bill 121 and really specifically how, I have a lot of concerns, but today I'm just going to highlight my concern on how it will negatively impact small farms that currently operate TARs. I really encourage the commission members to look deeper into how this bill and the set of related bills could be altered to both protect and encourage the future of agricultural tourism on the Big Island, which is something that needs support and is supported in both the general plan and our CDPs. Small farms need a clear path forward to be able to more easily participate in agricultural tourism, because farming alone, as we heard in the B&B application, is almost an impossible way to make ends meet. I also encourage the commission to advocate for the local economy, specifically giving owner-occupied and hosted TARs versus the unhosted TARs favorable operating conditions whenever appropriate. And if there's any sector of the TAR industry to support, it would be the owner and hosted rentals and agricultural tourism, because these are our residents and our farmers' businesses. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our next testifier is Jason Isert on Bill 121.
Aloha, Chairperson Lynn, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Jason Isert. I reside in Hawaii County. Currently, I oppose Bill 121, but I would support it if some important amendments were made. Over the past few days, I have thoroughly reviewed the written testimony submitted online regarding the proposed bill, and I noticed a reoccurring theme relating to quiet hours and the definition of professional services as potential events. It is with this in mind that I would like to make two recommendations. On quiet hours, Bill 121 sets quiet hours for hosted rentals starting at 8 p.m., an approach that doesn't differentiate between a home that is in hosting mode versus private mode. On the numerous days when property owners do not have guests in their hosted rentals, their freedoms to enjoy their home is unfairly diminished by these new quiet hours. Neighbors can't differentiate between when the home is rented and not. Any noise past 8 p.m. can be deemed as disturbances, prompting complaints, $10,000 fines, and potential to lose your ability to rent the home. How are such instances to be fairly regulated? And more critically, how can we possibly enforce a regulation based on such a subjective measure as disturbance? This ambiguity leads to a policy that is not only challenging to enforce, but could unjustly penalize homeowners for simply living in their homes when it's not rented out. On professional services, the second major concern that emerged from my review of the written testimony is the classification of professional services such as personal chefs, yoga instruction, or massage therapy as events. We all can recognize that Hawaii stands as a sanctuary for healing where both kama'aina and visitors can find solace. These services have seamlessly integrated within our residential settings and have created numerous jobs for healers to provide at-home personalized care. Such well-intentioned professional engagements are far from the scope of what one would traditionally consider an event. They are intimate, often healing encounters that honor the very essence of our island spirit. Given the current definition of event and gathering in Bill 121, these services could constitute a violation. An amendment to these definitions could provide the needed clarity that many are seeking. In my written testimony, I provided an example of an amendment that is clearer and helps to differentiate between the two. It is imperative that we draw a clearer line between what constitutes an event and what should be rightfully seen as part of residential living experience. Given these considerations, I urge the commission to rethink these aspects of the bill and propose the necessary recommendations for change. For quiet hours, I ask that the provision be removed as there is already state law regulating noise and the proposed quiet hours are unenforceable because hosts live at the home too. Our homes are not always hosted rentals. For professional services, clarity is needed. Personal chefs, a math tutor, private yoga
30
instructor,
seconds.
and personal massage therapy at home aren't events. The bill should be clear so these services aren't mistaken for something that they're not. I appreciate your time, your volunteerism, and thoughtful consideration. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Chair, sorry,
Oh,
can we
oh.
take a break?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, we are at lunchtime. So if everybody is okay, we'll take a 30-minute lunch break and we'll come back at 12:30. What is that? 38? That's just 12:40. 2 extra minutes. Okay, so we'll be in recess until 12:40. Thank you.
Okay. After lunch.
Okay, are we all good? The Windward Planning Commission will now come back to order. Christian, are we all good on Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We will finish up the Zoom testimony, and then what I want to do is, I think a lot of the concerns that the public has right now on this Bill 121 will be somewhat addressed in the presentation. And then after the presentation, you guys can do all your in-person testimony right here. But I like for the public to see the presentation that the planning department has prepared on some of the amendments that they're gonna do to this bill. Because right now, a lot of the testimony has been discussed about the original draft of the bill without any of the amendments proposed. So I think if you guys look at the amendments being proposed, that would help. But if you need to leave, I can take your public testimony now. So I know that some of you drove over. So if you need to leave, I can take your public testimony now in person. Yes, sir. Not us, the planning department. The planning commission has not created any amendments yet. Yeah, we have not created any amendments in this entity here. The commission has not touched this bill at all. This is our opportunity to look at the bill and make our own amendments. The planning department has provided their suggested amendments, which is public record. We are going to be reviewing their amendments as well as discussing potential amendments that this entity, the commission, will then be making. Yeah. Okay, last question, because I usually don't do this. Yes, I understand. I understand. I understand. Okay. I understand that. I also have over 400 pages of testimony in front of me that we've also looked at. So your concerns are in front of us. We have it on file. This is also your another opportunity for you to testify. So if this room feels that they want to testify now, I will allow it. So I will.
I'm sorry, we can't take questions from the audience because we don't have your names. We don't know who's speaking. The record isn't secure. The planning presentation could take at least 30 minutes with discussion, question and answer. But we can't answer questions because it does not become part of the record, and we need to preserve and protect the record. No, sorry.
Okay. So let's do the presentation, and then I will take the rest of the testimony, and then we will go into discussion on the. Okay. So at this time, staff, could you do the presentation?
Christian, can you see the presentation? I apologize.
Yes, I can. I would also request to unmute the clerk computer again. I inadvertently muted it.
Christian, can you hear us now? It's unmuted.
Yes, I got you.
Perfect. Good Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Windward Planning Commission. Before you today, we have Bill 121 related to the transient accommodation rentals, also known as PL-CCI-2024-3. The County Council has referred Bill 121 to the Planning Director and the Windward and Leeward Planning Commissions for comment and recommendations. The bill intends to add new sections to the zoning code and amends other sections related to transient accommodation rentals and hosting platforms. The purpose of this bill is to manage the impacts of TARs by repealing the definition of short-term vacation rentals, establishes new definitions for transient accommodations, amends the rental period from 30 consecutive days to less to 180 consecutive days or less. It identifies 3 types of TARs.
Tracy, real quick, we got a lot of side chatter in the room that's making it kind of hard for commissioners to focus. Sorry. Thanks, Tracy.
Again, it identifies 3 types of TARs. It defines where these uses will be allowed, provides an avenue for existing TARs to apply for a non-conforming use certificate, also known as a NUC, that would allow them to continue to operate in a non-permitted district. It changes the parking requirements to a schedule set by the planning department rather than a formula, clarifies applicable dates for the tax amnesty, creates standards to regulate hosting platforms, and provides new enforcement regulations for TARs. So what is a transient accommodation? Bill 121 defines transient accommodations as the furnishing of a room, apartment, suite, single-family dwelling, or the like to a transient for less than 180 consecutive days for each, letting in a hotel, apartment, hotel, motel, or condominium or unit as defined in Chapter 514B, cooperative apartment, dwelling unit, or rooming house that provides living quarters, sleeping, or housekeeping accommodations, or other place in which lodgings are regularly furnished to transients. The definition goes on to offer examples of what transient accommodations exclude, which include hotels, motels, inns, apartment hotels, boarding facilities, lodges, and timeshares. So Bill 121 identifies 3 types of transient accommodations. The first type is the owner-hosted. An owner-hosted is defined as any transient accommodation rental hosted by a person who uses the building site as their primary home, as their principal home. The second type is operator-hosted. Operator-hosted is defined as any transient accommodation rental hosted by an operator. And the third definition is an unhosted. An unhosted is defined as any transient accommodation rental that is not the principal home of the property owner and without an operator located on the building site during rental operations. So going into the owner-hosted transient accommodation rentals, where are they permitted? Owner-hosted TARs may be permitted in any zoning district so long as the TAR is subordinate and clearly and customarily incidental to its use as the principal home of the owner. An owner-hosted TAR shall be located in a single-family dwelling inclusive of a detached bedroom or guest house and shall not be permitted in an additional farm dwelling, second dwelling, or ohana dwelling. The owner of an owner-hosted TAR shall live in the single-family dwelling and not live in a guest house or detached bedroom. If an owner-hosted TAR has been in regular use within an ohana dwelling on or before January 1st, 2024, then the TAR may register the ohana dwelling as a non-conforming use by securing a NUC from the planning director. The second type, the operator-hosted transient accommodation rentals, they are permitted in the following zoning districts: V, which is the resort hotel, CG, which is general commercial, CN, which is neighborhood commercial, CV, which is village commercial, and CDH, which is the downtown Hilo commercial district. They are also permitted within residential districts situated in general plan resort and resort node areas, including areas designated as open in the general plan which adjoin the resort or resort node areas along the shoreline and areas within a project district, as well as the multiple family residential zoning district for multiple family dwellings within a condominium property regime. Outside of these areas, operator-hosted TARs that existed prior to January 1st, 2024 may continue to operate if the planning director issues a NUC. New operator-hosted TARs outside of the permitted zones will not be permitted. And lastly, we have the unhosted transient accommodation rentals. Bill 121 identifies the following zoning districts and areas in which existing and new unhosted TARs can operate, which again include the V, CG, CN, CV, CDH zoning districts, as well as the residential districts that are situated in the general plan resort and resort node areas, as well as the multiple family residential zoning district. Unhosted TARs within zoning districts that are not listed above may only operate with an existing TAR that was granted through Bill 108, and no new NUCs will be issued for unhosted TARs. How are existing transient accommodation rentals permitted? Existing TARs located within permitted zoning districts as well as outside of permitted zoning districts will have until January 30th, 2025 to submit a registration application to the planning department. Existing TARs will be able to operate until their application is either approved or denied by the department. Existing registered unhosted TARs will not be required to re-register. However, they will be required to renew their registration annually. New TARs in permitted zoning districts are required to register and pay the initial registration fee with the director prior to the use of such rental. The registration process. So Bill 121 requires the following fees to register and operate a TAR. For an owner-hosted TAR, you will be required to pay an initial registration fee of $500 with an annual registration renewal fee of $100. In addition, an owner-hosted NUC will have to pay an initial filing fee of $250 and an annual renewal fee of $250. The operator-hosted TAR will be required to pay an initial registration fee of $750 and an annual registration renewal fee of $150. As well as an operator-hosted NUC will be required to pay an initial fee of $375 and an annual fee of $375. The unhosted TAR will be required an initial registration fee of $1,000 and an annual registration renewal fee of $250. In addition, an unhosted NUC requires an initial filing fee of $500 and an annual renewal fee of $500. The applicant will also need to submit the following information in order to register a TAR: a registration form that will include the name and contact information for the property owner or operator if it is different from the owner, a site plan showing the location of all structures on the site and the parking, a floor plan showing the location of the rooms for rent, a notarized affidavit in the format determined by the director that the TAR meets health, safety, and code requirements, a maximum renter limit calculation, verification that state of Hawaii GET tax license are in effect, and verification that the Hawaii County real property taxes have been paid. As well as, if applicable, the owner will be required to submit a copy of their valid real estate broker's license or real estate salesperson's license. All TARs, including NUCs, will be required to renew their registration annually with the planning department on the dates prescribed by the director. The director may deny a renewal for any of the following reasons: the applicant has violated applicable laws, the affidavit affirming that the TAR meets all health, safety, and code requirements is found to be inaccurate, the owner is delinquent in payment of county property taxes, TAT taxes, fees, fines, or penalties assessed in relation to the TAR. If there has been evidence of non-responsive management, such as issuance of an NOV, police reports, or verified complaints of noise or other disturbances relating to TAR operations, the renewal request and renewal fee were not received within 90 days of the expiration date, and if any of the violations of standards set forth in the proposed section 25.4.16.7 of the Hawaii County Code has occurred. If a renewal is submitted within 90 days after the due date, a late renewal fee of $100 shall be assessed. However, NUC renewals that are overdue by more than 90 days will not be accepted and will therefore render the NUC ineligible for further renewal. In addition, the director may deny an NUC renewal if the use has been abandoned for any reason for a continuous period of 12 calendar months. The director shall provide a decision to deny a renewal in writing to the property owner, and the owner may appeal the decision to the County Board of Appeals within 30 days of receipt of the decision. Any TAR that is not registered within the required deadlines is considered unpermitted and subject to penalties until the TAR becomes properly registered and compliant with the requirements of this bill. So, standards of operation of a transient accommodation rental. Bill 121 requires the following standards for all TARs. The responsive management standard. This requires hosted rentals, including owner-hosted and operator-hosted TARs, shall have a host physically reside on the building site of a TAR during the TAR operations and shall be reachable at the request of renters, neighbors, and county agencies within 1 hour of the request. Unhosted TARs shall have a reachable person that shall be available via telephone to a request for his or her presence within 1 hour of receiving the request and shall be physically present at the TAR within 3 hours of receiving a call from a renter, neighbor, or county agency. The posted information standard requires that registrations and NUC numbers shall be displayed in a conspicuous place on the premises that is readily visible to an inspector. For numerous NUCs that are associated with one single address, certificates may be visible in a common area. In addition, there is the Good Neighbor Policy Standard, which includes the following. The renter limit shall not exceed the renter limit established at the initial registration. Gathering sizes shall be limited to 2 times the overnight limit with the requirement that gathering sizes must use the available off-street parking. Breakfast meals may be offered to registered guests in hosted TARs, provided that the owner secure applicable permits from the State Department of Health. Special events such as wedding receptions, concerts, or events are prohibited unless allowed by a special permit or use permit. The quiet hours shall be from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. And off-street parking shall meet the requirements set forth in Section 25-451, and all guest vehicles shall be parked in the designated on-site parking areas. Lastly, the advertising and signage standards. All print and internet advertising shall include the TAR's registration number and, if applicable, NUC registration numbers. Advertising of unpermitted uses such as weddings, receptions, concerts, or events is prohibited unless there is a special permit or use permit issued for these uses. Professional services shall only be secured by registered guests and not offered through the owner or operator. All advertisements for the TAR shall comply with the sign code and county street codes. And the signage displaying the street address of the TAR and the registration number shall be visible from the main roadway used to access the property. Bill 121 requires the director to receive and track all complaints for TARs. It also requires that the director provide information about TAR rules, policies, and procedures to property owners, managers, neighbors, and the general public. The director is also responsible for implementing provisions of this bill, as well as maintaining a public list of all TARs that have registered, as well as include any violations associated with the property. As for enforcement, Bill 121 allows zoning inspectors to rely on any advertisement offering the property as a TAR. It also requires that the department issue a notice of violation in writing within 10 days of the director's determination that the violation has occurred. Should a violation occur, Bill 121 requires that the director imposes fines located in the TAR fee and fine schedule and can further assess fines that are 2 times the highest daily rate at which the TAR has been advertised. Bill 121 also provides additional provisions for TARs that have received 3 or more enforcement actions within a 12-month period, which will then allow the director to either suspend their TAR registration and, if applicable, NUC for a period of 2 years, or refuse to renew a certificate or registration if the applicant has not addressed an enforcement violation. In addition, Bill 121 also proposes to establish a TAR enforcement account that's administrated by the director for the purpose of enforcing this law. In addition to discussing TARs, Bill 121 also looks to regulate hosting platforms. So Bill 121 requires registration of all hosting platforms, which come in the examples of Airbnb, VRBOs, etc. Registration of hosting platforms includes submitting a registration form to the department that shall include written consent from all owners or operators of TARs. The hosting platform may cancel its registration by written notice, and the director may cancel a hosting platform's registration for violations of this code. The hosting platforms, while registering with the department, shall submit monthly reports to the director that shall include the name of the person responsible for each listing, the physical address and tax map key number of each listing, the transient accommodation tax identification number, the length of stay for each listing, and the fee charged for each stay. Should a violation occur, Bill 121 requires the planning director to fine hosting platforms with civil fines of not less than $1,000 and not more than $10,000 for each day that the violation has occurred. That's our planning director's recommendation. Up next is our planning director's recommendation. The planning director recommends that the planning commission send a favorable recommendation of Bill 121 to the county council with the following suggested revisions. Just to, as an FYI for the commission, to decrease kind of the amount of time that we have and make it simpler, the department chose not to include the non-substantive recommendations, but you can find a list of all of the complete recommendations within your background report. So you're looking at any of the housekeeping measures we just didn't include in the following slides. So the first recommendation is under section 2, the director recommends amending the definition of transient to state what you can see on your screen to really reflect that 30 consecutive days or less and whose permanent address for legal purposes. The planning department has already established a set of operational standards and regulations in place for short-term vacation rentals that are in operation for 30 consecutive days or less. If there is going to be an amendment to the time period in which a TAR can be rented, then a new class of non-conforming use certificates will need to be taken into consideration for those short-term rentals that operate between 31 days and 179 days. So therefore, the planning director is recommending to make this amendment to the definition of transient. In addition, the planning director is recommending that we delete the term second dwelling in section 25.4.16.1 and section 25.4.16.2 and replace the term with an additional dwelling unit. The term second dwelling is not defined in the body of the bill, so therefore the director is proposing to remove the term second dwelling and to add additional dwelling unit, which can be used to describe the various types of dwellings in which a transient accommodation shall not be permitted in. In addition, the director is recommending making an amendment to section 25.4.16.1 to allow for an additional dwelling unit to be included within the transient accommodation rental if it has been in regular use prior to January 1st, 2024. You can see the proposed amendments to this section is underlined. That is what the director is planning to add into this section. This is in an effort to address the various types of dwellings that have been located on a building site. The director, therefore, is recommending adding additional dwelling unit, which are currently in use as a TAR to be issued in NUC, so long as a structure can show that it has been in use as a TAR before January 1st. And again, TARs are not permitted in additional farm dwelling units because those fall under state code. The director is recommending adding this section that is underlined on your screen into sections 25.4.16.1 and 25.4.16.2. This provision will help the planning department to address existing bed and breakfast establishments that have received prior permits to operate. Because Bill 121 coincides with Bill 122, we just want to reflect any existing bed and breakfast establishments that have been in place prior to the enactment of any of these bills, should all of these bills pass. The director is also recommending making changes to section 25.4.16.5 to include that the transient accommodation rental must have off-street parking as required by the department's transient accommodation rental parking schedule set forth in section 25.4.51 or applicable parking standards that are found within our chapter. This provision will ensure that the number of parking should correspond to the number of dedicated stalls for a dwelling and are consistent with the section 25-451 of the zoning code, which we currently operate, and we require parking based off of that section in the code. Our next amendment is to section 25-416.1. The planning director is recommending replacing the requirement for a notarized affidavit with a declaration. A declaration is commonly used to submit factual evidence and will be sufficient to assert that the authenticity of the information provided by an applicant, that the TAR meets all health and safety code requirements should be enough. This will assist applicants and allow for a more streamlined registration process. The director is also recommending the proposed amendment to section 25-416.7 and 25-416.17 to add that a renter limit shall be limited to no more than 2 adults per bedroom and an additional 2 adults for the transient accommodation rental unit as a whole, unless authorized by the director. This calculation will help the planning director determine the maximum renter capacity based on the number of permitted bedrooms within a dwelling. Such provisions will ensure that safety standards are in place for transient accommodation rentals. So for example, the renter limit of a 4-bedroom TAR would be a total of 10 guests. Under section 25-416.3, the director is recommending that we consider adding a requirement that the notification be sent to all surrounding property owners once the transient accommodation rental has been issued, and remove the requirement to inform neighbors on instructions on how to submit complaints to the planning department. Notice to surrounding property owners for administrative applications versus planning commission applications are different, in that a planning commission notification allows for a neighbor to file a petition for a contested case hearing, whereas an administrative application notification is mainly informational. Therefore, to avoid confusion, the proposed provision requires the applicant to submit a notification once the transient accommodation rental number has been issued and a reachable person has been established on site. Under section 25-416.7, the planning director is recommending that we amend it as you can see on your screen. This amendment clarifies that the overall gathering size limit and would provide the opportunity for those parking on the street so long as it is legally permitted within that area. Section 25-416.7 is also being recommended to amend to remove the transient accommodation number from the roadway signage requirement. The planning department has received numerous complaints of transients traveling down the wrong driveway and/or roadway when trying to find their TAR. In addition, planning department staff have also received complaints that by posting transient numbers, there has been an increase in theft in the dwellings that are easily viewed as unoccupied. This provision clarifies that just the street address of the transient accommodation rental will need to be visible from the main roadway for safety measures, and that the transient accommodation rental registration number should not be required along the roadway. In addition, under section 25-417.4, consider removing the requirement that a notice of violation be sent in writing within 10 days of the occurrence of the violation, and replace it with the provision that the notice be sent within 10 days of the director's determination that a violation has been committed. Over the past few years, there have been an increase in the submittal of complaints, and the assigned inspectors have needed additional time to compile information for just one complaint. It is the department's full intention to complete these reviews as expeditiously as possible, but this added time will bring relief during the times of increased complaint submittals and will allow for additional time to review complicated complaints. The next steps. The Windward and Leeward Planning Commissions are required to take action on Bill 121 and to transmit the bills back to Council by May 29, 2024. The commissions may recommend approval of all, some, or none of the director's suggested recommendations. The commission may also recommend their own revisions to the bill. Once Bill 121 alongside Bill 122 and 123 is heard before the Windward and Leeward Planning Commission, the recommendations will be sent back to the County Council's Policy Committee on Planning, Land Use, and Development, where the bills will then be forwarded with a recommendation to Council. At council, the bills will need to go through the first and second final reading in order to be passed as an ordinance. And that completes my presentation.
Thank you, Tracy. I hope that provided some background for the commissioners as well as the public. I just wanted to share this because there's been a lot of testimony in regards to some of these aspects, but this is not the full, list of recommendations, as well as like I said before, we haven't made any decisions on this bill yet, and we haven't even discussed the bill yet. So right now I will take public testimony, and then we will go in. Do you want to take any questions now or after testimony, commissioners? After testimony? Is Chair Kimball here? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll let you do a presentation as well, Chair Kimball.
Different view from over here. I know now I see, gosh, wow. No. Aloha, Chairlin and members of the commission, and thank you so much for your work. I know that it's been a couple of long sessions, and you guys are volunteers, but your work is so important, especially when we're dealing with legislation like this, which is obviously very complicated, highly impactful, has a lot of different moving pieces. So
Sorry to
welcome
interrupt, Chair
yes.
Kimball. I do have to swear you in for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter, not before the Windward Planning Commission?
Absolutely. Yes,
Thank
I
you.
do. Thank you. Yes, again, Chair Kimball, Chair of the Hawaii County Council. Again, mahalo to all of you. I wanted to just welcome you to the sausage making process, as we call it. A bill as complicated as this, we can only do so much on our own side as council, and then at some point we have to put it out for your input. And so I don't even envision these as being in the final form. And I certainly encourage you to provide us with feedback about, after the conversations today, some of the things that you want to adjust. Obviously, we've heard from the planning director some of the amendments that they would like to make, as well as some of the amendments that have been suggested by the public today. So I just wanted to start, first of all, mahalo, Councilmember Kirkowitz and the department for working with us in creating this legislation. And in particular, thank you to Leslie Chow, who was our former LRB drafter, who helped with a lot of this fine tuning of the language. The timeline, the history of this bill is pretty unique in the fact that I think we're probably pretty close to 2 years of working on this. The level of effort, meetings, time, public outreach that went into this bill is extraordinary under the circumstances under which we operate typically within the council. And that is because we understood how much interest there was going to be from the public. We're talking about real money here, cold hard cash, right? There is a lot of things that are influenced by this, and we were aware that it was going to have a significant impact. There'd be significant interest, as there was in Bill 108. And so, I'll say during the course of the development of this, we had 4 webinars. We had a FAQ sheet that we kept available on our website. We actually set up a website for this bill that contained every draft that we went through. I took every meeting that was requested of me, whether it be in person, on the phone. We met several times with the realtors, that some of the folks that testified earlier today, different community organizations, different groups. There was a lot of feedback put into this. And I only say that because I want to ensure you folks that I am not a glutton for punishment. I'd like to do hard things. I like to work on challenging things that are important to our community. And that was the reason for doing this. And I was willing to make the time and put in the investment to make sure that it was done right. That said, I want to just clear up a few things that have been said previously, today specifically, that is frankly just not true. And
As somebody who has invested so much time and energy, it is frustrating to sit here and see misinformation presented. And frankly, individuals, residents of our community, taken advantage of because they're coming here and saying to you, tears in their eyes, I'm going to lose my business because somebody told them that was going to happen. But the very first thing about this bill is if you are a resident of this county, you can start a transient accommodation on your property at any time, as long as you're doing it legally. That is what the bill says. So if you hear folks saying that they will not be able to have a tower on their property, they are being fed misinformation. Okay. Secondly, property rights versus managing a business. Transient accommodations is an income producing activity. The Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 49, gives the county the ability to determine what activities can take place on different land uses. We have ag designations, we have residential designations, and there are activities that are determined to have been appropriate in those areas. Commercial activities are strongly regulated within residential and agricultural zones, and we as the county, you as the Planning Commission, have the authority to make those decisions. And as much as there are property rights and we support those within the uses that are defined for these particular properties, consumers have rights too. You have people coming from all over the world to stay in accommodations on this island. They have a right to expect that those accommodations will be safe, that there's going to be a fire extinguisher, there's going to be a smoke alarm, there's going to be a way to get out if there's a fire. So part of this legislation is ensuring that all of these accommodations that we are providing for folks are safe. There are multiple levels of rights here. I want to speak to the fines. $10,000 a day. No. Again, another piece of misinformation that you're being presented with. The fines are very reasonable. They're progressive, and we adjusted them based on our conversations with some of the folks behind me today. The $10,000 fine is for the hosting platforms. It does not apply to folks that have transient accommodations. Now, City and County of Honolulu, they do have a $10,000 day of fine. So when we want to talk about reasonable, when Ashley and I looked at the different transient accommodation bills across this state, we looked at what they were doing in City and County of Honolulu, where they pretty much banned them everywhere. They're charging $10,000 a day in fee. They charge a $1,000 registration fee and an annual fee of $2,000. Not even close to what we have in our fee schedule in this bill. And we looked at it and they said, that's not going to work for us here. Because number one, we know that folks, residents in our county, use transient accommodations to make ends meet. And we wanted to support that. So we said, if it's your residence, anytime, anywhere, as long as you do it legally and it's safe. We also recognize that there are places on this island, like my district, Hamakua Coast, there's no resort zoning in there. I don't want resort zoning in there. I don't want a big hotel in there. My community doesn't want a big hotel in there, but people want to stay over there. So we do have a need for accommodations in some of these areas. And so we wanted to support that, but we also wanted to mitigate the impacts that short-term vacation rentals have on our housing and the economy of our communities. Which brings me to my next point. You've also been given a lot of red herrings today. If you want to solve housing, you just need to work on infrastructure. If you want to solve housing, you got to build more housing. If you want to solve housing, you got to do this, that, and the other thing. Well, yes, we got to do all the things. But one of the things we also need to do is keep housing from slipping into other uses that are not providing homes for our residents. And we need to keep the market in check. Now, they will tell you another red herring. There is no data. There is mountains of data. You have been provided with it in your packet. Primarily, City and County of Honolulu, 2.5% percentage of their housing, transient accommodation rentals, impact on overall housing prices in City and County of Honolulu, 5% increase.
So it's not just that these transient accommodation rentals are not being made available for housing, it's that they have an inflationary pressure on rental prices and overall housing costs. That is what we're trying to address here. We also need to address infrastructure. We also need to build more. We also need to keep people in their homes when they have a medical issue, when they have a car issue. And that's what we said. If it's your home, anytime, anywhere, you can start a TAR as long as it's legal, because we know people need that to make ends meet. I wanted to talk a little bit about the affidavit and the perjury. We are not locking people up, okay? This was a concession that we made when we were negotiating around this bill. Initially, right now, if you want a TAR permit, you need to have your final permits. You have to have your final building permits. We knew that was going to be a problem for folks. So we said, okay, we won't make you go ahead and prove that you have the permits, but we want you to assure us that what you're providing is safe. So do a notarized affidavit. You know what, guys? If you want to buy this, that we want to lock them up for perjury, go ahead and change it back to the way it was. Require them to have their final permits. That's how we're going to ensure these are safe. I'm fine with the declaratory statement, but I want to make sure that you guys are aware that you're being fed a lot of misinformation. I want to just finally wrap up with a couple of things to say that there are some of the recommendations here made by the planning director. In fact, almost all of them I'm absolutely in agreement with. They're absolutely, in many cases, coming up with housekeeping measures, clarity. But the big thing that I want to just highlight here is the enforcement piece. And that was brought up to you many times today. If only the county were enforcing Bill 108, right? If only we were enforcing. One of the standards that is in the code now that came from Bill 108, the TAR has to meet the character of the neighborhood. How do we enforce that? Who decides what the character of the neighborhood is? How does the director go ahead and say, yes, no, it doesn't when a complaint comes in? The standards that are in the law right now are completely unenforceable. So all those folks that are out there complaining about us not enforcing 108, it's because it's nearly impossible to. So what Bill 121 does is make each of those standards, and you can see we took a clear effort to say, how do we make this so it is enforceable, how it is measurable, right? And that's why it's so important from the enforcement perspective to have clarity around the standards that are put up there, as well as this revenue that's coming in from the annual renewals on these fees. So right now, our short-term vacation rental program, which would include any enforcement and any support that we provide to existing TARs, is a losing proposition. It is subsidized by the general plan because we don't bring enough revenue in to actually do any of the enforcement. And so the fees that are designed with respect to the program that we put before you are intended so that we can provide that kind of support, both from the enforcement side, but also from the side of supporting folks that are operating transient accommodation rentals. And so when some of the comments are made about these fees, we are not looking to go ahead and say fee. There's no such, the due process argument, there's still due process. If somebody gets a complaint, the director determines it's a violation, they get a fee. They have the appeals board, they have the Third Circuit Court. Due process still exists. We don't override that in any way. And of course, we're going to look into every complaint. And I want to ask folks, if you've got an issue with these fees, do you plan on actually violating the law? I mean, these are very easy to follow guidelines that we've put in place. I'm happy to accept the recommendations of the director in terms of some of the clarity of language. And I want to just highlight Jason. He was one of the last people to testify on Zoom. He sent me a couple of definitions this morning. He mentioned it around gathering and events. I think you guys should take a look at that testimony. Those make sense to me. There's still work in progress on this. Like I said, back to the beginning. I look forward to your responses. I'm happy to answer any questions after you've heard any additional testimony, but I hope I've been able to provide some clarity about what this bill does and does not do. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kimball. Okay, so at this time, I'm gonna go down the list for in-person testimony. And I thank you,
Chair.
staff.
Oh,
Yes, go
sorry.
ahead, Commissioner Deleuze.
Chair Kimball, I just had a quick question on Bill 122, which was basically the repeal of bed and breakfast. I just wasn't clear as to why that section was being repealed. Maybe you can enlighten us on that.
It might be a little bit improper since we are on Bill 121, but if the chair doesn't mind, I will respond to that because it's a fairly straightforward question or response.
Not the bed and breakfast. Yeah. Since we have you, if you could respond and then,
Yeah, so quite simply, everything that is contained within the bed and breakfast code, that process will now be under the hosted TAR. And so rather than having 3 different arrangements, bed and breakfast, hosted TAR, operator TAR, unhosted TAR, we're taking bed and breakfast out because it's already covered by the hosted TAR program.
No, thank you for that clarification.
Mhm.
And I think that's also a misunderstood provision.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. And folks that are operating a hosted TAR are welcome to call themselves a bed and breakfast if they'd like to. But it's semantics.
okay, Commissioner Kush.
Chair, thank you. Councilmember Kimball, I also have a question. And I believe that the planning director had a recommendation about 122 as well that kind of addressed that. People who are currently bed and breakfasts. But the question I had for you is, can you expand a little bit about what the gentleman who was talking about events? Can you expand a little bit about that and what he was referring to? And then you indicated that was a thoughtful recommendation.
Yeah, so if you look in Bill 21, under section 121, sorry, under section 2, we have definitions of events and gatherings. And I have to tell you this, the department and we struggled with really making these definitions clear and concise. I don't have Mr. Jason Eisenhardt's testimony right in front of me.
We'll find it.
But if you'll find it, yeah, he presented some just rewording here for those 2 definitions that I think actually provided a little more clarity. So thank you, Jason, for doing that. But the key thing that we're trying to, one of the biggest complaints that we have with respect to transient accommodation rentals is the large events that are not included under another special permit or special activity, either wedding receptions or concerts or things like that. So that's really what we're trying to get at with these definitions. And I encourage you to look at them closely because a lot of times we legislate around the definitions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Zoom testimony? Zoom?
Yes, we will get to the rest of the testimony. Any other questions for Chair Kimball? Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I apologize for the delay in your testimony, but if we can go to my list here, I have first up is Susan Strauslin and Jason De Bruin. Is there a Jason? Okay. What about a Guthrie De Bruin? Okay. Mark Sidmore? Okay, please swear you both in. Please raise your right hand and then press the button right on the. There you go. Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter, now before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Before you start, please state your name, the area you reside in, and you have 3 minutes each.
Who goes first?
You can go first, Susan. Yeah.
I'm Susan Strauslin and I live in Pauca'a area. We just were approved for a bed and breakfast in January and we're talking about Bill 121 now. And from my understanding, if Bill 122 passes, then we will fall into the hosted STRV category,
which we just went through a lengthy application process for the bed and breakfast, paid $500, and now we're gonna have to turn around and do that all over again? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's a procedural question. I can't answer.
Yeah,
That would
I
be a
mean-
question for the planning department. But right now I can take any concerns that you have on the bill.
So yeah, that duplicates our upfront costs and time, obviously. Increasing the costs and regulations on owner-hosted STRVs will be a burden to many owners, as you've already heard today. A vast majority of short-term rentals are owned by locals. And most of these owners are over 50, most of them single rental units. And they depend on this income. And if we fall into that category, we'll be in the same boat, because we are, going to be dependent on this income for our retirement. And our house, we'll be renting out rooms. It's a bed and breakfast. We do have family coming here, just like some other people mentioned. So, having more regulation put on us, now, if we're not going to be the bed and breakfast, now we have to do all the reporting requirements and all that. That's going to fall into the SDRV category. So that's more burdensome. Which, yeah, the process being proposed is lengthy, arduous, and cumbersome. And the benefits, let's see. The reporting requirements are also not fair for
You have
the
30 seconds.
Okay. Anyway, that's, I just think that it's not necessary to add more regulation to a system that is already working. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Sidmore, you may begin.
Well, thank you for letting me speak today. I'm glad that Ms. Kimball had a chance to come by here. She's obviously extremely passionate about this bill. It's true that she did have many Zoom meetings. She had a phone conversation with myself. I'm sure she took meetings with other people. Nothing she says can be taken at any kind of, she says whatever she needs to say to do what she needs to do. Evidence about this, one of my main concerns is in Lava Zone 1 and 2. We cannot get mixed use insurance. With a registration of a hosted bed and breakfast, puts on record that we live and run a business on the same property. HPIA does not insure mixed use properties. House Bill 2051 running through the state Senate right now is trying to address that. If this passes before that, we lose our insurance. We can get commercial insurance for unhosted vacation rentals. If anyone lives full-time on the property, that violates our commercial insurance. There is no mixed use insurance available in Lava Zones 1 or 2. We not only lose our business, we lose our homes. Anyone with a mortgage, we don't get insurance, we lose our homes. The mortgages get called in. This has been fought on many levels on the state. Ms. Kirkowitz is trying to straighten this out. This bill is just too far in advance. We can't get insurance. The second thing that I need to talk about is I'm from Kahana, and Kahana is very small lots. Many times, many of us own 2 or 3 contiguously landscaped building sites. And I don't understand the difference between a building site and a TMK. So personally, my building site encompasses 3 TMKs. I live in one of the properties. The other is a vacation rental, which is hosted, as we have a full-time person living in one of the rooms, and then the other is a vacant lot. When I hired John Pippin to go through the B&B process, he consulted with Mr. Kern and with Mr. Darrow, asking about how we can get the hosted provision satisfied with 3 TMKs, although they're contiguously landscaped. Which brings me to the other issue, where my parking for the bed and breakfast or vacation rental is on the vacant lot. So it's a separate TMK. Now, Maui County allows you to lease parking within a certain distance of your business. When I asked Ms. Kimball about this on the phone, she said that this Bill 121 will
30
also
seconds.
allow that, but I don't see anything in there that addresses this. The last thing is vacation nodes, designating our areas and creating these vacation nodes prior to 121 will alleviate a lot of these issues. Whereas we could then designate that TMK as unhosted and get insurance. Our home will be insured by HPIA. But vacation nodes, when brought up at the Zoom meeting of November of 23, Ms. Kimball said, it takes too much time. We don't have time to fit my agenda. I don't know what the rush is. I don't know what the agenda is. I thank you for listening to me. If you have any other questions, I welcome them in the future.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mr.
Director
Chair, point
Kern?
of clarification.
Yes.
I do not speak to Mr. Pippin on a professional level. So you might have inquired with Deputy Director Jeff Darrow, but I just want to make it clear that I do not speak with land planning. And I'm just trying to make that clear for the record. So I don't speak.
You'd
with
have
them.
to ask
Thank you.
Mr. Pippin that. That is the information Mr. Pippin gave me via email.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Brian Frederickson and then Brian Daniel. Brian Daniel here? Oh, okay. Thank you for your patience. If you please raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter, now before the Windward Planning Commission.
I do.
Okay. We'll go with Mr. Frederickson first, and then followed by Mr. Daniel.
Aloha, Planning Commission members, and thank you for your patience. I know you've been here for quite a while, and so have we, listening to comments. My wife and I live in Pahoa, we've owned a small house for 10 years. And we're not in the vacation rental business, and I have no idea if we'll ever be in it. And I really think my comments are really based on an issue of fairness. I don't really think what's being proposed is fair. It's kind of a solution in search of a problem. So we've used vacation rentals all over, and I've enjoyed staying in every one of them. But I don't have time to talk about a lot of things relative to this rule, so I'm just going to bring up one thing. And that's in the exemptions of this rule, they exempt timeshares. And timeshares, I know there's a legal definition of what a timeshare is, but timeshares are not what they used to be. They're not fractional real estate programs. And if you do a little bit of digging, you'll see that they're basically vacation membership programs. And on Hawaii Island, I looked at one of the bigger companies, and they have at least 150 homes, and they're in every single neighborhood, and they are exactly like vacation rentals. They have, and they will be totally unregulated under this rule. So if you're going to move forward with this proposal, at least in the sense of fairness, you really need to include timeshares in single family homes. They're in Hilo, they're in Nanawali, they're in Fern Forest, they're outside of Volcano Village. They should all be looked at very closely. Because I think the gorilla in the closet is really corporate ownership of single family homes. And if you do a little bit of research, you'll see that investors in Wall Street have purchased like a quarter of all single family homes sold in 2022 or 2023. And when they decide to dump all those homes, there is going to be a housing crisis like we've never experienced. So thank you for the time.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Daniel?
Thank you. Hello, I'm here to give my personal views on Hawaii County Bill 121 and related legislation. I live in the volcano community. I do not have a bed and breakfast operation, nor do I have plans to start one. I'm concerned about the negative impact this proposed legislation will have on the volcano community. I believe that this is the third attempt to regulate, suppress, and outlaw all TARs, transient accommodations. is at the request, demand, and written by paid lobbyists from the hotel industry, and they are probably in this room. This is not about protecting the public. It is all about money. The pit bulls in our neighborhood present a greater danger and nuisance than a few tourists from the mainland. I think this bill will reduce the number of visitors overall to this island. If there is no alternative to renting a $300 a night room in a hotel, the hotel industry will see a drop in business as more potential visitors decide that Hawaii Island is too expensive to visit. They will kill the golden goose and eat it to the detriment of us all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Sebastian Lancelotti. And then after that is Chris Adair. If you please turn on your mic in front of you, and then I need to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter, not before the Windward Planning Commission.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. I will start with Mr. Lancelotti. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, members of the council. I don't have enough time to bring up all points, so I'll just stick to a
Yeah,
couple.
please speak directly into the mic so we can record your testimony.
The first item being, I think that I believe it's a gross infringement on personal rights to tell people what they can and can't do on the property that they own. I think to tell someone that they can only live in their primary residence and that they can't rent the secondary residence on their home, it should be illegal. And that many families don't need a full home and they can live in an ohana or, make means through secondary dwelling units, and they would rather have the income source of a primary residence being rented. And I think that having that in this bill is wrong, and that people should not be told what they can and cannot do on their own property. And that being said, I think telling people that they cannot rent on agricultural property is wrong. I think most of the short-term vacation rentals I've ever stayed on are on farms, and that is a part of the industry that I like to visit. I have stayed on mamaki farms, I have stayed on macnut farms, I've stayed on coffee farms, all of which were wonderful and personable experiences that I cherish and that now I can no longer explore. Secondly, I think that it will see an economic downturn, pushing these agendas onto the private sector of the tourism market. We're going to see a major downturn in tourism. We're going to see a major downturn in tax revenue. And I think that'll be detrimental to our local economy. And it'll be much like the downturn that we saw during COVID that led to a lot of poverty. And I don't think it'll help the housing market increase. Thirdly, I think we need to push more time and finances into fixing the problems that we have with our permitting departments and our building departments to allow for more new housing to be built and to allow the permitting process to be more fluid and less restrictive. Many projects that I've ever seen done are not permitted simply because they cannot wait or go through the long, lengthy, expensive process of permitting. And I think that it's a waste of time to spend this much time and energy on something that's not a problem. And we need to spend that time and energy on problems that are problems. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Adair?
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Chris Adair, and I live on the west side of Hawaii in the Kailua-Kona area. And like many people there, I rent out a portion of my home. My home was originally purchased as a multi-generational property, and my children live with me and my in-laws live downstairs. And since my father-in-law's death, my mother-in-law does not come as often. However, it is still her apartment and she owns the bottom portion of my home. And so when she is not visiting, she's not staying with us, we rent out that portion of our home. It's not a property that is available for long-term housing. If she were not able to come and I was not able to rent the property, it would sit vacant. We do use the income from this rental to pay our mortgage. And if we didn't have that, we would have to sell our property. A lot of people come and visit from the mainland and they visit internationally. We recently hosted a family, a multi-generational family like ours, where the grandparents came from Canada and the children and grandchildren lived in Japan. They wouldn't have been able to come and have this family reunion had it not been for a property like mine. It was very nice to see that. They rent from a short-term vacation rental because they have the ability to have the kids nap in the afternoon while they cook on the grill or do other things at my place. They did a lot of laundry. I've spoken to numerous families, numerous friends and acquaintances, and asked them to share their impact on this proposed legislation. And a number of my friends were afraid. One of my neighbors was fearful because he has a permit that is in process, and he was fearful for putting his name on this. I've got another friend who built an ADU without proper permits. She rents hers long-term, but she still won't speak up because she's afraid of being targeted. I would like to ask this commission to request a couple of things. I really think that an economic impact study of this proposed legislation is in order. I really don't think that the true consequences of what is proposed are genuinely understood. How it will impact homeowners such as myself, how it's going to impact people such as the
30
individuals
seconds.
that I employ, and our local economy. I would like to request that you remove restrictions on where people sleep in order to rent. It's almost the same as telling people what they can do in their bedrooms. And lastly, I'd like to request that you streamline this registration process and make it a lot easier to comply without jeopardizing the privacy or livelihoods of these individuals. I feel that we do have a housing crisis on this island, and
Summarize.
that we don't need to add to this problem by making it harder for people who already have housing to pay for the housing they already own. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate everything that you're doing.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Alan Smith and Saul Rialson. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, if you could please raise your right hand, I'll swear you both in. And then if you could please press the mic right there, the face button, yeah. Yeah, there you go. If you could please, yeah, thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter, not before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Okay, we'll start with Mr. Smith.
Yes. My name is Alan Smith. I retired and moved to Lower Puna about 6 years ago. I built a 2-bedroom house. I like to travel. That's what I've always done. I travel about 1 or 2 months a year and like to rent out my house. During that time, it offsets the cost of my travels partially, and it keeps my house occupied so I don't get meth head squatters moving into my house. As I said, I like to rent my house. It partially pays for my travel. I don't get a lot of money for it. I rent it for about $3,000 a month. Out of that, I pay the TAT and the GET plus income taxes. So I'm probably left with like $2,000 a month. Your costs, registration fee, annual fees, I mean, it makes it totally not worthwhile even doing anymore. If I'm going to get like, a few $100s net out of the end of it. I mean, I think it's, for someone that does this part of the year, I think that's, your fees are totally unreasonable. I mean, if I made $100,000 a year for renting my house, Yeah, okay, or 50,000, but we're talking a couple thousand. That's one point I have. The other point is that, like, where I live, there are a lot of vacation rentals, and there's a lot of long-term rentals as well. And almost entirely the vacation rentals are well-maintained, they're clean, they're attractive properties. The long-term rentals are in disrepair. They've got 3 or 4 or 5 unlicensed vehicles on the properties, 4 or 5 mongrel dogs. I mean, I would rather be surrounded by vacation rentals than be surrounded by long-term rentals. I've never had a complaint about my property or my renters. I've never had any reason to complain about the other vacation rentals in my area. So I really don't know what all these laws are for, what the purpose is. It seems to me like it's the hotel industry trying to get rid of competition.
Thank you for your testimony.
Um,
You have any finishing thoughts? You still have time, that's why.
Sorry,
You still have time, so if you want.
my
add-
throw. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be short. Saul Rollison, opposed to 121. So I've been here for 35 years. And I did spend a couple of years up in Kailua when they imposed the wholesale ban of Airbnbs and SDVRs in Kailua. I watched people file for bankruptcy. Their lives were completely turned upside down, and it was miserable. It was miserable. And I was also there a year later when the Honolulu Star Bulletin published the survey that they had spent a considerable amount of time doing that showed that there hadn't even been a blip in the inexorable rise of rents and house prices in Kailua. And for Ms. Kimball to sit here and claim that there is a wholesale correlation between house prices and the banning of Airbnbs is at best disingenuous. There is no reliable data whatsoever. I would also, which leads me onto this other thought, which is, well, you know, if it's not really about the economics of it, and prove to me that it is if you can, but I don't think anybody really can. Then it's surely about the disruption of the neighborhoods. Where are all the disrupted neighbors? Where's the long line of people here today to complain about STVR? They're simply not here. And you know, I have a vacation rental which I've had for 12 years, and I've run it to the best and most ethically as I can for the last 12 years. It's my home. It's also kind of my home. It's the only property I own in the world. It's where I keep all my things, my artwork, my family heirlooms, my bits and pieces, my knickknacks, my guitars, my tools. Hundreds of tools collected over the years. I keep everything open. I don't lock anything. I never lock a closet. In 12 years, I've never had anything taken, anything, not a single thing, except one boogie board, which was mailed back from California. I've never had anything broken. I've never had the police come to the house. I've never had complaints, except 4 complaints from the neighbor next door who complains because they get a little bit excitable in the morning because they want to see the sunset and it's fantastic. I've had far more complaints from my neighbors, from my guests about my neighbors than I ever have the other way around, because they're people and they fight and it's what happens, right? It's life. It's life. But I don't go over to my neighbors and and complain to them because it happens. I would say that if you're going to impose this incredibly draconian law, I mean, it really is. I mean, it's very disruptive. You have to be very certain why you're doing it. Now, if you're not doing it for this disruption of the neighborhoods and you're not doing it for economic reasons, is it that age-old thing that's as old as humankind, which is othering, which is there's them and there's us. There's us people who live here and there's them that come from outside and we don't like them. And there's a tinge of racism in it. I know there is. I know we don't talk about it, but there is. And I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad thing. I've lived here a long time. It's not all that great having lots of people here, but be sure that you're doing it for that reason, or the reason that's a true and honest reason, because it's gonna mess with people's lives terribly and drastically. And it's not necessarily, it's a solution in search of a problem, as the previous speaker said. Anyway,
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next I have Val Coulter. I don't think she's here. Okay, and then Geneva Jackson. And Rachel Jaycox. Okay. Please turn on the mic there and then I'll swear you in. Please turn on that mic. The button with the face on it. Oh. On the bottom. Yeah, there you go. Okay. You please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do.
Okay. Please state your name, area you reside in, 3 minutes.
Aloha, my name is Rachel J. Cox. I am a housekeeper in the short-term vacation rental industry. I know that you guys are switching the terminology to TARS, but I really feel like STVR very well describes what we do. But I don't own my own short-term vacation. I work for other people that do own them. And as a housekeeper, this bill 121, it puts my job in jeopardy, my entire livelihood. This is a reliable income that I desperately need. I live down south in Ocean View, and there are multiple short-term vacation rentals in Ocean View. And you know, occasionally we get a couple people that are a little bit louder than normal, but I think the neighbors and they're barking dogs and like screaming at each other, and that's much louder and more disturbing than a couple people like singing really loudly. So I just think that it's questionable, like many people have raised, what the true purpose of this bill is. And personally, I think part of it does come down to demand for clientele, and the hotels want all of the renters to come to them. And I think that's a very disingenuous experience of Hawaii. I think that renting via short-term rentals allows you to truly experience island spirit and island life and make real connections with real people. And the hotels kind of have this manufactured experience. And from the perspective of a housekeeper, I have to drive over an hour to get into Kona. And to get to the hotel district, I'm over an hour and a half one way. That's an enormous portion of my day. And then as a independent, I can charge a much higher rate for my labor. And all the other housekeepers that I know also can charge a significantly higher rate for our labor. And so for us to lose that short-term vacation rental, we then have to fall back onto what the hotels offer, which is so low, it's almost despicable. I talked to one hotel and they wanted to offer me $15 an hour for over an hour drive for what might be 3 hours worth of work. And it's just, I couldn't live off that. No one could. How am I supposed to support my family like that? I can't. It's impossible. So I would like you to seriously consider the greater impact that this would have on the communities that depend on tourism. And I know we like to complain about tourists because it's what we do. But the truth is, we don't have an industry to replace that here. And until we have something to step up and fill that shoe, we shouldn't try and get rid of something that's sustaining us. It's like cutting off your leg before you step on a landmine. It doesn't make sense. It's nonsensical. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Yep. Yeah, 3 minutes.
Aloha, my name's Geneva. Thank you for all of your volunteerism here in Hawaii County. I have lived a life of volunteerism and servitude. I actually was featured on KHON2 News with an Aloha with My Kindness award, which gave me tickets to fly anywhere I wanted. And guess what? As a volunteer who works in the medical industry, I was not able to travel nor accept that. But I kindly accepted that award. And to you, I was willing to give that time, and thanks to your servitude here. I am a owner of a short-term vacation rental, which we actually built on raw land and had anticipated moving in. When we actually sat down to the financials, as we were close to the end of the build, it did not make financial sense for us to actually be able to move there. And we went into the legal way of actually having a short-term vacation rental. Part of what I am noticing is just listening to what everyone is saying here today. I do agree with having an economic impact study, as I know that just from talking to others before coming here and today, A lot of the owners, including ourselves, are paying $10,000 last year, $25,000, $22,000. And these are funds that are going to our county and our state that are desperately needed. Looking at specifically the people who are being targeted, which I am very proud to display our goldenrod placard at our rental. And I love it when people say, oh, you guys got recognition from the county. That's great. We know you're legitimate. It made them feel safe. Thank you. We work really hard at becoming super hosts on Airbnb, at paying all of our fees, at being really good law-abiding citizens. I caretake for hospice patients. The amount of money that healthcare workers make is very similar to somebody who would actually be in a house cleaning service. So completely different changing a bed for a hospice patient versus your hotel. In this particular instance, I would see a financial loss for our Hawaii County. As I understand, each county is actually able to make up their own scenario that would help us here. So whereas Maui would have their own and Kauai, Oahu, et cetera. I urge you to look at financially, specifically the placards that have been issued, as it does seem that we are all being targeted indirectly because you have our information. I would say look at the financial loss coming from those legitimate people and really do focus on the people who are not legitimate and put those funds and efforts towards that, because financially most people cannot live where they're renting. We clean our own rental. We don't have the money to pay for somebody else to do that. I thank you for your time. I also encourage everyone to look at our state, at CTAR, at Hawaii Tourism Authority, and actually look at all the agribusiness and agri-stays that they are promoting. You may find a place that you'd like to go stay, but you also may find inside information that will help you on this decision. Please, I am opposed to this bill 121 as well as 122, 123. I encourage everybody to pay their fees. It is business. You must pay your fees in business and do your due diligence. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your volunteerism. Please oppose this bill. Let it go back into reworking.
Thank you for your
of some
testimony.
sort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Okay, I have the next is Danielle Marzochi and Megan Isaac. This okay. Next, I have Martina Wing. If you press that button, there you go. Yeah, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter and not before the Windward Planning Commission.
I do.
Yes.
Okay. Miss Isaac, you may go first.
Thank you. It's getting to feel like a long day already. Thank you. I really appreciated a little bit of humor and irony and satire, because many times today I really have questioned, why am I even here? It seems apparent from lots of testimony that this bill has so many problems. I think a few people have brought in front of you the constitutional problems that are behind this. Nobody's mentioned the lawsuit that's going on right now. Settled 100 days ago. It just indicates you're setting up for litigation, and that should be upfront on the table. But I refrain from being funny, and just to say, I, like everybody else, has really strong feelings that you should not recommend this bill. So it surprises me that there's already a recommendation that it be forwarded. And so aside from just urging you to listen to the quality of the testimony today and the quality of the people that have been showing up with very reasoned, clear thinking, I bring your attention to the Grassroots Institute finding $350 million contributed to the economy of this island. I'm here today spending a day that I could be spending elsewhere. I'm here because while my zoning permits me, I'm exempted from a lot of these new requirements because of my zoning, but I personally don't want to be a witness to the kind of economic freefall that I believe this bill will bring. And I'm really grateful right now for people making eye contact with me because this is very, very serious. We can't imagine how to make up $350 million in the economy right now. So this is, and I, all respect to Councilwoman Kimball, she must have her reasoning for why she is so passionate that this must be pushed forward. But for her to be raising her voice the way she did and discrediting people's testimony, I feel is inappropriate. I have a feeling you're about to ask me to summarize, and I would just say that it's very apparent that this bill is not complaint driven. And in fact, it's been on record that
30
Councilwoman
seconds.
Kimball was only able to provide the fact that there are 60 complaints in writing that have fueled this entire bill. So it's really inappropriate on so many levels, and I am just one more person expressing an extreme level of concern that would make me give up a day of my life to be here and listen to testimony, and plead with you to please really review this and see the implications. They are very far reaching. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Oh, turn on the mic, and then you can begin. Thank you.
Aloha. Thank you for listening to my testimony. My name is Martina Wing and I live in Kona. I submitted written testimony in opposition and have additional thoughts that I believe is educational for the audience here. I came to the islands over 25 years ago and rent STVR, a part of my house. It pays the mortgage. It's really scary to listen to all of this today and the whole process. I'm an immigrant from Germany. I'm now US citizen, and my parents were born during World War II, and I'm wired differently than someone who grew up in the USA. I can detect gaslighting from a mile away. You might have heard this word before, but to clarify, here's the definition. Gaslighting is a colloquialism loosely defined as manipulating someone into questioning their own perception of reality. There's more to it, but maybe you can look it up yourself. But it goes back to a movie from 1944, and it's called Gaslight. I asked my mom, when I learned of the origin of this movie from 1944, I asked my mom if she had heard about it, and to my surprise, she did. She watched it when she was young, a few years after the war was over. What does this have to do with Bill 121, you might ask? I listened to and reviewed every draft of Bill 121. Initially, I believed in the good intention of the county council chairwoman. She shared that the bill would not be damaging to the community. I witnessed how every draft got worse for us, and then I attended the last hearing. We, the people, overwhelmingly back then and today opposed the current bill. The next day, I read that the vote was 8-0 to move forward to the committee, to today. It was really hard to swallow. Not one representative listened to us. Not one representative had the courage to step in and help the community. Instead, we were gaslit. We were manipulated to believe that the bill is good for us, although it's not. It's a bad bill. We were lied to. I wish for this committee not to be gaslit. I wish that you acknowledge that the reality is that this bill in this current form damages the income of over 7,000 households plus the income of all service providers. I wish that you have the courage to say no and send it back to the drafting table. There has to be a better solution. This bill will have devastating impact on too many, including myself. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The last person I have here is Joshua Montgomery. Please raise your right hand. Swear you in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter, not before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, members. This bill's been proposed as a measure to preserve community character and create affordable housing. This bill fails to address either issue and creates a host of new problems for our community. Preserving neighborhood character, there are thousands of families that depend on short-term rentals for their livelihood. Despite assurances from Ms. Kimball and Ashley, this bill will hurt them. Many have told you it will force them to move away. The buyers, they're not likely to be locals because locals can't afford the properties that are currently operating as hosted rentals. This bill doesn't preserve community character. It accelerates gentrification. People having to sell their hosted rental with wealthy buyers coming in from the West Coast, buying them up and leaving them empty. And we know that because that's the data shows happened in Oahu. And that data is in front of you. The 400-page report that you're looking at, that's from our office. On the affordable housing side of things, we provided ample evidence that passing bills like this in no way affects the supply of affordable housing. The houses get sold to wealthy second homeowners and they sit vacant, right? You can look at the data we provided from Kauai, from Lake Tahoe, and most recently from New York City. These short-term rentals are how we pay our mortgages. It's how we afford to live in our community. The people who've been testifying today, you know, Ms. Kimball stood up and said that we've been lying to them, right? These people can read. They read the bill. They looked at the terms of the bill. They looked at how it impacted them, and they're here to tell you, as experts in their industry, experts, they know it. This is how they make their living, that this bill hurts them. That's what they're here saying. That's what I'm here saying, right? I did have a brief response to Ms. Kimball's issues. So one of the big things that's missing from this conversation is ag. She keeps saying everybody's going to be able to operate. It's not going to hurt anybody. Except when you look at all those zonings up there, you'll see ag's not included. And they turn around and they say really shortly, well, that's not included in our state law. That's a state problem. The issue is today that state law is not being enforced because there's no enforcement mechanism at the county to enforce it. What that means is that hundreds of farms around the island depend on vacation rental revenue. If this bill passes, they lose their livelihood. It's illegal. Look at the zoning she provided. Ag is not included. Permitted bedrooms are not necessarily bedrooms. I have a 4-bedroom house. It's permitted as a 3-bedroom house because one of them was originally an office. It meets all the standards of a bedroom, but it's not a bedroom on the list. The planning department's currently after me at that house because one of the bedrooms is not a bedroom and have been finding me $300 a day for renting a short-term rental, despite the fact that Sebastian in the back is the on-site host who runs that property. Finally, this isn't a registration. It's been pitched to us as a registration. A registration is a 1-page form, not plans, permits, drawings, multiple conversations with the planning department, hiring consultants at $11,000 a unit. None of that is a registration, right? This is an extensive process that needs to be stopped. Going forward, as we're having this conversation, I noticed that the proposers of this bill have been given extensive time to make their presentation, to put pretty graphics up on the board and to tell their story. In opposition, we're limited to 3-minute speeches, yet one at a time without the ability to create a cohesive narrative. In that 400-page document in front of you, we've gone through all of the testimony that was submitted at the county and here. We've extracted the major themes and the major requests from everyone who testified, and they're summarized in that document between pages 25 and 38. Those are specific requests and specific changes that this board can make. You have until the 29th of May to do this. Doing this today would be malfeasance. This is a really complicated bill. It's important that you take the time to understand it, that you look at the various recommendations closely, and that if you choose to recommend it, that you send those recommendations on to the county council with as many details as you can. I'm available to answer any questions that you have about the industry, about the underlying data, and I'm more than happy to do that for the rest of this hearing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. All right. Is there anybody else in this room that would like to testify at this time? If not, we'll take a short 5-minute break and then we'll finish up. Anybody else on the screen, and then we'll go into discussion on this matter. Okay, so we'll come back at 2:25.
Can I ask a question?
They're on. Oh, sorry, we're in recess right now.
Sorry, my phone died for a second. I just didn't know if you called my name.
Yeah, we're in recess right now. We'll resume in 5 minutes.
They're going to call Zoom caller at that time, I believe.
Okay, I understand that we still have a few more Zoom testifiers, so we will finish up testimony and then we will move on to questions to the planning staff. So Christian, are you ready?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. First testifier is Gordon Lindquist.
Okay, and these are new testifiers that need to be sworn in?
I'm not sure. I believe Gordon probably was sworn in to begin with. He's one of the people that were here in the morning and has come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Lindquist, you can unmute and go ahead. Yeah. Oh, I can't hear you, sir. Is your microphone on? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. No, is it possible that we can, you can call in to your phone? Call the phone number there? Yeah, Mr. Lindquist, as you try to do that, we'll still hold a place for you, but we'll move on to the next testifier for now until we can get a connection with you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next testifier is Robert Henry.
Okay, Mr. Henry.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, and it has been a long 5 hours. Let me state that, first of all, thank you for your service. I have been involved in federal litigation and issues like this for a long time, and I just have to state that I am absolutely bewildered by what Heather stated in your chambers. Thank God it's on the record and we're transcribing it. Let me just state, as many of you are business owners, please be advised that in order to deal with this, when we're making a decision for our business or for our state or for our community, we have to look at the financial implications of the way what we are deciding is going to affect those that we are deciding for. Do you guys realize that 121 was drafted without conducting a single economic impact study or analysis to determine what the effects of the bill would have on our island? With a bill of this magnitude and absolute the objection, we've dealt with this in the Senate, and I've testified at every single hearing along the way. But it's a grave oversight that 121 has been allowed to move forward without first commissioning. And I'm going to say this very carefully. The County Department of Research and Development, which is tasked to do their job to, quote, pursuant to statute, collect and develop data necessary for legislative decision-making. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please understand, from a layperson perspective, there was a gentleman here, he used one key word, and Heather didn't state it. The word is malfeasance. We have absolute obligations to this community to make sure that every single person is aware of the stakes and what it's going to do to our community. To move forward with this would be nothing short of malfeasance. And I guarantee you litigation would be hotly handled at the federal level. And I could promise you that we would not just stand back and be as somebody who is involved in this, but we would have no choice than to litigate because of the constitutionality of this and the non-constitutionality. This is violation of the Constitution, guys. Again, I understand you're not lawyers, but please understand this is not just some slam dunk, middle of the night legislation that you can throw in and expect to stand and hold muster. With that, we submit our written testimony, we stand down. And Heather, please notice that your commentary was absolutely noticed by the national media.
Sir,
and we appreciate you. Thank you so much, my friends. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I do want to make sure that everybody remains respectful. And please address all testimony to me as chair. We don't want to be calling out anybody specifically. I appreciate everybody's collaboration cooperation with this. Thank you. Next testifier, please. And is Mr. Lindquist on again?
I don't see him on with a different phone number or anything like that. He's still
Okay.
here as he was previously.
Okay. Next testifier, please.
Sure. Next testifier is Rebecca Stores.
Hello.
There she is. Okay.
Hi. Are you
Hi.
there?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, I'm unable to video. Is that okay?
Okay, have you been sworn in yet?
I have, yes.
Okay. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Aloha. Thank you. Hi. I actually would like to use an example, and unfortunately it's been 4 or 5 hours from the gentleman that testified earlier this morning about his frustrations with his neighbor's vacation rental. And you'll probably remember, it's been a while ago, but Jack was frustrated at the, and I'll use his words, chit chat that was going on at his neighbor's Airbnb on the front porch when he was trying to take an afternoon nap. And he was pretty upset and shared with us that he likes to take naps in the afternoon and doesn't like to be interrupted. And when he was speaking, it made me think about what would happen under the TAR Bill 121 when our guests are sitting on the lanai chit-chatting after 8 p.m. and the neighbor doesn't like it and they call the police or file a complaint with the director. And I could get fined $2,500 because it's after quiet hours and my neighbor is disturbed. And I understand that this bill is introduced to protect neighbors, most likely from an Airbnb having a house party or, as our friend Jack showed us, that it's more of, it could be our friend just showed us noise violations can truly be subjective to idle chit chat, on a neighbor's lanai interrupting an afternoon nap that could result in up to a $10,000 fine. And no disrespect to Chairman Kimball, but there is a fine schedule, section 25-4-16.19 of the TAR Bill 121 that clearly shows fines will be issued for first violation, $2,500, second violation, $5,000, third violation, $10,000. Violations of this bill. So that is $10,000 in fines, a total of $17,500 in accusations, or excuse me, that can be filed against us or fined. So just with the few frustrations expressed in Jack's testimony earlier today alone, that could have potentially accrued up to $17,500 in fines under the TAR bill. And additionally, after his 3 complaints, Jack's neighbor's ability to continue to rent the ohana would have been suspended or subject to being terminated. And all this just from a few frustrations that Jack actually expressed in his testimony about his neighbor's Airbnb. And as even our friend Jack said earlier, he doesn't mind his local neighbors blasting music all night long. It's just the Airbnb chit chat on the lanai or a lost tourist knocking on his door asking for directions that gets him irritated. So how do we pass laws with an 8 p.m. noise ordinance when our neighbors are blasting music all into the night with no issue? How do we allow one and not the other and then implement up to a $10,000 fine on the owner of the rental property when their guests chit chat too loudly on the
30
lanai
seconds.
and disrupt their neighbor's sleep? Where is the logic? Where is the aloha? The TAR operation standards are too vague and too subjective to allow these kind of outrageous and unsupported fines. All a disgruntled neighbor like Jack has to do once TAR 121 is passed is to call the police when they are annoyed and complain, and then it would be up to the property owner to defend themselves each time and incur any costs associated with it. I'm so grateful that Jack was giving his testimony today and venting his frustrations and that gave us insight of how TAR 121 would actually play out. And I'm grateful to all of you. Thank you for all your time. This is crazy how long this lasts, and this is just one day in your life. So thank you for all you guys do. Appreciate it. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Yes, Ashley Robinson.
Yes, you're up.
Hi.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Please state your name and then you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ashley Robinson. I live in North Hilo in Papaloa, and we have a family ran Airbnb since 2012, and I moved out here from Kona in 2018 to help my dad run it on our little off-grid homestead that we've been fixing up since I was a kid. And I just really want to kind of remind everyone that there's a big difference between like the rural and the urban sides of the island, and all the different Airbnbs and accommodations that can fit in every single little niche on this island. Every single one's a bit different. So lumping us all together can be very difficult, especially with the permitting and the planning and the trying to make decisions on like the future of the homestead. I don't want to like feel there's a lot of fear, hopelessness in this bill, and it feels very, they're wanting us to like make decisions out of fear. But we're planning to run the ranch for a long time, and I don't want to have to like make cold cuts between ranching infrastructure and Airbnb infrastructure, and just keep our little Ohana, because the urban sprawl will get you fast. Okay, sorry, I'm a little nervous. So I would just like to say that we all have beautiful, safe homes in paradise because we made them the way we wanted them to be, and that they'll never be a hotel. And that's just like what we want them to be, though, because hotels are just extractive tourism. And I feel like the Airbnbs keep the money and the economy local. It's very important that it goes right back into whatever we're doing. Like all the money just goes straight back into the homes, and like it just keeps us here. And I think that's very important. Yeah, I just have to say, I hope that we can build bridges and not walk on like backs, basically. Because we can like close the loop living on an island. We don't need to rely on outside infrastructure if we just take care of it without putting all this like fear and stress onto homeowners that are already stressed out enough. And yeah, I just don't think it's a good idea to support a bill.
30 seconds.
Basically, like finding more problems than solutions when there's already enough problems. And I don't think we have the answers that they're hoping to find in this bill, especially the rural homesteads, because there's a lot of work to be done already. And I don't think finding renters out here is not going to be easy for us. So that's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Debbie Roberts.
Aloha. Thank you for listening to me. This has been a very great meeting today, and I am completely opposed to Bill 121 for many of the same reasons that have already been articulated today. I feel that any person who owns a property should be able to rent out a portion of their property without government intervention. We don't have government intervention if we rent out a room to a couple that works at the hotel, and it shouldn't be any different for tourists. I did have a hosted rental after I retired. It helped me make the mortgage. Ultimately, I sold that property, and I was fortunate enough to have a friend purchase a hosted vacation rental with an Ohana, and she invited me to be the operator there. So my point is a little bit different than a lot of what I've heard, because my understanding of the motive behind this all of this is affordable housing. Well, lo and behold, presented to me is the perfect affordable housing in Ohana, where I can exchange hosting duties for rent. And I am a retired vacation rental manager, so I know a lot about it. It was a perfect setup. Well, and a neighbor complained about something, and the planning department came out, and they now have made us remove the kitchen, remove the cooking facilities. So, you know, there are a lot of Ohanas on the Big Island, and they afford the perfect situation for someone to have affordable housing and act as the operator for a vacation rental such as myself. But I tell you what, it doesn't leave me much dignity at 72 years old to not have a kitchen facility. So I don't know what's going on with the county. If the right hand and the left hand talk to each other, you need to understand that we need Ohanas. So it was required of this new owner to now call it a detached bedroom with no kitchen. And when I look at this bill on page 4, in the middle of the page about other conditions, what it says there, now hers is different, it'd be already grandfathered in, but for everybody
30
else,
seconds.
thank you, you cannot live in the Ohana, the guest house, if you're the host operator. What is up with that? You're going to live in the house with the vacation rental people? That makes no sense. No one's going to rent a house to live with a stranger, and I don't want to live with strangers. So I'm urging you to look into how many Ohanas or ADUs or whatever we're
summarize.
going to call them now and make them affordable housing. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is another Debbie Roberts up on screen now, and I'm wondering if it is a different Debbie Roberts or was the same? Okay. Then Ryan Neal.
Yes. Ryan Neal here. I've been sworn.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
There's criticisms of this bill because people aren't being heard. The 3-minute blip, no chance for rebuttal. Heather can make claims. Excuse me, the council people can make claims that are unchallenged, such as if you were renting, you can rent forever as long as you're legal. The problem is the law to rent is changing. You know, you are now going to prevent people from living in a detached bedroom who are already doing that. So that is going to decrease rentals. Yeah, you're saying they can rent, but no, if it's legal, but you're changing what it means to be legal. And that's a big issue. So renting is going to go down. This bill is not going to increase renting. There's zero motivation within this to increase renting. It's going to decrease rents. It's going to decrease tourism dollars, and it's going to increase hotel profits, period. Regarding the constitutionality in this nonsense that since it's a business, it can be regulated, this is residential use. I can have 19 relatives sleep here for free, but the minute I charge somebody $1 to sleep here, I can't do it. It's not like I'm creating a welding fabrication shop in a residence. It's nonsense. The point of residential use is being ignored, okay? And this law 121 is extremely biased against the operator. You are actually instructing people to call the police if there's a noise concern. What other laws in any county, in any state or book, tell people to call the police? If a law is broken, call the police. If you see somebody doing this, call the police. No laws say call the police. You're inciting, and inviting unrest among people to tell them to do that. It's not going to create more long-term rental. I rent the room down the hall. I'm not going to take a long-term tenant if I can't rent short-term. Okay. The issue came up earlier by Jason Eisert regarding whether or not the definitions of gatherings needed to be changed. It's just an example of how there's a lot of errors and problems with this bill. Hosted means somebody lives there. So a gathering, should not or must contemplate the fact that the host who lives there can have his own friends over anytime he wants and is not bound by the quantity quota listed in this residential permit for the tar, right? And Jason also mentioned that you might have service providers on site, masseuse, yoga instructors who are there to service the business that shouldn't be counted as part of the rental. So I would encourage you to go back and look at Jason Isert's
30 seconds.
suggestions regarding that. The detached bedroom rule, you're simply trying to prevent a renter from having use of the kitchen, which means you're trying to deter renting. And any interest you have in suggesting that I have to live with my kitchen to call it my primary residence is none of your business. I can eat out of my microwave, okay, and drink out of the hose. That's my business. Homeless people do it all the time. So also there shouldn't be a difference between host,
Please
owner
summarize.
host versus no difference between owner host versus operator host. They both mean supervised. That means they're both attended to well. Lastly, agriculture. Agriculture issues are different from
Sorry.
in
Thank
town.
you
You
for
don't
your
have the
testimony,
noise,
sir.
parking, or other issues.
Thank you for your testimony. Next testifier, please.
That is the last testifier I have on my list that is in the room. We may
Okay.
ask if there's anybody else in the room who hasn't testified.
Is there a phone number that we can call Mr. Lindquist at?
I will, yes, we have a phone number for him.
Well, let's see what our Mr. Lindquist, is your mic working now? No. So Christian, are you able to call Mr. Lindquist at his phone number? Yeah.
I'm not sure how to do that through the Zoom platform.
Okay. I don't know how we do that. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Lindquist. We currently have the capability to do it over Zoom right now. So with that, that's the end of our public testimony. Is there anybody else in this room that would like to testify? Okay. At this time, we're going to move to questions for the. Oh. Okay. 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 Sorry, a technical thing. Is there a motion to close public testimony at this time?
I'll make the motion to close public testimony.
Okay, it's been moved by Vice Chair Daniele. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Perrin. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, public testimony is now closed. Okay. Okay, now we will move to questions to the planning department staff on this bill from the commissioners. And questions also to Chair Kimball as the introducer of this bill. Okay, commissioners. Commissioner Kush, go ahead.
Chair Lim, I have a question for planning staff. Can you clarify the impact of this bill on agricultural lands? Just kind of globally explain how hosted, operator hosted, and even so it's already covered under 108, unhosted rentals on state zoned agricultural land.
So currently, as Bill 121 is written, the owner-hosted transient accommodation rentals will be permitted as long as the owner is on within the single-family dwelling. For agricultural, in the operator-hosted, they would need to have shown that they're in use prior to January 1st, 2024. In order to get a non-conforming use certificate. And they'll have dates prescribed in the bill currently that they'll have to come before the planning department to apply for the non-conforming use certificate for those zones. For an unhosted, the agricultural zone is not a permitted use unless you already have a pre-existing NUC that was issued to you through Bill 108 and how the planning department had previously or is currently regulating short-term vacation rentals.
Thank you. And can you also maybe expand on using second farm dwellings, first farm dwellings, those interactions on hosted and operator hosted TARs?
Yes, so currently, as Bill 101 again is written, for an additional farm dwelling, an owner hosted transient accommodation rental is not permitted. Additional farm dwellings are granted through the state code, and we can't make amendments to that. They're specifically regulated through the state. The same would go for the operator hosted transient accommodation rentals if they are approved as an additional farm dwelling.
Thank you.
Yeah, right now it's only questions to the staff and Chair Kimball on that matter.
All right, I got a question.
Okay, Commissioner Daniel.
So I'm in the coffee industry. We're proposing a bill 2 years ago about blending. They decided to do a 2-year economic study. Okay, that's in coffee. So why hasn't that been done with this?
Who's your question directed to? Anybody? Okay.
If I may respond, so there are actually 2 studies in your binder that have come from DBED and Hawaii Appleseed. Those are locally oriented studies, which was one of the requests. In addition, there have been multiple studies at the national and international level. In the interest of space, I didn't provide those because people were more interested in the localized assessment, but those studies are there.
And how long were those studies? How long were they? I mean, since the coffee was, I mean, they took 2 years to deal with that. So is this just,
You're wondering when they were conducted?
yeah, when they were conducted and how long?
Yeah.
How long was the study?
The initial Hawaii Appleseed, I want to say, was 2018. That was a literature review of sorts, and then compiled with local economic data. And then the DBET one, I can't say how long the duration was, but that's more recent. That came out in 2023.
That answer your question, Commissioner Daniel? Okay. Any other questions?
I have questions.
Yes, go,
So,
Commissioner Karen.
so there were some concerns about the fees. What are the current fees established with the TAR versus with this was to go and affect the STVR?
So the current fees associated with a TAR, an unhosted, which is the only type that we regulate at this time, is there's a one-time $250 registration fee if you are in one of the zones. And then if you are outside of one of the zones and you got a non-conforming use certificate with Bill 108, then that was a $500 fee with a $500 annual renewal. Yeah.
So there's a big difference between what you folks are proposing versus what's already currently happening.
Right. So the main difference is that currently with the registration process for short-term vacation rentals, there's no annual renewal. And that's one of the biggest shifts. And then the other shift is that we're also bringing in the operator hosted and unhosted into the program. But we have tried to keep the fees pretty low. I mean, I think that they're reflective of what we thought was reasonable and not too burdensome. The main thing is that we want people to register.
Thank you for clarifying that. Another concern from, I guess I heard a lot from the community is, what is the process, if any, for current hosted Airbnb TAR? Once this bill goes into, what is the process for them to stay current with the new law should it go in effect?
they will have a specific time frame that we had discussed with council when it was first brought up before the committee. And that time frame will adjust as it continues on with the various readings. They'll have a time frame. Right now, the time frame is June 30th, 2025, that they would have to come in to register with the planning department.
And if I may add to that, one of the things that happened with 108 is there was that timeline to register, and then they kind of got all backed up within the planning department. Anticipating that, what we've done is said you can continue operating as long as your registration materials are turned in, and then you can continue operating until that process is finalized through planning. So it won't be a barrier to operation as long as they've gotten their registration in by that deadline.
I noticed that a lot of people who operate these short-term rentals are up in age. Is there going to be an assistance programs that will help them see through all the paperwork, get all their ducks in order, cross their T's, dot their I's, and do all of that to help them through this process?
We do have very diligent staff like myself that have helped various people come in, and we've sat with every applicant really that had questions and continue to ask questions. We still get questions on short-term vacation rentals. So I can imagine that we will have staff available to help the applicants. All applications will be required when the date is prescribed should Bill 121 pass. They will be required to submit via Epic, which we do have instructional videos available to the public that they can watch that can help and assist them with doing these applications.
We also have kiosks within the department for them to come and use if there's any technical challenges they might have. So we try to make it very accessible and helpful.
Perfect. And then my last and final question, forgive me. I think it may have been answered with Commissioner Cush's question, but I just wanted to clarify. Why is ag zoning not included?
So some of the activities on agricultural zoning are covered by Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 205. And in particular, the point that was brought up previously, when you are permitted to develop an additional farm dwelling, there is a recorded agreement that it takes place at that time that says that that additional farm dwelling will be used for agricultural purposes only, or for housing agriculture, so people associated with agricultural activities. So that is really the barrier to using anything that's been permitted as an additional farm dwelling on ag land as a transient accommodation rental. It's prohibited by that state law as part of that agreement when people get the permit to build it. You can still do the a transient accommodation rental if it's your primary residence on agricultural land in the first farm dwelling or the main dwelling, in a guest house, in a detached bedroom. Any of those are acceptable. It's just that there's the state law that prohibits the use of an additional farm dwelling that was permitted as such for a transient accommodation usage. There was a statement made by a presenter about the agritourism law. Ideally, that's where we would regulate these at some point in time. Unfortunately, again, the state prohibits us from regulating overnight accommodations on agricultural land through the ag tourism law. Maui is the only county that's allowed to do it. So we have tried to put some state law amendments together, but just for the purposes of discussion, ultimately, I feel like those should be pulled out under ag tourism and not included in this. But until this time, we just want them to get registered into this process.
Thank you for clarifying.
Chair,
Yeah, I have,
I'll just make a quick
Okay.
point just for
Director Kern.
just for reference. So when Bill 108 came out, which contemplated unhosted short-term vacation rentals, the department at the time said that they'll be coming out with legislation for for hosted rentals in the future. So this has been known since 2008. This has been a continued effort that Chair Kimball and Ashley Kirkowitz really stepped up to champion and worked with us on. And I would say that all of the other counties in the state cover all of it, unhosted, hosted, everything. And they did it at one time. And I would say that it was even much more onerous than what's contemplated here. just for reference. Thank you.
Okay, I see Commissioner Deleuze, and then I'll go to Commissioner Daniele.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the question that gets asked of me a lot is more of consistency, and it's kind of like why we. But what my question really comes down to, Chair Kimball, is how consistent would this bill be when we're comparing it with other counties?
What I would say is each county has very different TAR situations to start with. We are at 7.8% estimated by DBET of our housing stock in transient accommodations. I believe that Kauai is somewhere around 16%. So it's a very different scenario. They're trying to figure out how to regulate ones that are in non-conforming areas. I mentioned a little bit about the fee structure. City and County of Honolulu, that initial registration is $1,000, but their annual registration is renewal is $2,000. They do have the pretty hefty fine structure of $10,000 per day. Maui's fee structure and penalty structure is very unit specific, so they don't actually have in their code set values. It's all determined dependent on the structure. And then so I mentioned Maui's different. Kauai, their registration is $750. So that's how we play in terms of the different fees. What I would say, generally speaking, our bill is, so City and County of Honolulu and Maui only allow transient accommodations in the resort zones or resort nodes. We are actually being pretty flexible about allowing them in other areas. And as I said before, that has to do with an understanding that we have many areas of the island that are not, they don't have any resort zones in them, and people need to have access to those accommodations. So I would say ours is actually more open in terms of what types of things people can qualify for and in what areas. The way that Ashley and I kind of looked at this was to say, okay, we're at 7.8. We're going to just take a snapshot in time. Like, where we are is good. And the only thing that is really being prevented moving forward in particular is the operator hosted in residential and agricultural areas, and then the use of accessory dwelling units. And we can talk about that a little bit more now, or with 231, 123, sorry, because there's some nuances there. And I think that's an area that you guys might want to weigh in on too.
If I could just add to that. So in 2018, the planning department had actually made a recommendation on Bill 108 to increase the fine schedule for short-term vacation rentals based on discussions with Kauai County and Maui County, as they recommended it. And this is also in your background in rec. And they recommended it to be high enough to discourage violations of the law. So really, when we look at Bill 121, it's almost addressing that recommendation that the planning director had made back in 2018 in Bill 121.
Okay, Vice Chair Daniele, you had a question?
Yeah, could you please explain the hosting platform? I'm a little confused about all of that, and how are you going to find a hosting platform like Airbnb when you have no jurisdiction over that?
If I may, Chair, the section of this particular piece of legislation around the hosting platform is actually pulled almost entirely from City and County of Honolulu's regulation around the hosting platform. I believe Director Kern just recently met with one of those platforms. We're probably going to propose some tweaking to this around the type of information and how frequently that we need it. But this is, as I understand it, has been tested from the standpoint of City and County of Honolulu is operating this under this structure before. I will tell you that Kauai and does Maui have the MOU? Yeah, both Kauai and Maui are actually operating on just a memorandum of understanding, not code, with respect to the reporting from these hosting platforms. We tried to go that route and kind of got, to use this term, I got ghosted from them and didn't get any response. So that's why we chose to go the route of adopting the city and county of Honolulu's language.
But why would you do that? I mean, why wouldn't you develop our own language for this island? It just, that seems very odd to me, that you would try to impose anything over these platforms. And you're getting ghosted because they don't care, right? They don't care what happens here. So that seems to me that it's just more red tape, in my opinion.
If I may respond, I think the reason that we chose to use existing code is because it had been tested and legally vetted from the city and county of Honolulu side. I think that we are starting to reform that relationship with the hosting platforms, and I'm hoping that that results in a more positive relationship. I would actually say that I believe the challenge has been the turnover at Airbnb and VRBO. I was talking to a different person every week. And so I think that was a greater challenge in working with them.
I met with a representative from VRBO, and they're going to be providing some additional kind of feedback on what they're not opposed to it, but they said there's some tweaking that can happen. Talking to the planning director on Kauai, he says their relationship has been really good. They've been one of the first ones to really form that relationship, and the hosting platforms are stellar, almost stronger than they want to in certain cases. So they've been having very positive results with them.
Okay, so what happens if you don't use one of those platforms?
So all platforms that advertise transient accommodation rentals as registered through our system are going to have to register through the planning department. So
like newspaper, radio, TV.
hosting platforms are defined, so it wouldn't include those as
Paper.
Newspaper. You want to look at the definition of hosting platform?
Just
It's not included. Yeah, no, newspaper would not be included because it's not.
So basically you could advertise in a newspaper and avoid all of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Chair?
Yeah,
Oh.
hold on. I'm gonna ask for a clarification question for staff and Chair Kimball. So I think we mentioned it before in Tracy's presentation, but what is the process right now of the review of this bill, right? So Planning Commission right now is hearing the proposed bill along with the planning director's recommendations. Today, we have the opportunity to accept, change, or make our own recommendations. Is that correct? Or deny
That is
the
correct.
recommendations?
That is correct.
After that recommendation is made, then does this go to the county council and you guys do this whole process over again? And look at our recommendations, further testimony. I'm just doing this to clarify for the public here and those who are on Zoom that we understand what's going on in this process. Because it is a very iterative type of thing. We go back and forth. We talk about language and all that kind of stuff. So if you guys could just clarify.
Yes, so the commission has the authority to either adopt all recommendations as provided to you by the director. You guys can go through each recommendation and make various changes. You guys can also deny all recommendations. Either way, the bills need to go back to the county council by May 29th, either with a favorable or an unfavorable recommendation, at which it will be heard at the committee and then be sent to county. It would have to be sent back to the county council for a first and second reading at a minimum. So Bill 108 went through 7 draft forms. So we can kind of expect that to possibly happen again. There will be at each opportunity of a hearing, there will be an opportunity for the public to again provide their testimony. All of the testimony that has been gathered through this planning commission will be sent as a package back to the county council committees.
And the Leeward Planning Commission is going through the same process in the similar timeline with the same drop dead date to get it back to county council.
Thank you. Commissioner Kush, you had a question.
Yeah, this for planning staff. Can you clarify what one of the testifiers brought up about fractional ownership, timeshares being excluded from the bill, and how there, I know there's like Delaware trusts, there's a bunch of kind of like this, it's a new vacation rentals have been around a long time, but then there's a new technology that proliferated, and there's definite mechanisms. So timeshares used to be one thing and now they're evolving. And so maybe you could speak to that point.
It is my understanding that timeshares wouldn't be included in this regulation, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Director Kern. I vaguely remember the conversation on timeshares, but when STVRs came in at one point, we did inform them that possibly they would have to come in and apply for a STVR. However, it was determined that they didn't qualify under the current law, so they wouldn't have to come in and qualify. And I assume that the same would happen with Bill 121 if it gets passed.
And then I think to add to the hybrid that I think you're referring to, where someone's coming and doing like an LLC fractional ownership and then sharing it kind of throughout the year, which is like a timeshare, but almost not a timeshare. Where are we landing with that, Chair? That one's, because that one's been, it's Mike.
Yeah, if I may, so this is relevant to that whole discussion too about 180 days versus 30. We try to align the definitions around transient accommodations with the HRS, and it's section 237D of the HRS. That actually excludes timeshares in the state definition of transient accommodations, and that's why we carried that over, because it's regulated in a different section of the HRS. The HRS is also where the reference is to 180 days when it comes to a transient accommodation, as well as our own real property tax code, which Chapter 19 determines that anything under less than 180 days is a short-term rental. This was, I should mention, and I apologize, I'm kind of using your question to make another point, but this was one of the areas where the department and our side didn't agree. I wanted to go with 180 days to match these other sections of code and state law, whereas the department actually, as recommended, wanted to stick with the 30 days. And there are issues with going to 180 days, but I think that is definitely something this body should weigh in on.
Thank you.
Further questions? Just a reminder, we're still in the questioning phase, so there's no commentary at this time, but any other questions? And if not, I'm gonna go into a couple of my questions. Okay, my first question was regarding the fees. Where would the fees go to and what would they be used for?
There's a special fund set up that is dedicated to short-term vacation rental management. And so it would be to fund those positions that are funded in the budget through this transient accommodation rental special fund, as well as, downstream. I think the director has some ideas about how we might outsource enforcement and rather than having it be an internal responsibility. But there is a special fund that is dedicated to transient accommodation rentals and supporting that program.
Yeah, the way the bill 108 set it up was it was supposed to be kind of a self-funding mechanism. What that required was 571 new vacation rentals registered every single year to maintain a net zero. We don't have that type of absorption of unhosted vacation rentals. Is closer to the 200 something. So any of these fees would go to pay dedicated staff that work on processing, enforcing, and doing any of the clerk work related to all of the work for a short-term vacation rental, hosted and unhosted.
Thank you. Had my other notes here somewhere. Okay. I do agree that there should be an economic study. So I would highly request if we could do an economic study, especially if we look at the current situation right now with Mary Monarch going on. I mean, there are not enough hotel rooms, right? So how do we justify doing this type of law at a time where there are not enough rooms available to support our tourism. So that would be a question to bring back is, can we please do an economic study on the impact on tourism as well as the economy as a whole? Because I see a huge impact on that side. And then the question about enforcement, enforcement falls upon which entity? Does the planning department enforce this, or does the police department enforce this? Especially with the quiet hours, right? Because I mean, I can be a regular resident. My neighbor is up at 1 o'clock, so partying next door. Who do I call? I call the police. I don't call the planning department. So who's involved?
Since this is going to live in chapter 25, the planning department is the primary enforcing entity. However, that particular item, and that's why it's called out there, and I think one of the testifiers mentioned that, because of the way that you have to have a measuring device to actually measure the decibels and everything. It is a police enforcement, the quiet hours, that particular item. The rest are actually all planning department enforced.
Okay, yeah, because it's confusing, because if my neighbor is blasting music and still having their child's first birthday party at 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm not gonna go get a decibel reader and read the decibel. I'm just gonna call the police and say, my neighbor's partying too late. It's disturbing my peace. I have to go to work tomorrow. I feel that has to be clarified, because there's gonna be people who are just gonna call the police. And the police, I don't think, are gonna be
No,
very
the
happy.
police aren't gonna come and deal with that. I live in Ocean View. I have neighbors with 30 dogs. I have neighbors who beat on each other every night. I got people firing guns. You think the cops are really gonna come up and deal with that? They're not. So, I mean, I think that whole noise thing is ridiculous, personally. I would think that most people who are on vacation probably aren't gonna be as rowdy as my neighbors are. And certainly when you have a neighbor with 30 dogs that go off constantly, and then I get another neighbor with an air horn that's causing to the melee because the dogs go off. You know what I'm
Vice Chair
saying?
Daniel, you got to stay relevant.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that's a pipe dream, thinking the cops are actually gonna come and do anything. And I think having the planning department put more burden on them trying to enforce all this stuff, I think that's ridiculous as well.
Yeah, so we'll stick to questions.
If I may, Chair,
Yeah.
I will state that this quiet hour piece was another area that we really struggled with. So if this body has some recommendations about how to improve the language, or how, can provide us with some suggestions about how to address it, I think it would be very valuable. But certainly appreciate the challenges with even just residents. It is, though, I would say probably the biggest issue we do get complaints about with respect to TAR. So I would be hesitant not to include something around noise issues, but I welcome any suggestions this body may have. It is a hard one, because you do have to be able to measure it in some way to enforce it.
Thank you, Director Kern.
Yeah, just to add more context. So when we get complaints right now, it's really hard to enforce for even unhosted, because all they have to do is say, I have a host.
Mhm.
And whether they do or they don't, or the host is living in a tent or somewhere else, it's so hard to actually regulate. So that's one component that I think this would potentially solve, however it ends up landing. The other area that I think is tied to this, or at least conceptually tied to this, is the ADUs, additional dwelling units. When we look at different places in the country, and a lot of popular places have housing issues, one of the first things that they're working on is ADUs. That's one of the, there's infrastructure, there's more housing, there's more starts, but how do we get additional dwelling units in our existing urban area or existing communities? And we've been wanting to do that for quite a while, which is why this ADU legislation is here. Without having some type of regulation around short-term vacation rentals, you have potentially ADUs going up, and then those being used for more vacation rentals, taking that housing, which should be used for long-term housing stock, and it convolutes it even further. And so I'm a very strong proponent of having ADUs. We should have those. It's one of the main tools. And how do we work with this scenario that exists right now and keep the ADUs how they're supposed to be, even if the ADU says, the legislation says you can't use it for a short-term vacation rental. It's easy to say that, it's so much harder to regulate it from the side after seeing what goes on in the department and in the public. So just for context, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, my next question is in regards to that events question, right? How do you define what is an event versus I'm just teaching my son how to do whatever, right? It could be a mom teaching their daughter doing yoga. Is that considered an event, a class, an instruction, or is that just, family bonding time? I think that's a very interesting definition that we have right now, and I think we have to clarify that. So what are your thoughts on how we can further address that?
If I'm not mistaken, the planning department, if it's like me teaching my daughter yoga or teaching her hula, that's something that's personal within the home. We're not inviting other people. It's not a commercial use. I think that in the event that it's an event, it can be similar to like a concert or promotional event where you will be getting a substantial amount of money. As far as wedding receptions, I think we're just looking at it from a planning perspective that you're going to have this influx of people gathering within these neighborhood areas that may not be equipped for some of those or that amount of people to come. If you're going to have a 200-person wedding within a rural area that has a very small access way, then that kind of raises a little bit of red flags for the department. And how do we manage and maintain those types of events?
So you're basically saying that it has to be a large amount of people. So for a good example is when I was growing up, my neighbor taught ukulele classes, and she had about 30 people at her house at 4 o'clock in the afternoon teaching ukulele. Would that be considered even under this definition?
I don't think that would be considered under an event. That seems more like an instructional, especially if it's going to be happening on a weekly basis and a continuous basis or a monthly basis. I would have to look into that a little further.
Yeah, because I can just see it how it can, it's a slippery slope, right? You'd say if it's a continuous basis, but these places could have weddings every week or every day. I think that point has to be clarified. And how can we clarify that better? Okay. If it's okay with other commissioners, I have a couple more questions. How are you going to address the insurance issue in Lava Zone 1 and 2? So that gentleman that testified earlier asked about, he said, if we enforce this TAR bill, then he will lose his insurance and he'll lose his house. So what comments are?
I can respond to that. First I should note that I believe both City County of Honolulu and Maui require that TARs carry commercial insurance. We took that out of our bill. So it's not a requirement from our side that if somebody wants to register their TAR that they have to carry insurance. That's about the only jurisdiction that we have around insurance. So insurance is all regulated at the state level. And so the scenario that you were presented with today is that many of the private insurers, most of the private insurers have pulled out of Lava Zone 1 and 2. That means that residents in those areas have to potentially either choose not to have insurance or to go with the state insurance. As of right now, the state's insurance program will not insure for multiple uses. So that's the scenario, that's the situation. We, the county, have no jurisdiction over any of that. That's all managed by the state. And then of course those private companies. So this bill in no way prohibits or the TARs in Lava Zone 1 or 2, nor does it require that people have insurance. to operate.
I'm sorry, but this is just how this forum is in place.
We don't have a seat at the table. Excuse me.
I can't answer that. Yeah. I think that's it for now. I think that answered. Oh, well, one more here is have we assessed the time burden for somebody to register their TAR? So I think it was similar to what I think it was Commissioner Daniele asked about if there's any resources that would help people, because based on what I see right now, you have to get a floor plan, you have to get a site plan done, you have to get GET tax clearance, I don't know if a lot of people, especially those who are elderly, know how to get all that. So is there some type of process that we can make that less burdensome, or have we calculated how much time and money it would cost?
We haven't, I'm not familiar if we have calculated the time or money that it has cost. I do know from my experience working with those owners of short-term vacation rentals that did come in, when Bill 108 was passed, it allotted for 6 months after the date of the passing of the ordinance for anyone to come in and get an NUC. It took the department close to 3 years to catch up to all of those registrations. It was quite cumbersome. When I look at Bill 121 as it's written, it looks like we're given about 1.5 years for those registrations to come in, for us to sit down and work with a lot of those landowners. A lot of the landowners that came in during Bill 108, they weren't knowledgeable on our systems. They weren't knowledgeable on our processes. So it did take a lot of time for staff to sit down with them and go through some of them. Some of them chose to go through planning consultants to submit their applications. And at times those consultants submitted close to 150 applications at one time. It was quite dramatic to go through. But when I'm looking at Bill 121, I think me and staff were looking at it and we're like, oh, okay, those timeframes work well for the department as far as we can see. And we're always willing to work with the applicant to help them, whether it's help them sit down, draw their plans, or help them find their plans. We've even allowed them to come in and use real property tax plans that are available to the public, plans that are easy to access, and we'll sit with them and go through with them. One of the things that Bill 108 did account for was the notification to surrounding property owners for each registration, each NUC. That was quite a lot. We had to sit with them and go through the instructions, and we would print out the instructions on how to get the notice to surrounding property owner list. But a lot of them couldn't do it. So we will continuously sit with them till today to go through some of these requirements that are required through this bill. It should Bill 121 pass.
And I'll just add that there was consideration given, of course, to the timing that and the work that was required with respect to Bill 108, and to try to make that timeline a little bit more comfortable for the department. But then, as I said before, we also wrote into it that we don't want people to be prevented from operating if they're waiting on the department. So if they're operating, they can continue to do so until they've gotten that response back from the department. There are a couple of things that I think we've changed to make it easier. Like I said, before we required the final building permits under Bill 108. This actually just requires the affidavit, or if you go with the department's recommendation, the declaration that your building meets all the health and safety codes as at the time of building. The other thing is that the site plan can now be drawn by the owner as long as it's to scale and roughly accurate. So we've made some accommodations, particularly to make it so that folks are not going to have to hire specialists to get these applications completed. They'll be able to do it on their own or with the guidance of somebody from the planning department.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah, I have another question.
Commissioner Daniel.
Yeah, I don't know if I saw it in the report, but to notify your neighbors, is there a 300 feet, 500 feet, 2 miles? What's the circumference around that?
It's 300 feet currently as Bill 121 is written.
Okay, 300 feet. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Right now, we can't discuss anything until we have a motion. So if there's no other questions, we can go into a motion for action. But Commissioner Kush, you have a question?
I don't, it's not a question. I was just gonna maybe share my experiences if you're not.
Yeah,
okay.
that would be under discussion. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to motion that excuse me, I'm not prepared to get that part yet.
I think the part of the decision you guys got to make is, are you going to take the recommendation as a whole? Are you going to take them? Are you going to bifurcate and take each one of the recommendations and talk about those individually, accept, reject, and then come back to the primary bill? And at that point, you guys can make additional amendments if you'd like to, and then vote on that. Up or
Yeah.
down.
So I guess I would defer to council on that. Do we take it right now? Do we accept or deny the proposal?
It's the choice of this, I'm sorry, it's the choice of this commission. If the commission wants to evaluate the bill as a whole, and you can move to it. No.
Just 121.
121 as a whole. And then in that discussion, you may decide to accept it as a whole with the recommendations, or you may be wishing to go through each recommendation point by point. But until there's a motion on the floor, it's going to be hard to figure out where you are. So you can make a motion, you can amend that motion later based on sort of the stance of this commission.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair, would it be worthwhile to make a motion and have that discussion, whether we're gonna look at one bill at a time or collectively?
We're only looking at Bill 121 right now.
Okay,
Just
I
one.
guess,
The other
I
bills.
mean, or wait till the end. I guess that would be the,
No, we would have to act on this agenda item first before we can move on to any other agenda item.
So I'm not sure if I wasn't clear. The discussion about the motion was whether or not you're looking at the recommendations, because we have the bill and then the planning director's report. Within that report, there's multiple recommendations. So the question is, are we going to look at the bill as a whole with a single, we accept, we deny, we approve that entire report, or are we going to look at the bill point by point? But until we have a motion on the floor to discuss it, I don't know that this commission would know in advance how you wish to address that. So we need a motion to approve or deny, favorable or unfavorable recommendation, just a motion on the floor so it can be discussed.
okay,
That can be amended later.
Chair, in light of that information and to move this discussion forward for everybody, I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the County Council Bill 121, docket PL-CCI 2024 503, based on the planning director's recommendations and all of the recommendations by the planning department as written.
Okay, there's been a motion for a favorable recommendation. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, there's a second by Commissioner Perrin. Okay, now we can go into discussion. Anybody first?
Yeah,
Commissioner Daniele
I
or
got a
Vice
lot
Chair
of-
Daniele.
I got a lot of problems with this personally. Okay, right off the bat. I mean, we've already brought up a lot of things that are wrong in here, right? So we got the noise, we got the ag land use, we have an overwhelming majority of the population, from what I see today, not for this. So I suggest that this thing needs to be really reworked, rethought, because in the present form, I'm just not comfortable with this at all. There seems to be a lot of overreach, in my opinion, from government on this. I think you've complicated a process that shouldn't be this complicated at all. I think you're hindering people from moving into this arena as supplemental income. I think that a lot of the elderly folks that do rely on this, it's going to be very complicated for them to navigate through this mess. I was having a hard time understanding everything involved in it. And, I mean, I don't have a vacation rental, nor would I ever want one, but I was having a hard time. I had to read this stuff over and over again to even contemplate what was being said in this stuff. So, you know, I mean, I live in Ocean View again, and, you know, it's ag, but it's not ag. Yeah. It's, you can't, I mean, come on, you know, we could raise some chickens up there, maybe, you know, mine some rocks, but you're not going to do much agricultural work in Ocean View. And what happens to these people who are, you know, invalids and they can't get up to the planning department? Is the planning department willing to come down to rural communities and to help folks out with this process? You know, you guys might want to think about that. You know, it takes me 2.5 hours just to get up here from Ocean View, and I hope people can't drive, but this is their sole form of income. I mean, it seems to me you're overcomplicating something that's very simple. And I don't know why you guys would be taking the terminology bed and breakfast out of any of this stuff. Even though it might be semantical, but, you know, people know what that is. People don't know what STVRs and VR. I mean, it's just, I can't keep this stuff straight. So I think this needs a lot of looking at. Those are some of my thoughts.
Thank you, Vice Chair Daniele. We can come back to you if you had any other comments. Any other commissioners have any comments that you want to express?
I was just going to say that,
Commissioner Bush.
Chair Lynn and members of the public, I've had a vacation rental for 7 years, and it's a non-conforming use. And I used to have 4 daughters, but I had to give one to the county to do the paperwork the first couple of years. And now I have 3. But now it's really pretty easy. I have affordable rentals. It takes me all day just to do that for something that's a public good. I think I could make a lot more just charging full rate. But for my STVR, it's really easy. It takes like 30 minutes. So change is tough, but it seems reasonable. You can't drive a big rig on a driver's license, right? You need a CDL. It's a higher level. It's a business, right? So this is kind of the same thing. Your residence, you can just buy, do whatever you want. But if you're going to turn it into a business, you need a higher level of regulation. And some of that is admin. It is a business.
I'm sorry, this isn't a discussion.
Anyway, my point is, don't be afraid of change. It's not that bad. $100 a year. My point is, it's a reasonable step. When they did 108, they always said this was coming in the pipe. It took them 6 years. I hear all this testimony. A lot of it, I can't see in the law. I feel like it's misguided. And I have the hardest STVR situation. It's not that hard. I'm going to pay the most. It's okay. It's okay. You guys will get through it. It's a way when we have a crowded society to regulate things. You know, if you could just go drive an 18-wheeler anywhere.
Ma'am, sorry, I just have to interrupt.
It would be dangerous. And so you need a higher level of license. And that's kind of what this is. It's a reasonable step. So I get the laissez-faire and libertarian look, but I'm just telling you, don't be afraid of it. It's not that hard. It's not that complicated.
Thank you, Commissioner Kush. I'm sorry, but this is not a back and forth kind of conversation. We as the commission can discuss amongst ourselves based off of the input that you guys have provided us through testimony. I know this is an emotional topic because it does affect your livelihoods. I understand that. But we're also in the position to think about what's best for you, for us, for how we can do this properly. And to have comments shouted at us from the audience does not help. We have to be able to hear each other, understand what's going on. And we have your testimony here with us. We have been looking at it. We have been using your testimony to form our ideas, our thoughts, our opinions. So I just asked for that, just more courtesy. And we're all entitled to what we want to say. I mean, this is America. We do have the freedom of speech. So I respect Commissioner Cush's opinion and his thoughts, and I respect all of you who are out there who testified as well. So I just ask for that same courtesy as we express ourselves, our opinions, and how we come to a decision on this matter. Thank you. Okay. Any other commissioners with comments? Commissioner Perrin.
I just wanted to say that I understand.
Speak to the mic, please.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to say I agree with Commissioner Cush that this, yes, it is your residence, but now you're practicing your freedom to establish a business on your private property and trying to maintain proper balance between commercial agriculture and all the liabilities and commercial investments overstepping where they intrude into residential agriculture and making sure that everything is fair on that aspect. I agree with you. So look at it like, gosh, forgive me. Someone who's running a care home from their home, caring for children, they're going to have minimum 2 children, but depending on their classifications, they go upwards to 4, but they're bound by certain laws and regulations that they have to follow. They have to pay taxes. They have to make sure their home is safe, secure, and healthy for not just themselves, but the little bodies that they're caring for, because they choose to run a business out of their home. Kind of the same aspect here. So be open to change. For the better, I hope.
Thank you, Commissioner Perrin.
Yeah, so,
Commissioner Daniel.
okay, so you have a piece of property and let's say you have a nursery. Okay, let's say you're selling plants. You're growing plants on your property and you're selling them. You're making money off of it. No regulation there. No regulation saying can't do that. Almost anywhere, right? Doesn't have to be ag, it could be in your backyard. It could be growing orchids, you could be doing whatever you needed to be doing. So I have a hard time thinking that it would be any different.
Yeah, just to use your.
Sorry,
I'm
only
sorry.
if there's a question.
Okay. Any other comments? Vice Chair. Commissioner DeLuz, do you have any comments you would like to share?
No comment. Heard it all.
Okay. If there are no other comments, I have my comment. I think this is overregulation. I think there needs to be some form of regulation, but I think this is too much. I think we have to look at how we can make this easier for people. I think right now we don't make it easy based off of how this is written. You have to get a declaration or a notarized affidavit, whatever it is. You have to get a floor plan. Are there, I'm just thinking about people like my grandmother. Can she write all this, draw her own site plan and her own floor plan, get a GE tax clearance and then go submit it to the planning department? I don't think so. And I mean, that those are the kind of people that we're looking at here that have the STVRs. They have an extra house or extra unit on their property that they're looking to supplement. And how can they continue using that as their supplemental income without being so overburdened by what we're asking them to do? And I think there's definitely a lot of issues that we have down in the Puna Pahoa area with, the concern about insurance and people losing their livelihoods if they have to require to go through this bill. I just see a lot of times that the government creates too much regulation where it makes it harder for people to do business. I mean, yes, it is considered business. I mean, you are accepting money, that you're renting out a room to somebody for sleep, shower, food, whatever it is. But if we look at what we require for somebody to build a house, it's over-regulation. It takes too much time. It takes too much effort to do what we want to do, and do it properly. So I personally feel that there's a lot more that has to be done for this bill, and I can't accept it as it is right now. But I hope that, our discussion here, we can come up with some other language, a proposed, language for a future draft bill. Because I just think that right now, as it's written, it's burning the consumer.
Yeah, I think draconian basically sums up what this is all about. And if you want to live in that type of society, well, that's not where I want to live. Government should not have that much of an overreach on private property and what people do on their property. I see, I live in Ocean View for a reason, not because, I just ended up there. There's a reason I live down there, right? Because you can basically be pretty free. And yeah, you might have neighbors with 30 dogs, and you might have this, you might have neighbors beating on each other. But at the end of the day, everyone basically leaves each other alone. They let people do what they want to do on their property. And just drive around. Yeah, if you guys have never been down there, never driven around Ocean View, take a good look at what's going on down there. Yeah, there's lots of very interesting dwellings. And it's cool, I think it's great. It's not cookie cutter. It's not gentrification. And I think that that's what we're looking at. We're looking at gentrification of what this island is. And again, that's why I live in Ka'u. And that's why we fight really hard to keep Ka'u Ka'u. And there's a spirit down there, and the spirit is of independence. Yeah, I mean, we have nothing down there. They can't even get us a police station down there, for Christ's sakes. And we're our own water company, we're our own electric companies. We do everything for ourselves down there. And quite frankly, this is just very overbearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Daniele. I guess, what is the next process? Can I make a motion do I have to make the decision on the motion currently?
There is currently a motion on the floor.
Okay.
So there is currently a motion on the floor to approve the recommendation. That motion needs to be addressed. And I don't know if you're going to address it point by point with each of the recommendations.
Typically in the past, somebody would move to, if you're gonna do that, they'd move to bifurcate and take each one individually, which gives the commission then the opportunity to take each one of those, talk about it, amend it, adjust it, reject it, accept it, etc.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I would prefer to go through either bill, each one, go through the registration process, the reporting requirements, and go through it each section so that we can understand the impact that it will have. Because right now I can't accept it as is. So I guess with that, do you call for a vote on this motion? No?
We don't have to call for a vote on this motion. We can have a supplemental motion at this point. I don't know if you can make a motion to amend. It's also 5 minutes of 4. I don't know if you want to take a 5-minute break and then come back and address the supplemental motion.
Okay, we have this room until 6:30 today. And I do want to notate that we still haven't heard bills 122 and 123. So those may be continued until we have time to hear those bills. But right now we're still on item bill 121. So I'm just going to ask for a 5-minute break until 4 o'clock. Okay, thanks. Okay, the Windward Planning Commission will now come back to order. Just for clarification, if we do not get to what we want to get to today, then all these agenda items will be continued to our May 2nd hearing. And our May 2nd hearing would be at 2:00 after our regular commission hearing. So right now there's a motion for a favorable recommendation based on the planning director's recommendations. I would like to propose a supplemental motion that we look at each of the planning director's recommendations and discuss those before we entertain any further amendments to the bill. So Tracy, are you able to pull up each of the director's recommendations?
Yes, I can. Please keep in mind though that
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
we
go
kept
ahead.
out some of the housekeeping non-substantive recommendations. So I
Okay.
don't know if you guys want to go through the background and rec as well, which has the complete list of all of the recommendations.
Let's go with the ones that you presented on first. But I do need a second on the motion. I made the motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been seconded by Vice Chair Daniele. Sorry, we have to accept that motion to look at the planning director's recommendations. Correct? Yeah, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Just for record keeping, the motion passed, just in case.
thank you.
My apologies. I'm just going to try and scroll through it really quickly. I don't know why it's not letting me just go to the last slide.
For the commissioners, recommendation number 1 is on page 17 of the report, if you have that on your laptop.
Thank you.
Is this screen okay for you guys? I apologize. I know it's not in the presenter screen. I would just have to go through it all the way down to the 20th slide.
We can't actually see this. We can't
Okay.
see the screen from here, but they do have recommendation number 1 on page 17.
Okay, yeah, let's
Let's see.
let's just make sure the commissioners can see this on their laptops.
Okay, recommendation 1 is up on the screen.
Chair,
Commissioner Kush.
for clarification for this process, so as we go through the recommendations, we'll need to vote, make a motion, second, and vote for each one, or shall we go through with just?
Or yeah, we're first going to discuss the recommendation
Okay, so no need to make a motion before we discuss it.
and not yet. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so recommendation 1. Mine's closed on me.
You want me to read it?
Okay, under section 2, amend the definition of transient to state transient or transients means any visitor or person who rents or uses lodging or dwelling unit, portion thereof for striked out less than 180 days to 30 consecutive days or less, and whose permanent address for the legal purposes is not the transient accommodation rental.
I gotta, why would you use the word transient? To me, that has a negative connotation, personally. Why not keep it visitor?
Yeah, is that a question for staff or?
I think it would be Chair Kimball. Yeah, I mean, it just that struck me when I was reading this. I'm like, transient, that's like, to me, that means, homeless people, so that it just doesn't sound good.
Yeah, the choice of that wording was, transient is a term of art in terms of the Hawaii revised statutes. It's just the legal term that we use to define this. These definitions, as I think I mentioned before, coming out of the HRS, so we're just carrying them down and transporting them over. So that's the rationale behind choosing that particular word.
My question for this particular one is, what was the beef between 30 versus 180?
The proposal of 180 days was based on the fact that the HRS again defines transient accommodation rental as 180 days or less. So that's again in HRS 237D. And so, for example, from the state standpoints, when you are liable for TAT, that takes effect when you are renting for less than 180 days. Additionally, from our real property tax code side, it is also 180 days, and anything under that is considered a short-term rental. And so the thought was to align with those two other portions, those other two legal mechanisms to avoid confusion for folks. If you were to go to the 30-day, for example, people are still going to have the tax implications of being a short-term rental if they're over that 30-day mark, so between 31 and 180, both from the TAT side and the real property tax side. There is merit to the argument, and Director Kern can talk about the 30-day argument. If we are to stick with the 180 days in this definition, there are going to be people that were excluded from getting a non-conforming use permit under 108 that are not able to under this bill. And so there would have to be an additional provision to get open up a window to get an NUC for people that could show that they had rented for 31 days and 180 days. That's not in here yet. But if the body decides that we want to stick it at 180, then that'll be an accommodation we'll have to adjust for.
And this will only apply if they're registered as a TAR. I mean, if you go 6 months, I mean, there's people who rent long-term for 6 months and they have a 6-month contract.
Yeah, if you'll see that there's one of the exclusions with respect to the definitions is if you have a month-to-month lease under a landlord-tenant agreement. So one of the reasons that 30 days was selected in the past was because of that month-to-month concept. We address it from the standpoint of if you have a landlord-tenant agreement and it's month-to-month, you are excluded from being a transient accommodation rental. So it's handled in a little bit of a different way, but it's more legally stringent, and it's a little bit clearer. There are other exclusions like agricultural workers, migrant workers, medical, traveling nurses and such, students. It's all there under the list of things that the word transient doesn't apply to. Military personnel, for example. So those are excluded from the having to register as a TAR by the nature of being excluded from this definition.
Director Kern.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add to this conversation, because this has been an ongoing one. So to the other side of it, based on the recommendation is, I feel the die has been cast for Hawaii County on duration of a transient rental or short-term rental. There's no law requiring us to change that time. It could be, which Councilmember Chair explained how that would align with some of the state language. But the biggest issue around that is if we change that, it will create a class. that we'd have to create an additional class. And I feel with already having 5 is plenty. That is just going to complicate things more, and it's already been said. I don't see any issues with it. We haven't been having issues around the 30 days, so I feel very strongly that 30 days is a good number. If the commission changes that, so be it. But that's where we are at. I'd say that's probably one of the biggest conflicts, but not landing on the similar page that Chair Kimball and I have had.
And yeah, I know, just to highlight, like, as I said before, there was a certain point where we're like, we've discussed this enough. We need to give it to other people. And so the intention to bring it before you guys and get your feedback is absolutely genuine. And this, because we couldn't come to an agreement on this. I will, but just make one comment that I don't disagree that there wasn't any problems with 30 days. This is another loophole that exists that we see people taking advantage of. Well, they will say they're only renting for 30 days, but they're actually operating a short-term vacation rental. So it is one of, and I hate to see the scenarios where it's one bad apple or a couple bad apples affecting the whole class, but it is one of the loopholes that currently exists that we do see some from time to time, rarely, but from time to time.
Thank you. But how do we know that they're renting for less than 30 days?
The web, what they're putting on VRB on Airbnb.
Okay. So then we would
If
need.
they do. If they do.
Oh, your mic, Chair.
In the scenarios where that has happened, that's why we do. And that's in part why we're pulling in that that hosting platform accountability piece, right? Because that data is not always readily available.
Yes, but somebody could easily
Commissioner.
go back onto the website and extend their stay. So, 1 week turns into 30 days, turns into 45. They have that. They can articulate it that way.
I mean, the pure definition of transient is lasting only for a short time. So I don't think 6 months is a short time. Personally. So,
No, I'm okay with the 30 days. My question was just, how do you verify it? Like Commissioner Perrin said, if somebody changes their duration of stay, it's very easy. You just alert your host and say, hey, I'm going to pay extra. Can I stay another, 3 more weeks if you don't have any more rentals, coming up? But I'm okay with the 30 days. It's just that question of enforcement again.
I have a recommendation as far as how it can be monitored and enforced. Ever heard of certified payroll? So the employer has to say where they're working at, who's working on there, how much that their employee is being paid, what days of the week, their hours has to be all inclusive on this monthly report. And after that monthly report, it'll actually break down to employee specific. And if we could maybe implement something on that onto the Airbnb STR to maintain records. Truck drivers have to do it. They can do it too. That would be an option.
So you're asking the platform to do it, or
No, I would
host.
I would recommend maybe asking the host or the owner host to be responsible for maintaining records and make it available whenever it's called upon, whether to attest to a complaint, that way someone can't call and complain, oh, they're making noise, and they pull the records, oh, nobody was there, or yeah, somebody was there, but it was one person, can you verify, maybe they just keep up.
I still don't know how you would confirm that unless you have like a video camera confirming that they're there.
If you're the one complaining, or if you're the one that's providing.
Yeah, like, so say if I had a house that I'm renting out and somebody complains that there's.
So you as the person would keep record. Who you rent out to, how many people are there, what day they what days they occupy your rental. And you would just keep a record of that.
Chair, and
Yeah, Commissioner Kush, go ahead.
there's readily available records that the owner of the short-term the TAR can access if there was some question. And the data that's probably available to the planning department when they get that information, you know, from the platform, the hosting platform. It's all pretty readily easy information. I think we're overthinking it. It's most short-term vacation rentals are short-term vacation rentals.
Well, I think that's the consistency in the language, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's a moot point. If we're talking simplicity, I think that's the reason for the change.
And I think the MOA, MOU and the host compliance will really solidify that reporting on having accurate data that they're reporting on, that they're paying their taxes towards. That's how they're going to calculate GE,
Yes.
TAT. That's how we're going to verify that they're paying their portion of the TAT. So I think that component of certified is almost going to be done by the platform.
Oh, okay, so the
Right
platform would
there
already do
was-
that for them, so they wouldn't. That's all I was trying.
And then if they're outside of this, my understanding is how Kauai has been with them is if they're outside of it and they're not in compliance with this, the platform kicks them off.
Perfect.
So if I may just make one quick point. So the definition here of transient and that time period, in the context of this bill, it's really only to determine whether or not you have to register as a TAR or not. So if you shift it to down to 30 days, it means people renting for more than 30 days will not have to register as a TAR. So the scenario that would happen is you get somebody that calls in, they've got a complaint, oh, my neighbor's operating a TAR. The planning department finds out it's not registered. That at that point, that individual would have to show, oh, we've only rented for 30 days or more. And so that's why we're not registered. That's the scenario. So presumably they would have some documentation to show that they had rented for more than that period. And so it rather than everybody having to keep records, it's really just who would be excluded from having to register their TAR. What the main confusion that I wanted to avoid with the 180 days is that per the state law and per county tax law, you still have to pay your TAT, your GET, and your property tax is going to be in that different class for TARs if you're over or if you're at 180 days or less. So, you know, that alignment was the basis of looking at 180 days.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess, is there any other concerns regarding this recommendation? No. Move on to the next recommendation then. I don't have any real concern with this one. It's more of a definitional verbiage. Two. Okay. On to recommendation 3.
Wouldn't the burden of proof be on the county? Or the or the planning department on number 3? Why would the burden of proof be on the the operator?
Chair, again, this is easily gained information that you can bring in. With the currently how you can update or do your annual renewal. It's all done on Epic. And they have a good YouTube video to walk you through it. It's pretty easy. You just screen capture, or a lot of these platforms have downloadable PDFs that you just upload to Epic. And it's super easy. Like I said, affordable rentals is a nightmare. Short-term vacation rentals is real easy.
Okay. Any other comments on this recommendation?
And this protects existing.
Right, existing ADUs.
Yeah, this is how that non-conforming component is established. Therefore, the burden of proof is on the landowner to establish that the use was there before the law came into effect, that essentially grandfathers them in. So what they have to do is show, I've been using it as a hosted or, hosted vacation rental, just like Bill 108 for the non-conforming uses. So while it might sound a little bit heavy on burden of proof, it's really not. If they were in operation, they can show that they have bookings, they can show that they pay their taxes, and away you go. We just were working on some kind of cleaning up some of the language in there.
It's still a little confusing. Because I thought it was I'm going, geez, these poor guys gotta do all this stuff to, you might want to simplify some of that language in there maybe. Because it didn't sound like that to me when I read it.
I know we're always open to simple language. It's easier to say than it is to come up with.
I mean, just, can we just say, a dwelling?
But what is the procedure? Is it just the same procedure they use now if they have an existing?
To establish the burden of proof, yeah, you have to show that you
Same
were.
as with
Yeah, it's the
108.
same one. So I think it's reasonable to say that they've been doing this.
Okay,
I mean, that's why I just wanted to verify.
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I apologize because I'm not very familiar with this 108 at all. So, just understanding the process for me, and how we're going through this, because I'm just not gonna make a blind, decision without understanding how it would affect someone who's going through the process.
So a little, on Bill 108, that contemplated unhosted short-term vacation rentals. And it said, if you're in these various zoning districts, like commercial, or you're in a resort node, it's permitted, you can do it at any time. So if you're doing it today, great. If you want to come in a couple of years and do it, no problem. And then all these other areas that the bill said you're no longer going to be allowed to do it, which residential areas, ag areas, and all the rest of it. It said, if you were operating by this certain date and could show that, then you would be grandfathered in. And that set the grandfathering or the non-conforming use. So everybody that was doing it had the opportunity to come in and get grandfathered in. There was around 900 of them at the time. They can now continue to do that in perpetuity unless something at the state changes or they stop the non-conforming use. Sometimes they give it up. If they stopped using it for a year, then they'd lose that non-conforming use. So that process of establishing that non-conforming use or a grandfather clause, as other people might see it, is the similar process that we're looking at here. I think this recommendation contemplates the intent of that section, but really gets into kind of the excluding the additional dwelling units and cleaning that up. So the intent is there. It's just whether or not we like adding this wording in there to clarify it. But there has to be a mechanism to establish that non-conforming use, and that's what Bill 108 did.
Right.
So this mirrors that, but it
Okay.
gives better time frame on the back end, the process, and it's much fairer to the applicant and the department.
Okay, I mean, I don't know how to wordsmith it to, make it easier to understand, but it's just basically saying that if you had one before, it shows that you have one, right?
And you can keep having.
You can keep having it.
Yeah.
I mean, layman's terms, right?
Right. Because
Um,
the non-conforming use certificates currently are tied to the land, not the owner, and so it would run with the property.
And moving forward, you're not going to be able to do them in Ohanas or ADUs. And so this clarifies that if you were established before that, you had that use going before this time, then you can continue to use those additional dwelling units, excluding the additional farm dwelling, because that's a very specific thing for farm workers. Then you're allowed to continue to do it in that ADU or Ohana.
And there's a mechanism to transfer that as well, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, you can designate. People are able to shift their designation. So let's say you had two homes, you had your primary and you had your ADU. You could say, I'm going to shift. I'm going to designate what the ADU was to my Ohana. Or excuse me, I'm going to designate what the primary was to my Ohana and the Ohana to what the primary was. We have to designate each dwelling unit on there. People do it with their additional farm dwellings as well. It's common practice, but it just establishes what's that building, what's that home being used for, and how is it classified.
Okay. Yeah.
Part of the confusion around this is that the state or us have come up with many, many different ways of describing secondary units, whether it's additional farm dwellings, Ohana units, ADUs, second dwellings, and they're all regulated under different rules. And so that's the challenge from our standpoint. But what we're trying to communicate with this, and the legal language reflects this, is that if you're doing it now, you can keep doing it as long as you show that you've been doing it as of the beginning of 2024.
I'm good with this. We'll move on to recommendation 5 then, if there's no other discussion. 4, sorry. Okay, bed and breakfast.
So this also ties into Bill 122. And I hate to just jump into Bill 122, but Bill 122 is proposing to repeal bed and breakfast. So there is also a recommendation in Bill 122 to include this recommendation in Bill 121. Just to keep the consistency, as well as when you repeal something from the code, you're effectively removing it from the code. I tend to look back at a lot of older codes and I try to see why did we repeal something. And so having this in there really establishes that this was once in there. This is an established use. We have people who have current special permits, use permits, or uses like this on their property, and they're still conforming. Although the code may not speak to it, it still allows for bed and breakfasts there and them to continue to operate in that manner.
Correct. So that goes to one of the testifiers earlier who has a bed and breakfast. They would be able to maintain their bed and breakfast and they'll have the rights underneath that permit. If they change that or abandon that bed and breakfast permit or decide to revoke it on their own, then they could come and take advantage of this as a owner operated vacation rental. And so what we've seen is folks coming in for a bed and breakfast, they have to come in and get a special permit, whether it's on res or residential or whether it's agriculture. And that goes, we've seen a number of them here at the commission. This, because the basically by right use of, if it's your primary residence, you're good. You can use it for a bed and breakfast, essentially. We need to clarify that language. Great. So this actually makes it much easier by right for people to get a bed and breakfast. You can just do it. Follow this process. You're golden. No more hearings, no more having to go through all of that process.
So that may seem counterintuitive, but to get a bed and breakfast permit right now, you have to go before the planning commission. You have to have your neighbors come and sit in the back and glare at you. And it's a registration process that you are already afforded the right to do, as the director said. So it's actually simpler, and the bed and breakfast permits that exist that folks already have, just like the non-conforming use certificates, they run with the land. So those will persist. From our standpoint as the legislative branch, the code is meant to be the current snapshot in time. So if we are not going to do bed and breakfast permits anymore, it needs to be taken out of the code, even though the existing ones will still be honored because they were created under the current code, if that makes any sense.
And then our recommendation, which is underlined, just kind of further articulates that it was existing there. It's breadcrumbs essentially for when somebody comes in and you have a better understanding of how the bed and breakfast situation changed and how it can be used.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this recommendation? If not, we'll move on to recommendation 5, which crosses out non-conforming use certificate of $500.
Yes, so I can address this recommendation if you, okay. So the intent of this provision is confusing, and therefore the director is recommending the removal of it, as there will no longer be an allowance of issuing new non-conforming use certificates. So when we got the bill back from council chambers, we had discussed it with them, and we had asked, is the intent to open the non-conforming use certificates up again for the unhosted section? For the operator hosted and owner hosted, there will be the issuance of the non-conforming use certificate should Bill 121 be passed. However, the unhosted portion is currently regulated through Bill 108, which has effectively closed the time frame in which a non-conforming use certificate could come in and apply for it.
So basically, we've established a fee for a process that we don't allow. And so we're taking it out. It's a clerical amendment.
But it's, we don't allow at this time or after this passes. Right?
This was,
We don't allow it this time.
this was really related to the Bill 108 and unhosted STVR NUCs, which you can't get anymore. They're gone. So this does it. It's not really relevant. Housekeeping matter.
Okay. Recommendation 6. So applicable parking standards. Maybe we need to expand a little bit on what the current parking standards are. And what is it right now?
So in the bill or with regard to unhosted rentals?
I guess right now, before this bill moves on, well, what is our current parking requirements?
So the parking requirements as exists right now for short-term vacation rentals refer to that same section of the code.
Okay.
So one of the changes that we made in this bill is that rather than using the prescription that is in that part of the code as the formula to determine parking, it'd be kind of a one-off conversation with the planning department to set that at the time of registration. The reason for going that way was that, for example, you're renting a whole house situation, in all likelihood, you're going to have one family with a minivan, right? So that's the only parking that you need to account for in addition to your own, being able to park your own vehicle versus somebody else that's renting 4 bedrooms separately, maybe to different individuals. Okay, now they're going to have 4 cars plus the car of the owner. And so as we tried different mechanisms to come up with a formula for parking, the determination was, okay, there's so many different scenarios. It should be when they go in for registration, they consult with the planning department and figure out for their scenario, what is the best parking requirement. Now, the department has come back and said, we don't want that kind of discretion. We want to go back and refer to the formula that's in this section of the code. And I'll let director speak to the decision on that side.
Yeah, so currently for the unhosted, it's two, you're required to have all your parking off site, two stalls. You're doing the whole home. So it's kind of contemplated that you get maybe 1 or 2 rental cars, you come there. Now, if you look at the section 25,451 for a single family residence, that's less than 180 days. It's what is it?
It's one
One
space
for each rented bedroom, in addition to 1 space for the dwelling unit if the rooms of the dwelling unit are rented individually, or 2 spaces for the dwelling unit if it's rented as a whole. So it was kind of like if someone's doing something hosted and they're only renting out 1 of their bedrooms, or they're saying, hey, I only rent to families, why would you require additional parking spaces for every single bedroom? Versus if the person comes in and says, hey, I'm going to live there and I got 4 bedrooms, so I'm going to rent out each of my 4 bedrooms, individually, then we want to say, okay, we need a parking space for each of those bedrooms. The concept is that you park off street, you park on site. And so with that language of referencing that section for parking, but then allowing the discretion of the department to look at it based on the request seemed to be logical.
Just to add to Director Kern, in addition to looking at single-family dwellings, the department also has to look at condominiums and how the condominium was previously approved with parking. And sometimes those parking requirements may not match the single-family dwelling requirement. So by making this change, it allows the director the opportunity to look back at how a condominium was approved and how many stalls were provided for that. Because sometimes some of those condominiums, they seem like they might come up short, but actually it was approved with that much stalls back in 1981. So this provision really allows for us that opportunity to look at each property in a different viewpoint, if you could say.
Commissioners, do you have any questions regarding this recommendation? Now we're going to move on to recommendation 7.
This isn't on the screen. This is in the background report. This is just clarifying dates that are found in the current bill that the department had found to be in conflict with the non-conforming dates that are found in the various sections of the owner hosted and operator hosted non-conforming use allowances. So the director was just consider aligning these dates to correspond with the date that is located within the non-conforming use certificate section in order to provide the consistency on the date in which existing transient accommodation rentals should be in use by.
Okay. Questions? Now we'll move on to recommendation number 8. Which this is the one I think most people have issues with. So declaration, what is the intent of using either a notarized affidavit or a declaration?
So as I mentioned earlier, this was an effort to actually address the concern that many folks had that they had unpermitted structures that they were renting out. Bill 108 required TRs to submit their final building permits when they registered. Understanding that some homeowners may not have their final building permits, we looked at the idea actually came from one of the testifiers today. An example in Vail where rather than requiring the building permits, they just have an affidavit that says, I have all of the safety requirements. I have a fire extinguisher. I have another method of egress for my guests. I have a smoke detector. I have a carbon monoxide detector. It's a way for us to ensure the safety of the unit being provided, at the same time give a little flexibility for not having those final building permits. I think there's opportunity to amend this and keep it as an affidavit. For example, it says that you meet all code requirements. I think we could adjust that language to say code requirements at the time that the dwelling was either built or modified, rather than saying they have to meet the current code requirements. That's a point of clarification. The intent though is to basically self-regulate from the TAR side rather than having to get the Public Works Department involved in this. I should mention that caveat is that the Department of Public Works, all that still applies. So if somebody were to file a complaint from Department of Public Works, as they could do right now, this affidavit wouldn't protect you from having to permit your structures and comply with DPW's code. But it's a way for us to get that assurance from the individuals without having to require that final permit, which was a big burden to the department last time around with 108.
Okay, so we're just trying to remove the burden from the planning department to go and verify.
This did not become a planning department burden. This became an applicant burden that you would not have even imagined. It was really, really hard to find records. There were a lot of people that had bought properties that didn't know there was something maybe unpermitted. They couldn't get verification because as the current law states, a short-term vacation rental shall only be established within a dwelling unit that has been final approvals by the building division for building, electrical, and plumbing permits. And all of that data sometimes is not available. So this was kind of an effort to keep the intent of, hey, we need to make sure that public health and safety for visitors is there by some type of declaration or affidavit, not to have anybody get in trouble for perjury, but also not to have them go through this. Because on the surface of that statement, you would think it's not too bad. It was really rough, really, really rough, really rough. So this was, how do we find that middle ground? I think is open to.
Agreed,
Totally.
and folks would have to bring their units up to compliance. If they didn't have permits that existed, they'd have to bring it up to building code. And it may not look like this, but this is a huge concession we got from DPW to not require the final permits and take this self-certification process. Another alternative in other jurisdictions is an amnesty period to say you can register, but you have to get your final permits within 3 years. So that is another alternative that you guys can consider. I think this is frankly the most generous because it's just a self-certification that you have all of the safety components. I believe you may have been provided with an example, the Vail example affidavit. If not, it is, it was part of the original packet that came from the council, but at a later stage, I can provide that. But what I really like about it is if you tell people you've got to comply with code, they really don't know what that means. But if you give them an affidavit that has a list of things that they need to check off that they say they have, like I said, fire extinguisher, carbon monoxide detector, alternate method of egress, they can actually look for those things and make sure they have them rather than just saying, oh, yes, I match the code or not. So I think it's actually a better approach when we're talking about health and safety.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I like this version just because it took out the under penalty of perjury. I mean, I think that was a little bit of overkill. But I understand, the intention of it, and I do agree it's a better concession than having to get your final permit. Because right now, who knows how long that's gonna take, right?
Well, not only that, but a lot of records are missing.
Mm.
Like, and I have tons of stories we can discuss another time, but it's really tough to show when you know your house was finalized and it was, before it used to be a piece of paper that the inspector would nail to the frame, gone in the wind, and they didn't input it. You're out of luck. Go back to 1974. The one thing I would like to amend is to make it, and reflecting what Chair Kimball said, the code requirement of when the building was built.
So which section are you?
Right at the end, it says, and code requirements. That doesn't, and maybe it's better to keep it ambiguous, but by putting it, the house you live in right now will not meet today's code.
Mhm.
Unless you just moved into your house, right? So if you built your house or you bought a house or you built it in 1980 and you're doing a owner hosted
Mhm.
and you misplaced that little piece of paper and can't go back to 1981, then going through a checklist and knowing that you are going through a checklist because the house was built in 1981. I don't know what that checklist would include, but at least you'd have that sense of integrity to say, yeah, my house is safe for what it was built for.
And
Okay.
this is what we discussed in the council committee hearing before we sent it over to you folks, is that language was, our intent was for it to say the code requirements at the time it was built or modified, which is what you would be typically required to have, rather than the current 2018 building code, which is what we're operating under now. So I would say that we are already intending to make that amendment, but I think it is also good coming from this
Yeah, I'd
body.
like
So
to,
an
I don't know
amendment to
if
this
a motion
amendment.
is necessary to amend that. And if there's a suggested language out there or that could be suggested, what's
Yeah. So you would make the motion to amend it with the language that you'd want, then you need a second, then you can have discussion on that language change, and then you can vote on it, and then we can close that one out and move to the next.
I would like to motion to,
This point, are we
Oh,
walking
your
through-
mic's not.
I'm sorry, at this point, are we walking through all the recommendations just to discuss them? Because we haven't moved any of them on any of them at this point.
okay, I'm not sure. I thought we were just going through them and,
That's how they're reviewed in FAD.
Yeah, so,
They can look at them individually.
Yeah, so if you want to change this, then you would have make a motion right now to amend this particular recommendation.
okay,
And then we would have to vote on that language.
okay. For this particular recommendation, which is
Recommendation number 8.
8. I would like to change or amend it, the last sentence there where it ends, and code requirements from the time the dwelling was built
Or modified.
Built
or modified.
built modified or is it permitted or just modified?
Well, we
Because we
don't,
have records of permitting,
we don't know if it's permitted or
Yeah,
not, but what
Built
it
or
was.
modified.
modified.
Okay,
Okay,
Can I just ask you to restate so we have clarity around what the motion is? Because I've heard 3 different words, built, modified, and permitted.
and code requirements from the time it was built or modified.
okay, I second that. Any other discussion on that particular motion to amend the language?
I mean, is declaration really the right word, terminology? Isn't a declaration like I'm announcing something?
It's just a statement, and that's all that's being required in
Then why
this.
don't we call it a statement?
Declaration is a legal statement. Because it's in
It is?
writing and they're attesting to it. It's not sworn and it's not notarized, so we don't even have. A declaration is a term of art for statement. If that's a legal question.
And that's actually come up in discussion recently around affidavits and declaration, and they're very close. And declaration is just a little bit soft. It's a little softer feeling.
If I may, my understanding of the distinction here between an affidavit and this penalty of perjury versus a declaration is that, if there's already written into the bill, if it's found that you were untruthful in the submission of this document, it's going to come under the penalties that are in place with this bill, rather than an affidavit has the potential to be a legal outside of the context of this bill. So it's still, for me, this is fine. I'm fine with this amendment if it makes people more comfortable. Because I don't think our intention was ever to go after people in the courts for lying. We just wanted them to tell the truth.
Okay.
And
well-
and have a legal document that does that.
Well, right now we have a motion to amend the second sentence from the end to say code requirements
From the time
sometime was built or modified, right?
the dwelling is built or
Built-
modified.
Dwelling is built or modified, okay. So any other discussions on that particular change? Okay, do I need a roll call vote? Or is it a verbal? Roll call, okay.
Commissioner Kush,
Aye.
Commissioner Daniele,
I,
Commissioner Deleuze,
Aye.
Commissioner Perrin,
Aye.
Chair Lynn.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. 5-0 with one absent, yeah,
Yes, Commissioner Baylog is excused.
thank you. Okay, I just want to let the public know that there's still like 21 recommendations here. And to be very honest, I do not have the mental capacity to go through all 21 recommendations at this time. And it's already close to 5 o'clock. So for the sake of everybody here and to make sure that we have proper thought process that goes through in making these recommendations, I'd like to suggest a continuance of our hearing until next month, so that we can further vet all these recommendations and provide our suggested recommendations on this bill. So is there a motion for continuance? Or I'll make the motion for continuance. And is there a second?
Just to clarify, are you continuing everything on the agenda, including the planning director's report? All remaining items on the agenda are being continued till May 2nd.
Yeah, I think for Bill 121, 122, and 123, they're related. So I want to continue all those items. We can vote on the planning director's report at this meeting. But I'd like to continue those 3 agenda items until our next hearing on May 2nd at 2 p.m.
Chair Lynn, we did not provide the SMA report today, so we will put that on your regular agenda, May 2nd for the morning. And then if you'd like to continue. If you would like to continue these 3 items to May 2nd, we will schedule an afternoon session. And I would recommend that we start that around 1 p.m.
1 p.m. Okay. So it would be May 2nd at 1 p.m. Okay. So I make a motion to continue agenda items 5, 6, and 7 until our next Windward Planning Commission meeting on May 2nd at 1 p.m. as well as including the planning director's report. Yeah.
I second.
Okay, Commissioner Perrin, second. Roll call vote or verbal?
Is there a discussion on that?
Yes.
I didn't want to discuss the the continuance, but I won't be here next time. And I did want to discuss 1, 2, 3. Bill 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And I don't know if there's going to be an opportunity to discuss that before we've had a committee report or not.
I'm not sure what the procedure would be.
I don't believe we have another date scheduled before the deadline of the 29th, do we? Just checking with planning.
May 2nd is the only date we have scheduled for a continued hearing on Bill 121, 122, 123. And part of the reason for that is there are several items on the Windward Planning Commission docket that need to be addressed. So, and each of them have deadlines for the commission to act on.
No, understood, 100%.
Well, I guess
Chair, is there a consensus to maybe vote for 1, 2, 3? Item number.
We haven't
we
haven't gone through 2 and 3.
Oh, to
Yeah.
the testimony.
We haven't even
Yeah.
begun
Oh, okay.
2 and 3. 122.
Yeah, I had 2 people to testify on 6 and 7. And I only see 1 testifier here for that. But would it be allowed if Commissioner Kush makes his statement on 1, 2, 3? Or we have to call the agenda item?
No, not until the agenda item is called. All the testifiers have to be available. They have to have an opportunity to speak. There's a procedural
Yeah,
requirement.
got it. That was just my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, question.
Yes.
Since we're going over the recommendations of 121, would people be able to, since we're going to continue it, still testify about recommendations? Or give comments about the recommendations?
Give me an answer.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, who are you asking about?
Well,
giving
people who
comments?
testified today.
No, they don't get to testify a second time. People who've already testified don't get to testify again.
Okay.
But anyone who wanted to testify on 122 or 123 could absolutely do so.
Okay, thank you.
But that doesn't preclude people from submitting testimony, right? Written testimony.
They can absolutely submit written testimony.
Okay. Okay, so I think we're back to the motion to continue. So all in favor for continuance to May 2nd at 1 p.m. or all all remaining agenda items, number 5, 6, and 7, as well as the planning director's report. Please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
I do still have the first motion that was done by Commissioner Kush. Out, should I have them vote on that first motion?
no, I
or-
think that's still open.
And I can keep it open until the next hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That hasn't been ruled on. It'll be placed
Okay.
on the agenda. It's a motion on the floor already.
Yeah, so we will have further discussion at our next meeting. Thank you, everybody. Maya?
Chair, I have an announcement.
Yes.
You have 3 items currently scheduled for your May 2nd morning agenda.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anybody else have any announcements? If not, is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I will move to adjourn today's meeting.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Delaney, a second by Commissioner Perrin. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, everybody. Today's commission hearing is adjourned.
The closed caption transcript will be terminated shortly, and those who wish to save the transcript should do so now.